story of Stonehenge is full of mystery, speculation, and competing theories. But let's start with what we do know. Stonehenge is located on Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, in southern England. Salisbury Plain is about 90 miles west of London. It's a wide, open space with few trees, and driving past it, you might think that there's not much there. But the area was inhabited in the Neolithic period, from around 4,100 to 2,500 BCE. And the people who lived there left a few things behind, most notably Stonehenge itself. The monument stands out, especially as it's in the middle of a flat, sweeping expanse of grass. The outer ring is formed of tall stones placed in vertical positions. Each one weighs around 25 tons. Some of these vertical stones are topped by horizontally placed stones, so they look a bit like arches or a colonnade. The idea of moving these enormous boulders, let alone maneuvering them into such positions, is mind-boggling. The stones create a wide circle, and inside this circle are stones of different heights, some tall, like the ones on the outside, and some that are smaller. At first glance, Stonehenge might seem less impressive than other ancient monuments, such as the pyramids in Egypt or the Colosseum in Rome. But as soon as you start to think about Stonehenge, all kinds of questions and mysteries emerge, and each one leads to another. First, let's consider the age of the monument. As far as we know, the first significant construction was a circular ditch built around 3100 BCE. Stonehenge, as we know it, was constructed centuries later. The first stones were erected in 2500 BCE. And we know that a couple of hundred years later, the smaller stones in the center were moved to their current positions. Stonehenge was built in stages. It's estimated that construction took place over a period of at least 1,500 years. Still, although we have approximate ideas of dates, it's hard to know for sure. Archaeological findings, along with technology like radiocarbon dating, provide some information. But other factors make things a little more complicated. For instance, the effects of natural changes to the land over time, or the disturbances caused by burrowing animals like badgers. However, it's safe to say that Stonehenge as a monument is approximately 4,500 years old. It was built at roughly the same time as the pyramids in Egypt. The issue of Stonehenge's age also raises another interesting question. What was there before? This is part of what makes history so fascinating. You can always go further back. And in the case of Stonehenge in particular, it's worth taking a moment to consider the area's earlier history. It might provide some helpful clues. In the Mesolithic period, around 8000 BCE, a few pits were constructed in the area. Some of them seem to have held tall posts made of pine. And because of the alignment of the posts, it's been suggested that they had ritual significance. We don't know exactly how these posts relate to Stonehenge, but they indicate that thousands of years before the monument was built, there was activity in the area. This part of the country seems to have appealed to people. Perhaps they were drawn to it because of its openness, a contrast from the densely wooded land that made up most of England at the time. What we do know is that even before the stones of Stonehenge were erected, the area was associated with burials. For instance, close by are some tombs known as long barrows. Each mound of earth could have held up to 50 bodies. Then there was the ditch we mentioned earlier, built around 3100 BCE. This large circular ditch was dug with antler tools and used as a cemetery. The cremated remains of at least 63 individuals, men, women and children, were buried on the actual site of Stonehenge. And it's possible that the smaller stones were used as grave markers. As we consider the very early history of Stonehenge and the people who were buried there, the human side of the monument begins to emerge. We start to wonder who built it and how, considering the enormous size and weight of some of the stones. These are the questions we'll turn to next. Of course, as you can imagine, there's no straightforward answer to the question, who built Stonehenge? Given the age of the site and the lack of written records, we can't identify the individuals who constructed it. Even in the case of comparatively modern monuments, churches and cathedrals, for instance, we rarely know the names of the individual labourers, only the architects. Unfortunately, and rather unfairly, the people who put in the physical work remain anonymous. In the case of Stonehenge, there's also another complicating factor. It was built in different stages over a period of centuries. So there would have been countless builders, most likely from a variety of different backgrounds. However, DNA analysis of bodies that were buried near Stonehenge may tell us something. The ancestors of these people were originally from Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. They travelled across the Mediterranean, reaching Britain in about 4000 BCE. Centuries later, their descendants formed a community that lived in the Stonehenge area. It's likely that some of them were the builders. Another study, based on the analysis of bone fragments, suggests that some of the people buried at Stonehenge came from Wales. Interestingly, some of the stones themselves originated from the same area of Wales, the Preseli Hills. So, these people left their homeland and perhaps brought the stones with them to England. They may have then contributed to the construction of Stonehenge. Of course, we can't know for sure if they were the ones who built it. But the study shows that the bone fragments are contemporary with the monument, and they were buried nearby. So, it seems likely. The smaller stones, known as blue stones, are the ones that came from Wales. They weigh about 2 to 5 tons each, and were transported to Stonehenge from the quarry in Wales, a distance of about 150 miles. So you may be wondering, why go to all that effort? One theory is that the blue stones belonged to an earlier monument in Wales. When the community relocated to England, maybe they decided to take their stones with them, as a reminder of their origins. But the real mystery of Stonehenge construction relates to the larger stones, the ones weighing 25 tons. How on earth did the builders move them into position? And for what reason? Let's start with the first question, the construction of Stonehenge. As we've said, the blue stones were transported from Wales. Later, builders added the larger stones that form the outer ring. These are known as sarsen stones, and they're a kind of silcrete rock which is very hard and resistant. Thankfully, the builders didn't have to go all the way to Wales to get these stones. Recent research shows that some of the sarsens most likely came from closer by, an area called West Woods, about 19 miles from Stonehenge. However, not all the sarsens came from there. We may never know the exact origin of all the stones, but what we know without a doubt is this. Constructing Stonehenge involved the transportation of many bulky stones. The heaviest weighs 30 tons. To put that in perspective, 30 tons is 30,000 kilograms, about the weight of a sperm whale. So, in order to transport the sarsens to Stonehenge, many people would have had to work together, most likely using a sturdy wooden sledge. They may even have constructed a wooden track, a bit like a railway, to move the stones to Stonehenge. Then, once the sarsens arrived at the site, they had to be worked into shape. Waste material, as well as various hammerstones, have been found near Stonehenge. Workers would have hammered away at the sarsens, refining their shapes, before the stones were finally erected. And of course, once the vertical stones were standing, they needed to add the horizontal slabs, the ones that lie on top, forming a kind of roof. To do this, workers had to create precisely interlocking joints, using techniques more commonly used in carpentry. You should consider these joints a kind of hinge, and that, incidentally, might be the origin of Stonehenge's name. The first part comes from an Old English word meaning stone, while the second part, henge, may come from a word meaning hinge. But there are other ideas too. Some think that henge means hanging, because the stones appear to be suspended in the air. Alternatively, henge might mean gallows. Some of the stones resemble the medieval execution device, two upright posts with a bar over the top. As you can see, almost nothing at Stonehenge has a single, undisputed explanation. Now, let's get back to the construction work. Imagine the scene. Stonehenge, half built, with the enormous sarsen stones still lying on the ground. How did they lift them into position? The commonly accepted theory is that the builders used a system of ramps, ropes, and counterweights to lift the stones. Then, once the vertical stones were in place, they would have used wooden platforms and levers to raise the horizontal stones before carefully slotting them together. While this seems plausible, not everyone is convinced that this is the technique the builders used. Still, however it was done, there's no doubt that the construction of Stonehenge was an extraordinary undertaking. It took hundreds of years, and the efforts and ingenuity of countless people to put the stones in position. Now, before we move on, let's take a moment to appreciate something which may not be obvious. Many of the facts we've mentioned, such as findings about DNA or the exact origin of some of the stones, are very recent discoveries. For most of history, Stonehenge has seemed truly mysterious. People just didn't know who built it, or how, or why. And that explains the sheer number of theories about Stonehenge. So, it's time to address that tricky question. why exactly was Stonehenge built? As you've probably guessed, there's no simple answer. What we have are lots of different theories. Some are plausible, while others are a bit out there, to say the least. It's also worth considering that some of these theories are not necessarily mutually exclusive. Given its long existence, Stonehenge may have originally been built for one purpose and then used for another. So, let's keep an open mind as we go through the theories. The possible explanations for why Stonehenge was built, or what it was used for. As we've mentioned, there are no written records. Our evidence comes from the stones themselves, and in particular, their positions. The sarsen stones appear to have been positioned in alignment with the movements of the sun. On the summer solstice, you can see the sun rise near the heelstone, a large sarsen block that stands alone. And on the winter solstice, the stones frame the sunset. It seems unlikely that this positioning was coincidental. The stones must have been arranged in this way for a reason. In the 1960s, researchers came up with a theory. Stonehenge was built as an astronomical observatory, or even some kind of ancient computer that could predict eclipses. From analysis of the stones' positions, it seemed that the people who built Stonehenge may have had sophisticated astronomical knowledge. These days, however, most scholars consider this theory to be over-optimistic. Besides, there's a simpler explanation for the alignment of the stones. They may have been used to mark and celebrate the solstices, or perhaps just the winter solstice. Stonehenge is commonly associated with the summer solstice, but, as academics have pointed out, in midsummer, the sun doesn't rise exactly behind the heelstone. It rises to the left of the stone and then goes right over the top. But the winter solstice is framed perfectly. You can watch the sunset right in the middle of the central arches. We also have some archaeological evidence which suggests that in ancient times people gathered at Stonehenge for the winter solstice. A couple of miles away is a Neolithic settlement known as Durrington Walls. It's believed to be the home of the people who built Stonehenge. When excavating Durrington Walls, archaeologists found huge amounts of animal bones, the remains of pig and cattle. These animals were slaughtered when they were about 9 months old, which means they were born in the spring. So they must have been slaughtered in the winter, around the time of the solstice. That suggests that people at Stonehenge may have had big feasts to celebrate the winter solstice. And this could be a simple explanation for the construction of Stonehenge. It was built to celebrate the solstice. The alignment of the stones definitely seems significant. However, there are also other relevant factors that need to be taken into consideration. As we mentioned earlier, archaeologists have also uncovered many human bones in the Stonehenge area. The site seems to have been used as a cremation cemetery for a period of around 500 years, and many of these burials predate the monument. In 2016, researchers published an article with some interesting observations. The earliest burials at Stonehenge were in an area known as the Aubrey Holes, a ring of chalk pits in the ground. As well as being a burial site, this area also seems to have contained blue stones. Perhaps there was a symbolic connection between the deceased individuals and the stones. At first, people were buried around the Aubrey holes, but later burials were moved to a different location, so they were further away. Over the course of time, as Stonehenge evolved as a site, perhaps the symbolism changed too. Initially, it might have been a monument for specific individuals. The blue stones were tombstones. But then, Stonehenge changed into a more general monument, where people could collectively pay tribute to their ancestors. The stones were no longer specific, but represented the dead on a wider scale. This is one of the most popular and convincing theories, that Stonehenge was built as a tribute to the dead. And it certainly seems plausible that Stonehenge was a sacred site. That would explain why people put so much time and effort into building it. And whether it was built to honor the dead or for some other reason, it seems to have been a meeting place designed to bring people together. Of course, the construction of the monument would have also brought people together. A team-building exercise on an epic scale. And then, once Stonehenge was built, maybe it stood as a symbol of unification. The archaeologist Mike Parker Pearson has suggested a possible interpretation for the 5 trilithons at the center. The trilithons are what you probably picture when you think of Stonehenge. They're the structures formed of 2 vertical stones with another horizontal stone lying on top. According to Parker Pearson, the 5 trilithons could have represented unity. 5 different tribal lineages coming together to honor their ancestors. Consider the fact that at the time of Stonehenge's construction, the population was in decline, and there weren't many villages. That might explain the need for a place like Stonehenge, a monument that created a sense of community. Alternatively, people may have gathered here for a more practical reason. It's been suggested that Stonehenge was a place of pilgrimage, where people came to be healed. Some of the bodies that were buried in the area have signs of skeletal trauma and deformity. Perhaps these people had come to Stonehenge in the hope of a miracle cure, believing that the stones had magical properties. Now, here's something interesting, which might add credibility to the theory. The area where the blue stones originate from, an outcrop of the Preseli Hills in Wales, is full of springs, and those springs have long been regarded as having healing powers. That could explain why the stones were transported such a distance. Perhaps Stonehenge was a primeval version of Lourdes in France, attracting hopeful pilgrims. It's a different way of looking at the monument, as a place for the living rather than the dead. Another theory also emphasizes the importance of the blue stones. Researchers experimented with rocks in the Preseli Hills, the same kind as the blue stones that were brought to Stonehenge. And what they discovered is that many of these stones were ringing rocks. When struck, they made ringing sounds in different tones like bells. If the builders of Stonehenge were aware of this, perhaps that's why they decided to transport the blue stones from Wales to England. It's a nice idea. Stonehenge being used as an instrument. Also, it's not just the blue stones that have interesting acoustic properties. Recent research has focused on the overall acoustics of Stonehenge, which may be a clue as to how the site was used. Professor Trevor Cox, an acoustics researcher, made a replica of Stonehenge to scale, using 3D printing. The model was then placed in a specially designed room and surrounded with loudspeakers and microphones, so he could test the effects of different frequencies. Through his experiments, Cox was able to study the acoustic properties of Stonehenge, the effect of the human voice or music on the stones. And what he found was this. Essentially, Stonehenge is an echo chamber. Sound bounces from one stone to another, then lingers. This reverberating effect enhances music, making it sound more powerful. Also, inside Stonehenge, the human voice is amplified by 4 decibels. So, if someone's speaking, it's much easier for the others to hear them. Today, these effects are something that we take for granted. When we enter a space with good acoustics, like an auditorium, we might not pay attention. But think of how amazing it would have been for people living thousands of years ago, experiencing this effect for the first time. It must have added something to the atmosphere of Stonehenge. Although we don't know for sure, it's possible that these acoustic properties were connected to the function of the monument. Maybe special meetings or ceremonies took place within, and people took advantage of the sound effects to give speeches or play music. At this point, we've covered some of the most convincing theories about why Stonehenge was built and how it might have been used. But there are other theories too, which are also worth mentioning. However far-fetched they might seem, they still tell us something about Stonehenge, how the monument has meant different things to different people. It seems that in the absence of evidence, or if you choose to ignore the evidence, Stonehenge can be almost anything you want it to be. In the 12th century, the Welsh cleric Geoffrey of Monmouth wrote a history book, which included a creative explanation for how Stonehenge came to be built. Long, long ago, giants brought the stones from Africa to Ireland. Then, in the 5th century, King Aurelius Ambrosius decided to build a memorial to British noblemen who had died in battle. With some help from the wizard Merlin, the army transported the stones from Ireland to England, where they remained. There are also various tales of Stonehenge in English folklore. According to some, the architect was none other than the devil himself. Considering the many mysteries of Stonehenge, it's not surprising that some people have turned to paranormal explanations. In 1968, the Swiss author Erich von Daniken published Chariots of the Gods. In this book, he suggested that Stonehenge, along with other ancient monuments such as the Egyptian pyramids, may have been built by extraterrestrials, or at least inspired by them. So, there you have it. Stonehenge was a landing pad for alien spacecraft. If you're not quite convinced, here's yet another theory to consider. It was proposed by Anthony M. Perks, a gynecologist, in 2003. In an essay published in a medical journal, Perks suggested that the structure of Stonehenge was symbolic. In his words, it might represent the opening by which Earth Mother gave birth to the plants and animals on which the ancient people so depended. Perks sees Stonehenge as a fertility symbol. However, it has to be said that this visual similarity is only really apparent when Stonehenge is viewed from above. And As one skeptical archaeologist has observed, as far as we've been able to tell, they didn't have hot air balloons in prehistoric times. But Perks isn't the only one who sees a connection between Stonehenge and fertility. Some believe the monument may have been built as part of a fertility cult. According to Professor Terence Mead, Stonehenge, like other ancient stone circles, was built to cast specific shadows on certain days of the year. At sunrise, the long shadow of the heelstone would enter the monument. It would then reach the center, hitting an altar stone that was considered to be symbolically female. Naturally, not all archaeologists are convinced by the fertility cult theory. But at this point, it's hard to imagine any theory gaining universal acceptance. As we come to the end of our history of Stonehenge, let's reflect on a quote from the archaeologist Jaquetta Hawkes. "Every age has the Stonehenge it deserves or desires." Many of the theories we've looked at are clearly a product of the time and the culture. For instance, in the 1960s, scientists were excited about the potential of computers. At the time, it was suggested that Stonehenge could be used as a calculating machine, an idea that's since been debunked. So, if every age has its Stonehenge, what is our Stonehenge? And what's next? Hopefully, scientific developments will provide new insights. For example, by analyzing the isotopes of bones or teeth enamel, scientists can learn about the migration history of the people buried at Stonehenge. We can learn more about where they came from. Similarly, DNA analysis could shed light on the genetic relationships between people who were buried together. The hope is that eventually we'll get a more detailed picture of the people who lived and died at Stonehenge. And that in turn might give us more clues or even answers about why the monument was built and how it was used. We might be entering a new era for Stonehenge, an era of long-awaited scientific breakthroughs. And yet, there might be those who prefer not to have the answers, or for whom the mystery is part of Stonehenge's appeal. Some visitors are happy to walk around these towering stones and simply admire them for what they are, the impressive remains of an ancient past which can never be completely known or understood. For these visitors, it's enough to be in the presence of the stones, simply to look and to imagine. Then are those who come for the solstice. In June, druids, pagans, and pilgrims from all walks of life spend the night at Stonehenge to celebrate the beginning of summer. At dawn, they watch the sun slowly rise behind the heelstone. The golden rays are channeled into the center of the circle. And in this moment, we can believe that Stonehenge is being used and experienced just as it was meant to. Few civilizations are better known today than the one that began in Rome, Italy. A kingdom turned republic that became a mighty empire. Its lands stretching across 3 continents. The military prowess of Rome was significant, as was the infrastructure that it brought to different regions. Many Roman citizens enjoyed a high standard of living, which included education, healthcare, leisure, and entertainment. It's entertainment that we're focusing on tonight, as we turn our attention to history's most famous performers. The title gladiator is still known around the world, though the age in which it arose has long since passed. The word itself comes from the Latin gladius, a type of sword used by Roman foot soldiers. Gladiator, therefore, might be translated as swordsman. It's an apt title for these armed entertainers. Gladiators would do battle in front of the masses in what was known as the gladiatorial games. Thousands of spectators would fill amphitheaters to see the ancient equivalent of a boxing or wrestling match. The games emerged when Rome was a republic, an ancient democracy ruled by elected consuls, though there's some debate amongst classical writers as to when and where the custom originated. The Greek historian Nicholas of Damascus wrote about the games in the late 1st century BCE. He believed that they were an Etruscan tradition, the Etruscans being indigenous to what today is Western Italy, and having dominated the region prior to the Romans. A contrasting account is provided by Livy, a Roman historian writing later that century. He believed the games had begun in Campania, an ancient region in southwest Italy. According to Livy, it was 310 BCE when the gladiatorial games were held for the first time. They were held in honor of a recent victory. The Campanians were celebrating their defeat of the Samnites. Another account, from the 600s CE, comes from the Hispano-Roman scholar Isidore of Seville. He describes the Latin names associated with the gladiators as being derived from ancient Etruscan. The manager of the gladiators was called an ianista, which came from the Etruscan for executioner. The charon, an official who watched over the dead, took their name from an Etruscan spirit that escorted souls to the afterlife. This added weight to the theory of the games being an Etruscan tradition, adopted later by Rome. It was this theory that was most commonly accepted by experts writing in the early modern period. Opinion has shifted in recent times as historians have worked to review the evidence. Most texts, artifacts, and ruins from the region suggest that the games were originally Campanian. A gladiator school was known as a ludus. The earliest one has been found in the city of Capua in Campania. Gladiators are thought to have been trained within the grounds around the end of the 2nd century BCE. Elsewhere in the region, in the city of Paestum, tombs have been discovered with painted frescoes on the walls. Various scenes depict ancient forms of leisure, from boxing matches and chariot races to men lounging within the home. Included amongst the scenes, which date to the 4th century BCE, we also see figures that resemble gladiators. Armed opponents face off in pairs with spears and shields, their heads protected by helmets. These images from the tombs of 4th century Campanians might be the most compelling evidence discovered so far. Though we can't know for sure when or where the practice began, it could be that Campanians borrowed the custom from their ancestors. What is clear from research into the topic and the painted frescoes on the walls of ancient tombs is that what most of us today think of as the games is somewhat different from what they were at the beginning. The title gladiator brings to mind an arena, swords clashing on the stage of the Colosseum. But originally, this kind of combat was restricted to funerals and usually took place in Rome's cattle market. According to Livy, the first Roman games took place in the year 264 BCE. They were commissioned by the son of Brutus Pera, who sought to honor his father's passing. There were 3 separate battles between pairs of gladiators, as part of what Livy referred to as a munus. This might be described as a commemorative performance, a gift to the deceased, hoped to ease their soul's passing. This is how Romans first knew of gladiators. They were sword-wielding entertainers, enacting funerary blood rites. Romans, we might say, had a penchant for dramatics. And so, naturally, the games became more theatrical over time. Livy describes a gladiatorial performance almost as if it's a play on the stage. There would have been reenactments of celebrated victories of Romans over their captured enemies. Sometimes both parts would have been played by Romans, with one in the role of an enemy Samnite, for example. The latter would have been dressed in barbarian costume and given the weapons of conquered warriors as their props on stage. Though that isn't to say that the battle wasn't real, especially when the games were in their infancy. As much as they included a dose of theatrics, in a very real sense, they were a fight to the death. To modern listeners, this might seem barbaric. However, Romans viewed life through a very different lens. There was honor and glory in dying well, just as there was in outmatching an opponent. To die well meant to accept one's fate, not to cry out or plead for mercy. Such an end could redeem one's reputation, as opposed to if they'd performed dishonorably and shown weakness or cowardice. It's difficult to overstate the role of courage within the code of ethics that Romans lived by. Especially if we consider that they were a deeply religious people who believed their every action was being monitored by the gods. An honorable death, therefore, wasn't to be feared, because it guaranteed entry to the Elysian fields. Sometimes called Elysium, this was the Roman afterlife, a heavenly realm, akin to paradise, where souls lived on in peace and happiness. We should also remember that in ancient Rome, war and death were part of everyday life. The crowds would have been much more desensitized to violence than a modern audience in the 21st century would be. To many spectators watching, it likely felt like a privilege to see such a display of honor and bravery. Performers gave their lives for the gods and for the Republic, for the glory of Rome and its people. However, especially in the early days, most gladiators were enslaved people or war captives who had no choice whether or not to fight. Facing off against a fellow gladiator and defeating them was one of the few ways to potentially earn money and possibly even their freedom. The games were a celebration of Roman culture. There was music and a banquet, amongst other forms of entertainment. Certainly, it's very different from what one might see today at a memorial service or the funeral of a loved one. It became a mark of pride to put on a good show. It showcased the patron's wealth and high standing in society. As such, the games became more extravagant over time, as men strove to outdo the efforts of their predecessors. We might remember Livy's description of the first funerary games in 264 BCE. There would have been 3 performances involving 6 gladiators altogether, set on the stage of the local cattle market. Compare this to a similar event in 216 BCE, nearly 50 years later. The games at the funeral of Marcus Aemilius Lepidus, a former consul of the highest standing. The proceedings at his funeral lasted for 3 whole days and included 22 pairs of gladiators doing battle. The event took place at the Roman Forum, a main square or plaza at the very heart of Rome. It's interesting to note that in that same year, the army had suffered an embarrassing defeat. So, it's likely the game's patrons also sought to boost public morale by putting on an event so lavish and spectacular. Experts today believe that funerary games had become common practice throughout the Republic. They were also adopted by those whom Rome had conquered, like the ancient Iberians of present-day Spain. Naturally, most would have been much smaller affairs than the grand proceedings at the funeral of a statesman. they wouldn't have been written about extensively by authors, being an everyday part of life at the time. Only the affairs that were particularly remarkable would make their way onto the pages of history. And it's from such grand spectacles that the games would develop into the state-sponsored events that would enthrall the masses. The first gladiatorial combat commissioned by ruling consuls was held in the year 105 BCE. Gladiators from Campania had put on a great showing, and it was an instant hit with the Roman audience. This would signal the start of a new kind of games, no longer restricted to private funerals. They were still linked to a commemorative munus and often dedicated to the memory of an ancestor, but now they took place as part of the ludi, the immensely popular state-sponsored games. Ludi were held throughout the year, alongside religious festivals lasting a week or longer. They were the highlight of a Roman's social calendar and a public holiday funded by the state. It was during this time that the gladiators and the games reached the peak of their fame in ancient Rome. Being included in the ludi put them in the spotlight, a place that they'd remain for centuries after. During the tail end of the Republic, in the 1st century BCE, they'd even become a tool of the politically ambitious. Men sponsored the games as an act of self-promotion, to inflate their own status and enhance their reputation. A good show might make all the difference between getting elected or missing out on votes. Therefore, a Roman running for public office might put off a relative's funeral until election season. Equally, those already in power would use the games to maintain their position. The more lavish the games and well staged the combat, the likelier one was of keeping voters' favor. In fact, the games' patrons held such sway with the masses that they started to be viewed as somewhat of a problem. Democracy became more fragile in the later Republic. Rome was less stable than it had been in the past. The wealthy aristocrats who owned schools of gladiators wielded a hefty, even dangerous amount of power. The support that they enjoyed from members of the public seemed rather threatening, alongside their large private armies. One such man was Julius Caesar, a public official looking to climb the ladder. In 65 BCE, he held gladiatorial games as part of his campaign to win the public's affection. The games took place in honor of Caesar's father, though his father had passed away 20 years prior. Now, the Senate had actually imposed limits on the games, the first of many. A law was introduced making it illegal to have more than 320 pairs of gladiators within the city walls. If the Senate had hoped to curtail Caesar's power, they clearly didn't go far enough. He made use of exactly 320 pairs of gladiators to put on a show like no other. The Senate, we now know, were right to be worried, as Caesar's actions would bring the Republic to an end. He was famously assassinated in 44 BCE after giving himself the title Dictator for life. The gladiatorial games had played a key part in the final chapter of the Roman Republic. After a period of civil war following Caesar's death, that next chapter would be the Roman Empire. It was Caesar's adopted son, Caesar Augustus, who became Rome's first emperor in 27 BCE. An astute politician, Augustus was quick to recognize both the power and the danger that the games might pose. One of his earliest acts was to assume authority over all games, including funerary performances known collectively as munera. Gladiatorial combat and ludi in general were taken on as an official state duty. Commemorative munera involving gladiatorial combat were only allowed at 2 religious festivals. One was Saturnalia, in honor of the god Saturn, and the other was Quinquatria, in honor of the goddess Minerva. Augustus also placed limits on the amount that could be spent, both on private or public munera. The funeral of an elected magistrate or army commander, for instance, couldn't exceed the use of 120 gladiators. It also had a price cap of 25,000 denarii, which would limit the size and scope of the proceedings. We might contrast this number with the imperial ludi, of which the lowest baseline spend was 180,000. His motive, said Augustus, was to protect the aristocracy from themselves. Without limits on their spending, they'd surely go bankrupt. Of course, it also meant that he held the power. No longer would the rich and politically ambitious be able to buy votes with grand and lavish games. Previously, the games had been an act of self-promotion for the wealthy aristocrats and politically ambitious. Now, they were a tool of Roman emperors, used to maintain power, status, and reputation. Bear in mind that as the empire grew, public approval became increasingly important. At its largest, by the 2nd century CE, the empire covered an area of 5 million square kilometers. It's estimated that at this time, the empire had a population of between 59 and 76 million people. Many were citizens of conquered lands, with less loyalty to a foreign emperor than people in Rome would have had. Thus, it was important to show them the benefits, the infrastructure and culture that the Romans brought with them. From roads to aqueducts, government and grand buildings, to an existing array of leisure and entertainment. The gladiatorial games became part of everyday life for millions of people living far from the capital. Citizens could enjoy some food and entertainment in one of more than 200 massive amphitheatres built across the empire. The games were key to Romanization and integrating foreigners into new customs and culture. Ludi were a means of bringing communities together to celebrate Rome and its all-powerful emperor. Augustus, in particular, utilized the games to further what's now known as the imperial cult. His adoptive father, Julius Caesar, had been named a deity after his passing. And so Augustus styled himself as Divi Filius, meaning divine son or son of a god. In the capital, he was worshipped indirectly through the spirit of his father, Julius Caesar, or through the goddess Roma, who personified Rome. It was a wise move not to seem too self-important in the place where Caesar had been assassinated for as much. Though this didn't apply in other parts of the empire. There, Augustus was worshipped as a god. The Ludi were to be held in honor of the emperor, and thus spread the word of his divinity far and wide. Putting on a good show would help the emperor's popularity and even reduce the risk of rebellion. If the public were well fed and entertained, they'd likely be more accepting of Roman agents and their laws. As was the case when Rome was a republic, the grander the show, the more glory for its patron. The costs would spiral far above what they had been, and the gladiators performing would soon number in the thousands. Consider the games held by the Emperor Trajan to celebrate his victory over the Dacians. Events took place between 108 and 109 CE and included 123 days of games in total. Trajan was a master of public entertainment. He was renowned for his ability to put on a good show. It was said that his Ludi involved 10,000 gladiators and even more wild animals from start to finish. The games were held in a massive and now world-famous amphitheatre, one completed less than 30 years before. The Colosseum in Rome was the largest of its kind and the most important stage in all the empire. It had space for an audience of between 50,000 and 80,000 people, though experts estimate an average of 65,000 in the crowd. People were seated according to social ranking, and there were even separate entryways to avoid mixing of the classes. Middle-class Romans took the seats in the middle, while enslaved people, women, and the poor stood at the back. The wealthiest individuals took the front row seats. Many senators were even known to bring their own folding chairs. The best seat of all was the royal box, a fenced-in section where the emperor would sit. Marble steps led up to a bicelium, a plush two-seater sofa reserved for people of great honor. From here, the emperor could see far across the arena. he could watch the performance and the reaction of the crowd. This would prove useful, should he be called upon during the games to decide the fate of a losing fighter. Contrary to popular belief and earlier practice, gladiatorial combat didn't always result in death. After all, it cost a lot to keep them, to house, feed, and train the fighters within a ludus. A struggling gladiator could raise a finger to the crowd, acknowledging their defeat and putting an end to the combat. The emperor in attendance, or whichever official was presiding, would perform a gesture meaning death or mercy. This decision was generally aligned with the crowd's reaction, so as to keep the arena's spectators appeased. And indeed, the crowds could be kept very happy, watching their favorite performers go head to head. The gladiators, too, could be kept somewhat happy by the potential benefits that fighting offered. An enslaved gladiator from a conquered region could earn their freedom if they fought with courage. A ceremonial wooden sword, known as a rudis, would be presented to the combatant as a token of this freedom. Gladiators were amongst the lowest social classes, so opportunities for large earnings were certainly limited. Fighting gave them the chance to win prize money if victorious, and popular gladiators might receive gifts from their fans. There are reports of retired fighters being offered 100,000 sesterces, the equivalent of a lottery win, if they'd return to the arena. It's said that the Emperor Nero rewarded his favorite gladiator by buying him a house worthy of a statesman. Alongside fortune, fame was for the taking. Those who fought well achieved celebrity status. Droplets of their sweat were even scraped off into vials and sold to adoring fans as an anti-aging moisturizer. Flamma, or the Flame, was one such celebrity, an enslaved gladiator who won his freedom 4 times. After receiving each rudis, he came back to the arena, apparently because he enjoyed the action. He would eventually retire to the island of Sicily, where his headstone would be commissioned by a fellow gladiator. The inscription describes him as being a deserving comrade in arms who fought 34 battles with just 4 defeats. Of course, not every gladiator fought as willingly as Flamma. In the days of the Republic, most had been prisoners. Gauls, Thracians, and Samnites were distinguished by the colors of their clothing and distinctive armor. As one might expect of people held in captivity, conditions for the gladiators were fairly poor. This would only change after a series of rebellions, which took place between 73 and 71 BCE. Some of us know the story, immortalized on screen, of the revolt led by the Thracian Spartacus. What began with the escape of 70 enslaved gladiators would grow into an army of 120,000 enslaved people. Though eventually Spartacus and his men would be defeated, the skilled gladiators proved difficult to vanquish. Many Romans died, failing to quell the rebellion, a fact that concerned the elite in Rome. This concern led to some positive changes, as those in charge sought to avoid further trouble. Whereas initially most gladiators had been enslaved people or criminals, by the late Republic around half were volunteers. They were paid professionals who made a choice to be there and were given comfortable lodgings and wholesome food. Perhaps even more so during the imperial era, when many gladiator schools were run by the state. Athletes were fed a high-energy diet of grains and vegetables, even earning the nickname of hordeari, or barley eaters. Their heavy training regimen was balanced out with regular sports massage and medical care. What's more is that gladiators became politically engaged. Some formed unions and appointed spokesmen to voice demands. Despite being increasingly kept separate to reduce the opportunity for plotting, there was a sense of brotherhood in most of the schools. Some men would even form their own familia, a close-knit group who looked after one another. They might send money home to a deceased fighter's family, or commission their gravestone, as one gladiator did for Flamma. To become a gladiator was still considered rather lowly. Even those who excelled didn't have the rights of a Roman citizen. But certainly over time, it became more appealing as a career choice and a job that many would actively volunteer for. On occasion, even members of the ranking higher classes would volunteer to fight, sometimes flouting laws which explicitly forbade it. They were willing to risk the loss of their reputation for money, acclaim, and even vengeance. Even some emperors made an appearance in the Colosseum, one being Hadrian, who had a reputation for good sense. Though they'd fight with wooden swords and undoubtedly be allowed to win, it reflects highly on the profession that they would take on that role. As for the gladiators who most commonly fought, they could be identified as before by their clothing and equipment. The Gauls, Samnites, and Thracians were given new names, having been conquered by the Romans and absorbed by the empire. While it wasn't only the Gauls, Samnites, and Thracians fighting, especially as time wore on, the fighting styles they inspired lived on in the games. Formerly the Samnite, the secutor, or a gladiator fighting in this style, wore heavy armor. They carried large swords and shields and wore heavy metal helmets. These covered the face, leaving only small eye holes or a slit across the eyes for the fighter to see through. Murmillo was the name given to the Gauls, or those fighting in their style. Their armor was even heavier than that of the secutor. They had a shield and sword and metal leg protectors, and a huge metal helmet with a grille across the face. On the other hand, Thracians, renamed Thrakes, or those fighting in their style, wore much lighter armor and had a shorter, curved sword. They had less protection than some of their counterparts, but they could move faster to attack and defend. The retiarius, meaning netman, had a weighted fishing net, which they could use to catch opponents during the battle. They had the least armor of all gladiators, but a small dagger and a trident proved useful weapons for them. Combatants would face off against other men or wild animals, while the citizens would gamble as to who might win. Occasionally, even women would appear in the arena. So-called gladiatrix, sometimes costumed as Amazons. Many of the battles were set to a story. They retold the ancient myths or enacted Roman victories. Sometimes the combat was choreographed beforehand, a little like a wrestling match where the outcome is pre-planned. The games combined the Romans' flair for dramatics with their expertise in engineering. The attention to detail in the staging of a performance was akin to that at a pop concert today. Trap doors were fitted using lifts and pulleys so that gladiators and animals might rise up from the ground. There were even instances of arenas being flooded to allow the enactment of a great naval victory. Although with such theatrics, we can't be surprised that the cost of the games continued to spiral out of control. In 177 CE, the Emperor Marcus Aurelius introduced more laws to curtail spending. These were disregarded just a generation later by his own son, the Emperor Commodus. The emperor was fanatical about the ludi and spent wildly on the games from the public purse. However, it wasn't excessive spending that would bring an end to gladiatorial combat. It was a shift throughout the empire from paganism to Christianity, a change in the code that Romans lived by. Gladiatorial combat had been declining as Christianity grew in popularity. Influential Christian philosophers even wrote about how Christians shouldn't attend the games. Finally, in 399, the Emperor Honorius banned gladiatorial combat as a pagan ritual. Additionally, the cost of the games was no longer deemed worthwhile, especially as the cost of multiple wars Rome was involved in continued to increase. After 650 years, gladiatorial combat disappeared entirely, followed by Rome itself in the late 5th century. And yet, like so many things that the Romans left behind, the legacy of the gladiator lives on today. They're the heroes of books, movies, and television, much as they once were the stars of the arena. It's a rare thing when real-life history is perhaps more remarkable than the myths that surround it. But that is true for those sword-wielding combatants, so honorable and courageous, risking all for freedom, glory, and empire. It's July 64 CE, and Rome is recovering from a cataclysmic disaster. A fire that began near the Circus Maximus quickly spread and engulfed the city. After burning for a total of 9 long days, the fires have finally been extinguished. But half of the capital's districts have been heavily damaged, and another 3 have been destroyed completely. Citizens struggle to make sense of it all as they take in what remains of their city. Many look to blame the unpopular emperor. Perhaps Nero began the fire to make way for his new palace. Several years from now, a different emperor will find a way to make use of this space. Vespasian will see an opportunity to make Rome so magnificent that it exceeds its former glory. He'll sponsor a number of public works, including a massive amphitheater. The Colosseum in the center of Rome will be the crowning jewel of the city and empire. But before we get to the Colosseum's construction, we need to understand what came before, a period of great unrest. The Emperor Nero had proved increasingly tyrannical during the course of his 14-year reign. Few felt truly safe with Nero in power. He executed many prominent Romans, including former allies and even his mother. At the same time, he drained the imperial purse, commissioning self-indulgent projects like the Domus Aurea, or Golden House. Perhaps the largest private estate built by an emperor, it was erected on public lands. These lands were repurposed by Nero after the Great Fire of 64 CE. The construction of the Domus Aurea fueled rumors that the emperor was behind the fire and only worsened his plummeting popularity. By 68 CE, Nero had lost nearly all support. Facing certain execution, he took his own life. Nero's death then triggered a violent civil war. 69 CE became known as the Year of the Four Emperors, and it was one of the most chaotic years in all Roman history. 4 different men donned the imperial purple, and the first 3 met unpleasant ends. Vespasian was the last, putting an end to the civil war and returning Rome to a state of relative peace. From July 69 CE, Vespasian would reign for a decade. This was the beginning of the Flavian dynasty, Flavian being the family name. Vespasian's rule would be characterized by financial reforms, political stability, and large-scale public works. The son of a tax collector from fairly humble beginnings, Vespasian was very different from Nero. Perhaps he hoped to demonstrate this by building an amphitheater for the people, the largest in the world, with a capacity for at least 50,000 spectators. Work on the Colosseum, or the Flavian Amphitheater as it was known then, began sometime between 70 and 72 CE. It would stand on the site of Nero's former palace, the Domus Aurea. This was located in one of Rome's most important districts, so it was the ideal place for a public building. Practicality aside, it sent a strong message. Nero's palace symbolized the corrupt, self-serving nature of the former emperor. So it meant something for Vespasian to have parts of the palace dismantled. He seemed to be picking apart all that Nero had stood for. In draining the artificial lake, the estate's former showpiece, Vespasian was draining away all those years of unrest. Furthermore, he'd have it filled to make way for an amphitheatre, a symbol of stability and a monument for the people. The project would take around a decade to complete and be inaugurated under Titus, the son and heir of Vespasian. Titus was succeeded by his brother Domitian, who made significant modifications, something we'll be looking at later. We don't know how much it cost to build the Colosseum, but estimates by modern experts put it somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion in today's money. Funding came from the spoils of Rome's victory in the Jewish-Roman War, or Great Jewish Revolt. Nero had appointed Vespasian as commander of the legions to put down the uprising in present-day Israel. Vespasian conquered towns and villages across the region, and, for a period, his son Titus led the charge. Titus spearheaded the destruction of the temple, an event still mourned by Jews around the world. The treasure plundered in Jerusalem in 70 CE is what largely funded the Colosseum's construction. This fact was proclaimed in a Latin inscription carved into the marble. Translations vary, but essentially it celebrates the new amphitheatre as something built with the spoils of that war. The building work required a huge workforce, including an army of slave labourers. Many of these slaves were likely Jewish captives, prisoners of war now set to work. It's important to remember that while the Romans were highly civilized, their society was hierarchical and extremely polarized between classes. Life could be brutal and unfair, particularly for members of the lowest social classes. Slaves were at the bottom of the pyramid, and essentially the property of the person who owned them. Some were former criminals, while others were born into slavery or kidnapped, and many were prisoners of war. Like many Roman buildings, the design of the Colosseum was partly inspired by ancient Greek architecture. The Greeks had been the first to build open-air theatres, where audiences enjoyed plays, poetry, and music. Theatres were semicircular and built into the slope of the hillside, offering tiered seating around a stage. Later, the Romans modified the design, constructing semicircular theatres enclosed within high walls. They were freestanding open-air structures built on flat ground. This kind of building came to be known as an amphitheatrum, a word meaning double theatre. The Romans had been building stone amphitheatres from at least the 1st century BCE. To date, the oldest that has been evacuated is in Pompeii, near Naples. It's dated to around 70 BCE, a century and a half before the construction of the Colosseum. So, the architects tasked with designing the Colosseum weren't inventing it entirely from scratch. they could follow the blueprints used for similar buildings, albeit on a much larger and grander scale. It was a priority to make the amphitheatre as earthquake-proof as possible. After all, the Colosseum was supposed to symbolize stability. So, the foundations went about 40 feet into the ground, around 12 to 13 meters deep. Digging these foundations would have been a painstaking task. Hundreds of thousands of tons of soil had to be removed. This would likely have been a job for slaves, armed with little more than shovels. The labour was probably overseen by multiple master builders or engineers, each in charge of a huge workforce and responsible for a different part of the amphitheatre. Building materials included various types of stone and rock, as well as iron, wood, cement, and concrete. Sourced locally where possible, these materials were likely transported to the site using 200 bullock carts. Different types of volcanic rock were imported from regions across the peninsula. One was pozzolana, a type of fine volcanic ash. Mixed with water and heated limestone, it made mortar or concrete, which was used to reinforce sections, including the foundations. Similarly, tuff was made of compressed volcanic ash. It was a durable rock, but lightweight and pliable, making it easy to carve and shape into blocks. It proved a useful filler in non-weight-bearing sections, reinforcing the inner walls and many vaulted archways. Most of the Colosseum's weight-bearing sections were made with travertine, a type of limestone known to be robust and hard-wearing. These included the outer walls, the ground floor and pillars, and much of the seating area. The travertine was quarried just outside of Rome, mostly from Tivoli, or Tiber as it was known then, and transported in. The outer walls of the Colosseum alone used an enormous amount of travertine, possibly tens of thousands of cubic meters. The same walls contained 300 tons worth of iron clamps. These metal fastenings were set within grooves carved into the stone, an invisible means of securing the blocks. The walls were built one layer at a time, with the upper layers proving more of a challenge. Blocks of heavy stone had to be lifted into place to build walls 50 meters high. It was a job only made possible through masterful engineering. Most likely, workers used a device known as the treadwheel crane. This looked like a giant hamster wheel mounted to a wooden mast. It was connected to ropes and pulleys through a series of mechanisms. When a person walked inside the wheel, causing it to turn, a heavy block of stone was hoisted above the ground. Some of these blocks would have weighed several tons. The cranes themselves may have also been lifted, elevated on scaffolding as the walls rose higher. Towards the tail end of construction, it must have been quite the sight. Men walking inside wheels high in the air. When Vespasian passed away in 79 CE, the Colosseum had been built up to the 3rd story. Vespasian's son and heir, Titus, would oversee its completion. Titus would rule for just over 2 years, but he did a great deal with the time he had. Among his notable achievements, he presided over the inaugural Colosseum Games, either in 80 or 81 CE. We'll come back to the Games a little while later. For now, let's just say that the inaugural Games lasted for 100 days and seem to have included animal hunts, combat, and even mock naval battles. However, this last type of entertainment would be fairly short-lived, because it was soon no longer possible to flood the arena. Domitian, Titus's successor, commissioned the construction of an arched basement. Constructing the Hypageum was a mammoth undertaking for the master builders and their huge workforce. Even before the building could begin, slaves with shovels had to dig 20 feet down. That's around 7 meters into the ground, enough space for rooms on 2 stories, and a sophisticated network of rainwater drainage below. Modern excavations have uncovered fragments of water pipes, which seem to have funneled water away from the building. It's also been suggested that brick-lined channels would have been connected to the city's main sewage system. Once the Hypageum had been rainproofed, the builders went to work, creating a labyrinthian basement full of rooms and walkways. A vast network of tunnels provided access to chambers, while countless stairwells allowed passage to different floors. Maze-like though it was extremely well organized. Specific walkways led directly to outer buildings, such as the stables and the gladiator school, or Ludus Magnus. Rooms were used to house prisoners and gladiators, wild animals in cages, and props and scenery. The basement was also home to various mechanisms. Large capstans, or vertical winches, formed part of a complex pulley system, along with ropes, hoists, ramps, and counterweights. Teams of workers on both levels could rotate the capstans via cranks and power the ancient equivalent of a lift. 80 vertical shafts around the Hypageum allowed access to the arena through trapdoors. Wild animals, people, props, and scenery would then simply appear, as if by magic. It took years to complete the Hypageum, and the Colosseum may have been closed, or at least partially closed, for much of this time. Domitian's master builders, and those beneath them, would have been under constant pressure to get the job done. There must have been a feeling of relief all around when the Colosseum was fully reopened and proved worth the wait. Domitian himself must have been pleased too. The games were a tool of keeping public support, a gift from the emperor to his subjects. Tickets were generally free, as were food and refreshments on occasion. The games were a public holiday, one of the highlights of the year. Seat numbers were written down on fragments of pottery, much as paper or e-tickets might be used today. Spectators could enter through one of 76 entrances for the general public, which each had their own passageways and stairwells. These passages were known as vomitoria because they allowed the crowds to spew forward. They were an efficient means of providing quick entry and exit to an audience of 50,000, or possibly more. It's incredible to think that millennia-old amphitheatres eventually became the blueprint for today's sports stadiums and arenas. Though, aesthetically, of course, they look rather different. The Colosseum had a certain Roman flair. Much of the seating and the outer walls were originally coated in a marble facade. The lower tiers displayed 3 distinct arcades with elegant columns positioned between archways. On the second and third floors, the archways framed statues. Most likely, these were Roman deities or figures from myth or history. The uppermost level was surrounded by a wall, interspersed with small windows and columns. This fourth level, sometimes called the attic, was reserved for the lowest-ranking members of society. Women and slaves sat on wooden benches or stood by the railings to watch the games. Seating was a reflection of Rome's hierarchical society. The lowest class of ticket holders sat at the top and the highest at the bottom. Senators were positioned just in front of the arena, on benches that likely had cushions. There were also 2 VIP boxes, or rather platforms, one on the north side of the arena and the other on the south. One of the boxes was for the Vestal Virgins, the priestesses of Vesta, goddess of the hearth, home, and family. They were held in high esteem, as they maintained Vesta's sacred fire, a flame which, if extinguished, signaled the fall of Rome. The best seat in the house was reserved for the emperor, who sat on a bicelium, or 2-seater sofa. He might be joined by family and important dignitaries, who could watch the action from the lavish private box. It's probable that the VIPs were served food and drink, given that refreshments were often on offer to all. Different meats, bread rolls, fruit, nuts, and wine would have been carried to spectators throughout the arena. At some games, wooden prize balls might be thrown into the crowd and exchanged for gifts like food or clothing. In his account of Titus's opening games, the Roman historian Cassius Dio mentions a variety of rewards, ranging from gold to animals and even slaves. On hot days, spectators might also have been treated to the occasional burst of cooling mist. It's thought that workers wandered up and down, spraying scented mist, the smell of balsam or saffron masking less pleasant smells from the arena. Better still, there was a retractable awning, which provided shade to the seating area when extended. The velarium was operated by experienced sailors, as it worked in a similar way to a ship's sail. At times, the awning may have created a dramatic contrast between light and shade. While the spectators sat in the shade, the action in the arena would have been illuminated by the sun, like a spotlight. The events that took place at the Colosseum were known collectively as spectacula. From the first opening games thrown by Titus, the crowds experienced a broad range of entertainment. To us, much of it will sound unthinkably violent. But it's a reflection of a culture that could be just as brutal. The crowds were thrilled by all kinds of battles, fought between groups, individuals, and wild animals. Some waged bets, predicting who would win the combat, Before the construction of the Hypogeum, it's thought that the arena was flooded for mock naval battles. A scene that sounds utterly surreal. Imagine Roman barges ramming one another before the crowds, and men leaping onto enemy ships to battle their opponents. But incredibly, Domitian managed to outdo his brother's efforts. Spectators were bewitched by the stagecraft that the Hypogeum made possible. Nothing like it had ever been seen before. Wild bears and lions appeared out of the ground, and the scenery moved, seemingly by itself. Domitian had found a way to add surprise and drama to events that were already highly entertaining. As violent and bloody as gladiatorial combat might seem, it showcased the traits that Roman society held dear. Things like courage, valor, strength, and discipline. To many, it was a privilege to witness such displays. But of course, the experience was a lot less pleasant for those doing battle in the arena. Though many gladiators would lose their lives, combat wasn't always a fight to the death. Over time, the sport evolved into something close to an actual profession. When gladiatorial games first began in Rome, more than 300 years earlier, gladiators had fought only at funerals. They were nearly always slaves, and mostly prisoners of war. They were often expendable to those who owned them. But by the time the Colosseum opened, the situation was somewhat different. Rome was now an empire instead of a republic, and gladiatorial combat was part of the state-sponsored public games. The ludi, as they were known, were far grander and more elaborate than anything held during the Republic. Gladiators were as likely to be volunteers as slaves, able to win prize money and fame if they put on a good performance. Meanwhile, the gladiator school owners also had much to gain. If their fighters entertained the Colosseum crowds, they might gain wealth, status, and the good graces of the emperor. As such, they were willing to invest in their fighters, providing better food and lodgings, medical care, and even massages. Maintaining a gladiator was a costly investment, but replacing one was even more expensive. Because of this, some matches may have been closer to sparring. Some were choreographed to an extent, or even fixed. Even when this wasn't the case, a defeated gladiator could raise a finger to request mercy. The emperor or presiding official would decide if they'd be spared, nearly always siding with the public reaction. But there was no mercy for the prisoners who faced execution in the arena. Usually taking place at lunchtime, events were intentionally brutal. Prisoners might be slaughtered by soldiers or wild animals. Many Christians were martyred in Rome, and it's possible, though not proven, that some executions took place at the Colosseum. Their belief in God and their refusal to worship the emperor was seen as a threat. Public executions were a means of reminding the people this is what happens when you defy Roman law. For Rome's elite, the games were a tool, a form of superficial appeasement, and ultimately control. public were less likely to protest about social inequality and poverty if they were distracted by free food and exciting entertainment. Though, of course, the Colosseum did bring practical benefits to the people of Rome. It boosted industry and created many jobs. The maintenance team alone required a range of skilled workers: carpenters, metalworkers, craftsmen, and masons. Then there were the businesses that facilitated events: gladiator schools, animal suppliers, armorers, and so on. Once the games were underway, food vendors went to work, as well as musicians, security guards, servers, and salesmen. The latter made a profit selling merchandise, commemorative oil lamps that depicted the games, and figurines of renowned fighters. The games turned many gladiators into celebrities, while enhancing the reputation of the empire. The Colosseum represented Rome's sophistication and its continued dominance of the Western world. It was the biggest amphitheatre and a masterpiece of engineering, funded through the spoils of military conquest. Reenactments of Rome's victories hammered the point home further, as did showings of exotic animals from faraway conquered lands. The range of entertainment shown in the Colosseum would continue to grow over time. Trajan's games, for instance, in the early 2nd century, was said to have featured 10,000 gladiators across 123 days, including rarely seen acts like female gladiators. Decades later, Commodus would become the first and only emperor to fight in the Colosseum. Seen as low-class behavior, it did nothing to bolster his poor reputation, especially as he avoided genuine combat. Battles were staged, and many of the emperor's opponents were at a disadvantage. But no doubt the spectators were entertained regardless, as they would continue to be throughout the Colosseum's heyday. The games went on for around 400 years, with the last mention of gladiatorial combat in 435 CE. It's reported that there was an animal hunt in 523 CE, though by then the Western Roman Empire had fallen. Rome's sophisticated culture was gradually beginning to disappear. And the Colosseum, rather than being a symbol of Rome's stability, came to represent the glory of a civilization long past. Today, the building is no longer fully intact. It survived multiple sackings of Rome, as well as fires and earthquakes, causing many to marvel that it's still standing at all. The Colosseum has also been repurposed a number of times. A chapel was added in the late 6th century, and the arena was converted to an adjoining cemetery. The arcades below the seating were used as workshops or living quarters and rented out until at least the 1100s. Around the 12th and 13th centuries, the Colosseum was the private fortress of a powerful family, the Frangipani. After the Pope moved away from Rome in the 14th century, prompting many others to follow, the Colosseum was slowly abandoned. It became a den for local bandits. The building was damaged in 1349, with the outer south side collapsing in an earthquake. In the following years, much of the fallen limestone was removed from the site and given a second life in buildings around the capital. Some, was sent to Vatican City and used for the construction of St. Peter's Basilica in the 16th century. Over time, the amphitheatre was stripped of materials. The marble facade was removed and burned to make quicklime, a key ingredient in mortar and cement. Iron clamps were prized out of the walls and then sold or melted down, often for weapons. The walls today appear pockmarked as a result, the scars of a life 2,000 years long. They add to the character of the monument, which continues to draw visitors from around the globe. Nearly 8 million people visit the Colosseum each year, making it one of the world's most popular tourist attractions. In a global poll, it was named one of the new 7 wonders of the world. Wonder seems like a fitting title, as does the name Colosseum. As we mentioned earlier, the building was originally named the Flavian Amphitheatre. But over time, it came to be known as the Colosseum. This was a reference to the enormous statue that once stood nearby, the Colossus of Nero. Still as impressive as it may seem today, the Colosseum is technically a ruin. It's missing half its outer perimeter and countless other features. There have been efforts to restore and clean the building, including a project to replace the arena floor. There was also extensive work on the Hypatia, which was opened for the first time in 2021. Interestingly, the Colosseum, for all its violent history, is often home to protests against the death penalty abroad. It's come to symbolize the campaign against capital punishment. On occasion, when a death row inmate has had their sentence commuted, the Colosseum's nighttime illumination has been changed from white to gold. No doubt, this twist in the building's history would have left the Roman emperors a little confused. The Romans would likely struggle to understand our modern culture, just as we might have difficulty grasping parts of theirs. In many ways, the Colosseum is a bridge between two worlds, the world of ancient Rome and the 21st century. It offers insight into the culture of an ancient society, allowing us to connect with the people of the past. The Colosseum is much like the Roman Empire itself, magnificent, sophisticated, and engineered to perfection. And perhaps we can appreciate it even more today in its damaged state, representing a great but flawed civilization. Where to begin? We might start with the landmass itself. About 200 million years ago, the continent we now know as Europe was still part of the supercontinent Pangaea. Over millions of years, as tectonic plates split, Pangaea gradually began to break apart. The northern Atlantic Ocean was formed, and, much later, further tectonic movement led to the creation of European mountain ranges
such as the Alps and the Pyrenees. By around 5 million years ago, Europe, as we know it, had more or less taken shape. Now, as you can probably imagine, we have a lot to get through. So let's fast forward to the first humans. Early human species lived in Europe about 1.8 million years ago, most likely having arrived from Africa. The first anatomically modern humans, Homo sapiens, seem to have appeared in Europe around 50,000 years ago. A variety of cultures began to develop across the continent, and archaeological findings give us some insight into how they lived. Tools, for instance, gradually became more sophisticated. Burial sites also provide evidence of rituals and beliefs, a sense of group identity. At some point, people began to create art. A famous example is the Venus of Willendorf, a limestone figurine of a woman that was made about 30,000 years ago in what is now Austria. These archaeological discoveries show us that across the continent, unique cultures and civilizations were starting to evolve. There was more to life than mere survival. But according to many historians, the first major civilization didn't appear until much later, during the Bronze Age, around 3000 BCE. The Minoan civilization was based on the island of Crete, now part of Greece, and it flourished for about 2,000 years. The Minoans were skilled artists and craftsmen, and they built grand palaces such as Knossos, the ruins of which can still be visited today. They also traded extensively with people in neighboring lands such as Egypt and Syria. The Minoan civilization gradually declined, but from around 1750 BCE, another important culture emerged nearby on mainland Greece. The Mycenaeans were similarly sophisticated, with their impressive architecture and engineering. So, we can see that in early European history, Greece stands out as a hub of civilization. And this brings us to a disclaimer of sorts. In this story, to keep things simple, we'll mainly be focusing on Western and Southern Europe. It was in this region that some of the most important cultural movements emerged, movements that defined the development of Western civilization. Though, of course, that's not to say that the rest of Europe was some sort of cultural backwater. At around the time that the Mycenaeans were in Greece, many other cultures were thriving elsewhere. For example, the Mycenaeans traded goods with Bronze Age Nordic societies who lived in parts of northern Germany and southern Scandinavia. Some of these people were skilled metalworkers, crafting beautiful bronze tools, jewelry, and weapons. In Sweden, they also left behind intriguing hints of their daily lives and religious beliefs through hundreds of rock carvings. Many of these carvings depict ships, a predictable choice of subject given how important they were for a seafaring community. Elsewhere in Europe, it was horses that were essential. From around the 6th to the 3rd centuries BCE, the Scythians lived on the Pontic steppe, an area that stretches across Eastern Europe and into Central Asia. As a nomadic population, the Scythians became expert horsemen. They developed advanced saddles and were famous for their skills in mounted archery. Over the centuries, Scythian tribes dominated the region. The area around Crimea, now part of Ukraine, became one of their most important power bases. There's so much more we could say about the Scythians, not to mention the many other cultures living in Europe at the time. The Thracians, for instance, in modern-day Bulgaria, or the Celtic Iron Age culture known as Latin, which was active in much of Western and Central Europe. But now, it's time to return to the place where things were really taking off: Greece. Ancient Greek civilization was one of the most influential in history, leaving an unparalleled legacy. The period that historians refer to as classical antiquity began around the 8th century BCE. This was the time, more or less, that the epic poetry of Homer was being composed, the Iliad and the Odyssey. Ancient Greek civilization reached its peak in Athens from the 5th century BCE and ended around the 2nd century BCE, about the time that the Roman Republic became a major power. During this period, Greeks such as Euclid were making important discoveries in geometry and laying the foundations of modern mathematics. Philosophers including Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle were asking the big questions. Others were developing the fields of astronomy and medicine. To this day, many doctors still swear a version of the Hippocratic Oath, an oath of ethics that originates in an ancient Greek text. Then there was the art, architecture, theatre, the foundation of the Olympic Games, the world's first known democracy. The list goes on. There's a reason why Greece, and Athens in particular, is considered the birthplace of Western civilization. This brings us to an interesting question. Why here? As we've seen, there was plenty going on in other parts of Europe. Why did Greece in particular produce so many remarkable people? We mentioned earlier civilizations in the area, the Minoans and the Mycenaeans. The ancient Greeks would have taken inspiration from these cultures. In terms of academic knowledge, they were also influenced by other civilizations such as the Babylonians and Egyptians. The conquests of Alexander the Great in the 4th century BCE helped to facilitate cultural exchanges between different regions. But there was also something special about Athens in particular. For example, some people in ancient Athens, a privileged minority, had an abundance of leisure time. They also lived in a society where knowledge and public debate were highly valued. This made it easier to share ideas and helped people to build on each other's work. If a genius like Socrates had been born in the same period, but in another part of Europe, he may not have become a famous philosopher. Many different factors have to converge to create people like Socrates, and a civilization as important and influential as that of classical Greece. Another noteworthy Greek innovation is the name Europe itself. This may be a reference to Europa, a princess in Greek mythology. Alternatively, the name might be a combination of two Greek words, meaning something along the lines of wide-gazing. To Greek sailors, the continent's shoreline may have struck them as being broad. Interestingly, even though we now consider Greece part of Europe, to many early Greeks, Europe was something separate. It was the land to the north, a relatively uncivilized place. In the words of the ancient Greek philosopher Aristotle, the peoples inhabiting the cold places and those of Europe are full of spirit, but inferior with regard to intelligence and skill. They continue to be comparatively free, but lack civic organization and the ability to rule their neighbors. After the Greeks came the Romans, the next big civilization to dominate Western Europe. At its peak, under the Emperor Trajan in the 2nd century CE, the Roman Empire covered nearly 2 million square miles. It stretched across swathes of southern and western Europe, as well as parts of Africa and the Middle East. While the empire would eventually fall, it left a lasting legacy. Roman achievements include advances in plumbing and sanitation, as well as the foundation of major European cities such as London and Vienna. Additionally, Roman law became the foundation for modern legal systems worldwide. And, let's not forget, the Romans helped to transmit and preserve Greek learning. The Romans greatly admired the Greeks. They sought to imitate them in their religion, in their art and architecture, and many other areas. To some extent, it's thanks to the Romans that Greek advances in learning, in everything from geometry to astronomy, survived to be passed on to the next generations. We also have the Romans to thank for another big development, one that would have an unprecedented impact on Europe. In the Middle East, a new religion had formed, followers of Jesus Christ, who called themselves Christians. From the 1st century CE, there were a small number of Christians living in Rome, most likely converts from the Jewish community. However, they remained a minority, one that was sometimes persecuted, until the 4th century, when the Emperor Constantine converted to Christianity and legalized the religion. Later, under Theodosius I, Christianity became the official state religion of the Roman Empire. This is one of the main factors that allowed the faith to spread throughout the Eastern Mediterranean. Christianity became popular for many reasons. It promised salvation and offered community. And, unlike Judaism, anyone could become a Christian. Christianity was enthusiastically promoted by missionaries who traveled along the extensive road network of the Roman Empire. Over the following years, and in multiple stages, the faith would continue to spread across Europe. By the end of the 5th century, the Western Roman Empire had fallen. For most historians, this marks the beginning of the Middle Ages. The Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire, would survive for another 1,000 years. We'll come back to that later. In Western Europe, the early Middle Ages have also been known as the Dark Ages. This term, now seen as outdated, was first used by the Italian scholar Petrarch in the 14th century. For Petrarch, the early Middle Ages seemed dark when compared to the radiance of classical antiquity, it seemed like a time of cultural decline. It's true that once great cities like Athens and Rome were shadows of their former selves. Much of Western Europe had been taken over by Germanic kingdoms. These rulers controlled large areas of territory, but to some extent they were less sophisticated than Roman leaders. The Roman Empire had benefited from resources and bureaucracy, large-scale organization. A bit later on in the Middle Ages, power became more localized, and the feudal system emerged. It became the dominant political structure in parts of Europe, a rigid hierarchy based on land ownership, which made social mobility virtually impossible. People were very dependent on the tier above them, and serfs were the worst off. These peasant farmers were tied to the land they worked on, and often exploited by their lords. At this point, it's worth taking a moment to pause and reflect. Throughout European history, the vast majority of the population have been peasants, rural labourers. They worked the land, providing food not just for themselves, but the rest of society. While we tend to focus on the famous figures, monarchs, religious leaders, and so on, let's remember that their lives and achievements were made possible by the labour of ordinary people. Without them, there would have been no Roman Empire, no Renaissance. But before we get to the Renaissance, let's look at some other things that were going on during the Middle Ages. As we've mentioned, the medieval era has sometimes been viewed negatively and unfairly as a somewhat stagnant or even backward time. However, things certainly began to pick up as the years went on. For instance, while the glory days of Rome were over, the Republic of Venice rose in power and influence as a major trading centre. Meanwhile, Paris became one of the largest cities in Europe. By 1300, it had a population of about 200,000. Many towns and cities in Europe developed rich cultures and became centres of learning. Monasteries, in particular, were intellectual hubs, which brings us to another point: the role of the Church and the unstoppable rise of Christianity. After the fall of the Western Roman Empire, Christianity not only survived, but flourished. It spread across Europe, becoming the dominant religion and influencing all aspects of society, from politics to education. Christian scholars copied and translated classic texts from ancient Greece and Rome, helping to preserve them. These scholars often incorporated their own faith-based commentary, but the original texts and ideas survived. Another survivor was Latin, the language of the Romans. In the Middle Ages, it became the primary language of education, administration, and the church. During these years, many important shifts in power and culture were taking place across Europe. England stands out as a particularly interesting example. After being ruled by the Romans, there was a period of Germanic immigration. These settlers became known as the Anglo-Saxons, and a rich culture developed. A number of powerful kingdoms were established across the country, and by the 7th century, the Anglo-Saxons converted to Christianity. Over the following centuries, there was more migration from Scandinavia, plus a series of Viking invasions and a rather turbulent political situation. In 1066, England was invaded on a large scale for the final time by the Normans. After the initial upheaval, things stabilized to a certain extent, allowing England to develop a distinctive identity. From relatively early on, England had a strong, centralized monarchy. But while the monarch was powerful, he didn't have absolute power. In 1215, the King of England signed a document known as Magna Carta. This stated that no one was above the law, not even the king, and that people had a right to a fair trial. For the early 13th century, this was pretty revolutionary stuff. While there's a lot more we could say about English history, for now we'll leave you with this observation. As an island nation with a relatively consistent governance, at least compared to some other countries in Europe, England became somewhat unique. It began to develop a national identity early on, having been a unified state since the 10th century. Germany and Italy, on the other hand, didn't become unified countries until the 19th century. In part, perhaps these differences explain why today Britain is seen as both European and a nation slightly apart. Elsewhere in Europe in the Middle Ages, power was fragmented among many different rulers: kings, emperors, lords, and dukes. Some of these rulers became exceptionally powerful, such as Charlemagne, a Frankish king who ruled in the 8th century. But by the High Middle Ages, around the 11th and 12th centuries, one of the most influential powers in Europe was the papacy. It's remarkable to reflect on this transformation when we remember how the early Christians were a minority group. By the 11th century, Christianity was the main religion, and the Pope was one of the most powerful men in all of Europe. Although the papacy didn't have its own permanent army, it was able to recruit plenty of soldiers from across Europe in times of need. This explains how, between 1095 and 1291, the papacy was able to initiate a series of military campaigns known as the Crusades. The idea was for Christian soldiers to reclaim the Holy Land, including the city of Jerusalem, which was under Muslim rule. While the First Crusade was a success, subsequent wars didn't go too well. But the Crusaders certainly persevered, launching multiple campaigns over a period of 200 years. This tells us something not just about the power of the papacy, but the level of Christian fervor in Europe. People were prepared to die for their beliefs. That being said, some crusaders were likely motivated by less spiritual motives, such as desire for wealth or glory. Wanderlust may have also been a factor. Back then, joining an army was a way to see the world. Between the 8th and 15th centuries, there was conflict between Christians and Muslims on the Iberian Peninsula. From the 8th century onwards, much of Spain and Portugal was under Muslim rule. This territory was occupied by the Moors, who were based in North Africa. Over the following centuries, there were consistent efforts by Christian armies to retake the territory. These military campaigns became known as the Reconquista, or Reconquest. In 1492, the city of Granada was recaptured, ending Muslim rule in this part of Europe. Although religion wasn't the only factor, the success of the Reconquista demonstrates just how important and how powerful Christianity had become in Europe. Ever since the earliest days of European history, wars have been fought. People were constantly fighting over land and power. What's interesting about the Middle Ages is that from this point on, religious motivations became prominent in certain conflicts. This may seem strange to us today, given that Christianity is often associated with peace. But in medieval times, many Christians believed that violence could be justified or even required to defend their faith. In 1095, Pope Urban II suggested that war could be holy. Fighting could even have spiritual benefits. For some, there was no contradiction in being a follower of Christ, a man who preached peace and tolerance while also taking part in wars and other violent acts. In the Middle Ages, Christianity helped to shape European identity. People living in otherwise very different cultures, for example, Spain and Germany, were to some extent united by their shared faith. For many, Europe meant Christendom. However, the average person living in France during the Middle Ages would have identified much more strongly with their town or region. They wouldn't have thought of themselves as being European. At this point in history, even national identity, the idea of being French, for instance, was secondary to regional ties. We've mainly been focusing on Western Europe, but now it's time to take a quick look to the East. As we mentioned earlier, the Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, survived throughout the Middle Ages. For hundreds of years, it was the major power in Greece and the Balkans. Its capital was Constantinople, now Istanbul, in Turkey. In 1453, in a dramatic turn of events, this city was captured by the Ottoman Turks. The fall of Constantinople marks not just the end of the Byzantine Empire, but also, for many historians, the end of the Middle Ages. Across Europe, change was on the horizon. The fall of Constantinople had a huge, wide-reaching impact. But in the short term, one of the most interesting consequences was the exodus of scholars. When Constantinople was taken over by the Turks, Byzantine scholars fled the city. Many moved to Italy, bringing their manuscripts with them. These scholars would contribute to the cultural movement that was already underway in Italy, the Renaissance. Renaissance means rebirth. From the 14th to the 16th century, people in Western Europe were rediscovering classical antiquity and creating their own works in response. As a cultural movement, the Renaissance looked backwards to the glory of ancient Greece and Rome. But it also broke new ground in art, architecture, literature, philosophy, politics, science, and exploration. One of the most iconic artworks of the Renaissance is The School of Athens by the Italian artist Raphael. This magnificent fresco shows the great philosophers of the past surrounded by grand architecture. For Raphael and other Renaissance figures, the ancient Greeks are as relevant as ever. While Christianity remained important throughout Europe, the Renaissance saw a shift through the development of humanism. People became increasingly interested in man's capabilities. For instance, take another Renaissance artwork, The Vitruvian Man by Leonardo da Vinci. This drawing of a naked man represents a growing interest in anatomy and science, and the belief that the individual human was worthy of study. Although the Renaissance spread across Europe, it began in Italy, and Florence is often seen as the movement's birthplace. Why here in particular? Well, as always, there are many factors. Wealth from trade, for instance, and rich patrons of the arts, like the Medici. In addition, we might draw a comparison to Athens in the 5th century BCE. In 15th century Florence, a lot of talented, knowledgeable people were active in the city at around the same time, taking inspiration from one another. And let's keep in mind that at the time, Italy wasn't a unified country. It was made up of lots of different states, a bit like ancient Greece. This may have been a contributing factor in terms of Italy's cultural development. It led to more diversity and rivalry between states, the perfect conditions for progress. Renaissance curiosity and ambition also contributed to the Age of Discovery, or Age of Exploration, which began in the late 15th century. Many Europeans took to the seas, most notably Christopher Columbus. This Italian explorer led Spanish expeditions across the Atlantic Ocean. For the first time in recorded history, Europeans made sustained contact with the Americas. However, as a side note, it seems that the Vikings technically got there first, reaching North America in the 11th century. From the late 15th century onwards, people from Spain, Portugal, England, the Netherlands, and other European countries traveled around the world, trading and establishing colonies. These journeys led to cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and economic growth. They also had a devastating impact on indigenous populations. To give just a few examples, Europeans brought smallpox to the Americas, wiping out much of the population. They also took over land by force, displacing and sometimes killing the natives and destroying local cultures. The Age of Discovery had a mixed legacy, to say the least. A recurring theme in history, and not just European history, is that progress often comes at the expense of more vulnerable people. Now, as if there wasn't enough going on, we also have the Reformation, which began in Germany in the early 16th century. Reformation refers to the attempt to reform the Catholic Church. Theologians such as Martin Luther were very critical of the Church and certain Catholic practices. They believed one could be a good Christian simply through having faith in Christ and following the teachings of the Bible. The Reformation led to the emergence of Protestantism and paved the way for further divisions in Christianity. Many believed that reform was much needed, given the state of the Catholic Church at the time. In many ways, the Reformation was revolutionary, challenging traditional authority and changing the relationship that people had with their faith. And, as with any kind of revolution, the Reformation also created a huge amount of conflict. For centuries to come, the relationship between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would often be a hostile one. We've seen how a concept of Europe has gradually been developing based on a shared faith. Despite the divisions we've just mentioned, Christianity remained a major cultural force and a symbol of identity. Many people saw a clear distinction between Christian Europe and other civilizations. The Ottoman Turks, who now ruled Constantinople, for instance, or the indigenous people of the Americas. Interestingly, it was around the 16th century that Europe became more precisely defined as a distinct geographical entity. Advances in cartography, map-making, led to the creation of more accurate maps. In 1570, the Flemish cartographer Abraham Ortelius created a detailed map of Europe, which is remarkably similar to modern-day versions. Now, at the time, maps would have been luxury items. The average person in Europe didn't have an atlas in their home, and their knowledge of European geography would have been quite limited. Nonetheless, the existence of these kinds of maps shows how Europe was becoming more clearly conceptualized. Seemingly distant and disparate regions, such as Spain and the Baltic lands, were recognized as belonging to the same larger entity. The Renaissance led to major shifts in Europe, progress and revolutions across multiple fields, as people began to re-examine society, man's place in the world, and their relationship with religion. The scientific revolution of the 16th and 17th centuries saw significant development in mathematics and many scientific fields. Thanks to geniuses like Copernicus from Poland, Galileo from Italy, and Isaac Newton from England, people gained a new understanding of the world. After the scientific revolution came the Age of Enlightenment, which emerged in the late 17th century. Once again, though it spread across the continent, it was centered in Western Europe. Enlightenment thinkers were inspired by science and a rational approach. They questioned traditions and conventions, in some cases advocating for separation between church and state. An important Enlightenment principle was that of individual liberty. Over the years, there was a gradual push for freedom, as many began to challenge religious authority. Enlightenment thinkers believed that people were capable of extraordinary things. Given the recent successes in so many fields, it's little wonder. One of the most dramatic consequences of Enlightenment philosophy took place in France in the late 18th century. When we consider the French Revolution, we can see that many of the ingredients came from the Enlightenment. Principles of individual liberty and ideas of social, political, and religious reform. That being said, the causes of the revolution were complex. A financial crisis, widespread hunger and discontent, and resentment of the monarchy also fanned the flames. The French Revolution lasted for a decade and sent shockwaves through Europe. It was an attack on the monarchy, the church, and anyone who was perceived to be an enemy of the revolution. In France, thousands of people went to the guillotine, which gained the nickname the National Razor. Societal change came at an enormous cost, but to some extent, the revolutionaries achieved their aims. The French Revolution impacted not just France and not just Europe, but the world. According to many historians, the revolution had a significant influence on both modern democracy and nationalism. Meanwhile, across the Channel, another kind of revolution was fermenting. The Industrial Revolution began in Britain sometime in the 18th century, as early as 1730 or as late as 1780. Historians' opinions differ. At any rate, by the 19th century, industrialization was well underway. There were major technological advances in areas such as manufacturing and the railway, and the British economy was booming. The reasons why the Industrial Revolution took off in Britain rather than elsewhere in Europe are many and complex. One contributing factor was Britain's abundant supply of natural resources such as coal and iron. There was also a strong economy, an efficient agricultural system which allowed more people to work in industry, and a culture of innovation. Over the course of about a century, industrialization transformed Britain. Rapid urbanization had numerous consequences, including the seemingly unstoppable growth of London. By the end of the 19th century, more than 6.5 million people lived in the capital. London was the largest city, not just in Europe, but the world. The Industrial Revolution also led to the expansion of the railway network, first in Britain and then Belgium and other parts of Europe. As countries and the continent became better connected, people in Europe could take advantage of new opportunities, from trade to tourism. Not all the consequences of the Industrial Revolution were positive. Predictably, pollution increased, as did social inequality in some parts of Europe. Still, there's no denying the transformative effect of industrialization. In the 19th century, Western Europe underwent some of the fastest and most dramatic changes in its history. Additionally, as a result of many different factors, including improved access to food and advances in medicine, the population of Europe doubled. It was now home to around 400 million people. In 1914, Europe was plunged into war. The trigger was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. But there's no simple explanation for the causes of the First World War. The growth of nationalism, imperialism, militarism, tension over alliances, the decline of the Ottoman Empire, and a changing balance of power in Europe. These are just some of the factors that contributed to the outbreak of war. The conflict is known as the First World War because it went far beyond Europe. On one side were the Allied powers, including European countries such as France and the United Kingdom, but also the United States and Japan. On the other side were the Central Powers, including Germany and Austria-Hungary. The First World War ended with a victory for the Allied powers 4 years later, in 1918. It's estimated that in total, more than 20 million people lost their lives. The First World War had a devastating impact on many countries, including Germany. In the aftermath, according to the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany had to accept full responsibility for the damage caused by the war. In addition, they lost territory, were forced to downsize their military, and ordered to pay reparations, a sum equivalent to around $32 billion. Even outside of Germany, many believed these penalties to be too extreme. Ironically, although the aim was to prevent such a terrible conflict from ever happening again, this punishment had an unintended consequence. It contributed to the conditions that allowed the Nazis to rise to power. Many people in Germany saw Adolf Hitler as a strong, inspiring leader who would rescue their country. In 1939, Germany, now led by Hitler, invaded Poland. This was the beginning of the Second World War, another major conflict that would drag on for 6 years. Once again, it involved countries from around the globe. The Allies, including the United Kingdom, the United States, and the Soviet Union, fought against the Axis powers, Germany, Italy, and Japan. This list of participants shows just how much the world had changed by the 20th century. Everything had become so complex and interconnected that a move by one country, Germany invading Poland, could trigger a global conflict. The Allies won in 1945, but the impact of the war would last for decades to come. The Second World War was the deadliest conflict in history. As many as 60 million people died, and the majority were civilians. In the aftermath of the war, there was much discussion about how to prevent anything like it from ever happening again, how to make Europe more united. The Council of Europe was founded in 1949 with the aims of promoting democracy and protecting human rights. In 1958, the body that later became the European Parliament convened for the first time in Strasbourg, France. And in 1993, following many years of discussions, negotiations, and treaties, the European Union was established. The European Union, or EU, currently unites 27 member states. Other European countries, such as Albania and Serbia, may join in the future, while the United Kingdom, ever the outsider, voted to leave in 2016. Of course, it would be an oversimplification to say that the EU defines Europe, especially as not all European countries are members. Nonetheless, by uniting so much of the continent, both politically and economically, it's a powerful symbol. And while the EU is a relatively recent creation, it owes its existence to centuries of history and philosophical thought. In particular, the values of the Enlightenment. The Treaty of Lisbon became effective in 2009 and currently provides the legal basis for the EU. In the preamble, it refers to the cultural, religious, and humanist inheritance of Europe, from which have developed the universal values of the inviolable and inalienable rights of the human person: freedom, democracy, equality, and the rule of law. We might also note the EU's motto, United in Diversity. Despite these efforts, divisions still exist in Europe. And sadly for some Europeans, war is not just history, but a daily reality. Still, reflecting on Europe's extraordinary past, it seems that there's reason to be optimistic. It might be argued that these days, on the whole, Europe is more united, peaceful, and prosperous than at any other time in history. Over thousands of years, the continent has seen the rise and fall of great powers, the birth of new ideas and technologies, and the gradual evolution of a European identity. Whatever comes next, it's bound to be fascinating and unpredictable, just like the continent itself.
It's September the 27th, 1825. A cool, sunny day in the town of Darlington, England. A middle-aged couple wait on the train platform, both well-dressed in Victorian fashions. They stand amongst a group of over 400 people, including families with children of all ages. All share in a mood of excitement and contribute to the fanfare that surrounds the world's first steam-powered passenger locomotive. They'll travel 25 miles on the locomotion number 1, moving at a speed of 15 miles per hour. The journey will take them an hour and 40 minutes, significantly less time than by horse-drawn stagecoach. It might be hard for listeners in the 21st century to even comprehend what it would have felt like to see a steam train for the first time, let alone ride one, to have a world of possibilities open up before you. And yet, such events became fairly common during the period that we're exploring tonight. The Industrial Revolution saw a great many firsts across transport, science, business, and engineering. The advancements made in power and technology would completely alter work and home life. Each new invention might be seen as a stepping stone on humankind's journey into the 21st century. And it all began on the island of Great Britain around the middle of the 18th century. The country was in its Georgian era. George II ruled as king until 1760, before George III took the reins, ruling until 1820. It was also the age of European imperialism, when large parts of the world
were colonized by foreign powers. Britain would eventually amass the largest of all empires, reaching its peak in the 1920s. Even years before, in the 1750s, it held colonies across 6 continents. It's in part because of its growing empire that Britain was ripe for industrialization. It controlled a global trading network through its foreign domains, putting it at the forefront of commerce and business. The colonies were the key to supply and demand. They were a source of cheap labor and raw materials, allowing the British to import exotic goods at low cost, both to the mainland and throughout the empire. At the same time, British goods were sold throughout the colonies, increasing demand and therefore profits. The empire brought wealth and prosperity to the mainland, resulting in higher wages for some and creating a need for more jobs. People would move in droves from towns and villages into cities, where many found employment working in factories. At the same time, the government introduced pieces of legislation, including patent laws, insurance, contract laws, and more. These aimed to regulate and support businesses and help to foster an environment in which entrepreneurs might thrive. Unsurprisingly, there was a rise in the number of entrepreneurs, including British businessmen and those who settled in Britain from abroad. With its pro-business laws and huge market, it was the perfect place to build a successful company. Britain also had a number of steady financial institutions, making for a solid pool of potential investors. Inventors and manufacturers could gain the capital they required to build new machines and house them in factories. Crucially, the island was also rich in raw materials: iron, steel, copper, and coal. These would be vital for industrial development, both to build the machines and to give them power. Such goods could be taken around the country on a transport network made up of canals, rivers, roads, and railways that was ahead of its time. This was another factor that made change logistically possible and made Britain the perfect place for the Industrial Revolution to begin. Like the European Renaissance of the 15th and 16th centuries, it was a time of great talents coming together. And just as the Renaissance wasn't the result of one single piece of art, the Industrial Revolution wasn't the result of one invention. Rather, many advances were made in a relatively short period of time, from the development of gas-lit street lamps to the internal combustion engine, from the invention of the power loom to the steamship. Of course, some advancements stood out above others due to the size and scope of the impact they made, like the development of the steam-powered pump, or pistonless steam engine, first patented in 1698 by English engineer and inventor Thomas Savery. The pump, called the miner's friend, is noteworthy for being the first practically useful application of steam power. Savery constructed a low-lift pump to draw water out of mines, combining use of a vacuum alongside steam power. Water was boiled in the engine, producing steam pressure, which drew water upwards through the pipes. The water then cooled, creating a condensation vacuum, resulting in more water being pulled upwards. The pump generated about 1 horsepower. That's equivalent to the power that it might take today to shift a lift or elevator by 30 centimeters a second. The miner's friend was used in mines and waterways and was still being manufactured into the late 1800s. It laid the groundwork for other inventions like the piston steam engine, invented in 1712 by Thomas Newcomen. An English ironmonger and Baptist preacher, Newcomen made a living selling tools to the mines. He sought to improve upon Savory's invention with what's sometimes called an atmospheric engine. Hot steam was let into a cylindrical chamber, followed by cold water, creating a vacuum. The steam and the vacuum powered a piston above, which moved a rocking beam up and down in a seesawing motion. This was attached to a long pump rod, which hung down into the mine. It drew water upwards from deep in the mine shaft, allowing miners to dig much deeper than they could before. Newcomen's machine had a number of disadvantages, but by the standards of the time, it was another leap forward. It widened the scope of industries like coal mining, leading to a veritable abundance of coal supplies in Britain. The next key advancement came courtesy of a Scotsman, an engineer and chemist named James Watt. He made a series of adjustments to Newcomen's design: a steam jacket around the cylinder to keep it warm and prevent condensation, and a separate condensing chamber, allowing the steam to stay hot. Newcomen's patent had expired decades earlier, so Watt was able to gain the rights for his steam engine. It was first patented in 1769, with additional improvements made across the next few decades. One such improvement came in 1782, when Watt introduced a double-acting piston. Steam would be carried through 2 pipes at once, making the engine more powerful and helping it run smoothly. Additionally, it utilized rotational power, the engine being connected to a drive shaft with gears. These were aptly named the Sun and Planet gears, as the outer planet gears rotated around the Sun gear. What this meant for manufacturers was that, unlike the machine's predecessor, Watt's steam engine could drive machinery directly. And by 1800, it was doing just that, with nearly 500 engines having been manufactured and sold, and powering the machinery of many factories and mills. Steam-powered machines changed the shape of British industry, allowing workers to produce greater quantities far more quickly than before. Soon after, it made waves in the area of transport, with a new type of engine that would eventually move on wheels. English engineer Richard Trevithick invented an engine that was non-condensing. Sometimes referred to as a back-pressure turbine, steam was released via an exhaust. This kind of engine ran on high-pressure steam, operating at temperatures well above boiling. They were smaller, movable, and a great deal more powerful, which made them well suited to powering vehicles. Though it was only after a lot of trial and error, alongside the addition of many safety features, that Trevithick would build the world's first locomotive, making its inaugural journey in 1804. The locomotive hauled a load from an ironworks in Penydarren, Wales, to the Merthyr Cardiff Canal. The contraption had promise, but wasn't an outright success. However, it would pave the way for like-minded inventors who improved upon the design over subsequent years. There was the Salamanca in 1812, a twin-cylinder rack locomotive, which is often considered to be the first commercially successful steam locomotive. With cogs at the base, it ran on a toothed or rack railway and had enough traction to traverse steep mountains. The Puffing Billy came 2 years later, specifically to haul coal around northeast England. Then it was the Locomotion Number 1 that we heard about earlier, the first to transport passengers in 1825. The latter was built by George Stephenson, an English engineer known as the Father of Railways. His son Robert went on to build the Rocket, which was showcased in 1829 at the Rainhill Trials. The competition between locomotives attracted crowds of more than 10,000 spectators. It was intended to determine which company would gain the contract for the Liverpool-Manchester Railway, the first intercity train. Locomotives had to demonstrate that they could operate safely and carry a load 3 times their own weight. The Rocket won and was the only train to finish, bringing prize money and acclaim to all involved. Robert Stephenson and Company became early leaders in the industry. Their locomotives ran between Liverpool and Manchester, as well as elsewhere across the UK. They went on to provide railways in France and America, helping them on their way towards modernisation. It's impossible to overstate the impact of steam power, particularly when it came to steam locomotives. They were faster and more reliable than horse-drawn vehicles, and they were able to shift far heavier loads. Goods could be taken around the country, including the raw materials used to make machine parts and products, and the coal needed to fuel the machines. Manufactured goods could be taken to ports and exported to countries around the globe. Equally, they were transported to towns and cities, where the locals could buy things that hadn't been available before. It was largely because of trains that urban areas could grow. They enabled the transportation of building materials to cities, where they were used to construct factories and homes for workers. Trains also made it easier for workers to commute and for families to relocate to places where there were jobs. The country's wealth was distributed a little more widely, which ultimately resulted in the emergence of the middle class. Although we shouldn't paint too rosy a picture of what city life was like in the 19th century. Anyone familiar with the writing of Charles Dickens will know about the problems that came with urbanization. Living conditions were poor for a great many people. There was poor sanitation, overcrowding, and poverty.
pollution increased due to the number of factories, and diseases like cholera spread due to unsafe drinking water. On top of this, wages were low for many, and workers were sometimes treated very badly. Men, women, and children as young as 4 would work 6 days a week, up to 16 hours a day. Women received wages that were lower than men, and orphaned children worked for only board and lodgings. Many worked with dangerous machinery. Accidents happened often and were sometimes fatal. Some viewed the technology as a threat to their jobs, and so broke into factories and destroyed machines. Collectively, these people became known as Luddites, after Ned Ludd, who had broken 2 stocking frames, or mechanical knitting machines used for making textiles, in 1779. There were widespread riots in the early 1830s, as labourers set fires and destroyed threshing machines. The government responded severely, at times with executions, and the movement fizzled out soon after. It's perhaps unfair that the word Luddite is used today to refer to a person who is anti-technology. The original Luddites had legitimate complaints, echoed by much of the workforce across many industries at the time. They would eventually find a voice in the form of trade unions, which began to form across the country from the mid-1800s. Both trade unions and collective bargaining were made illegal in Britain by the Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800. Collective action was considered threatening to business by both the government and employers, who sought greater control over their workers. But those laws were eventually repealed in 1824 thanks to growing sympathy for the plight of workers and the public action of people like social reformer Francis Place. Trade unions fought for the rights of workers, for better pay and working conditions, and help for the sick and injured. They could instruct the workforce to go on strike, to put down their tools and refuse to produce until their demands were met. And with production halted and companies losing money by the day, employers were spurred to meet those demands. Gradually, the government began to introduce laws offering a little more protection for the most vulnerable workers. One of the most impactful came in 1833, with the abolition of slavery throughout the British Empire. It's a dark truth, but a truth nonetheless, that slavery had played a part in the Industrial Revolution. The wealth of the British Empire was in part generated through profits from the Atlantic slave trade. The rich had grown richer by using unpaid labor, slavery, in the colonies to produce high-priced goods like sugar and tobacco. The cotton that made its way to spinning machines in cities like Manchester had been picked by enslaved people and then imported. Thankfully, by the early 19th century, public opinion had begun to shift. America had gained independence in 1776, and slavery was less practical and less profitable to the British. People also began to question the morality of slavery, with both secular and religious thinkers calling for its abolition. Thinking also began to change around the same time about child labor
and general working conditions. There had been widespread public outcry after a report in 1832 exposed the misery of children working in textile factories. The government would respond, albeit very slowly, with laws that gradually chipped away at the problem. Age limits were put in place, and working hours were restricted. Though it wouldn't be until 1933 that school was made compulsory to the age of 16, and children under 14 were banned from working. Obviously, we see things very differently today when it comes to what's considered right and wrong. To us, it's not only just, but also sensible and practical for an employer to look after workers that they rely on for profit. After all, the employers of the Industrial Revolution required a skilled workforce to operate new machines. Many sectors had been completely transformed by the introduction of new technology. In textiles, for instance, there was the roller spinning machine, which mechanized spinning threads from 1738. Then came the spinning jenny in 1764, an adaptation of the spinning wheel that spun many threads at once. After that came the water frame in the 1770s, which harnessed the power of water to spin threads automatically. Cotton mills were built beside rivers and canals and fitted with huge wheels that rotated through the water. These water wheels converted the force of flowing water into energy that could power a large mill. The energy was carried across different floors of the building through a series of gears and shafts known as transmissions. There, it powered a number of machines, which spun good quality yarn in great quantities. Other notable inventions included the spinning mule, which combined the water frame's design with the spinning jenny. It allowed a single operator to spin hundreds of threads at once, producing finer yarn than had been made before. Then there was the power loom, patented by Edmund Cartwright in 1785, a machine that was enhanced over the next 5 decades. Using cogs, springs, pulleys, and levers, it automated the process of weaving, resulting in far greater output. While the earliest looms had been horse-driven, most had come to rely on water power. Cartwright's power loom, however, was steam-powered. It ran on the energy from its own steam engine. This demonstrates a theme that was common across the era, of growth in one sector leading to growth in another. Machines like the power loom that relied on steam power required coal as their source of fuel. This added to the amount of coal that was already needed to power locomotives and then steamboats, and the steam-powered machines that lifted water from mines. Also, vast amounts were necessary to keep steel foundries running, where steam-powered machines were used to forge metal. The coal industry boomed due to this increased demand. More mines were constructed, and deeper than before. About 3 million tons of coal were being mined annually in the 1700s. By the 1830s, that was closer to 30 million tons. Similarly, the advancements made in the production of metals played a key part in the success of other industries, particularly as they coincided with the development of new machine tools which allowed operators to cut and shape the metals. By the late 1700s, iron, in particular, was being produced on a large scale. It was used to make parts for machines and engines, as well as bridges, steam trains, and railways around the country. Technologies and industries relied on one another, leading to increased demand across sectors. In turn, this increased the need for better machinery, inspiring some inventors to double their efforts. Engineers and inventors joined forces with businessmen who had money and vision to make things happen. They based their designs on the developments of the time, including the work of their peers and predecessors. We should also note the significance of the scientific revolution, which had swept across Europe in the 16th and 17th centuries. This had dramatically altered ways of thinking about science, resulting in new discoveries and fields of study. It transformed disciplines like chemistry and physics and led to key developments in mathematics and mechanics. It gave us important theories like Newton's laws of motion and major discoveries, including electricity. The progress made during this earlier period had laid the foundations of the Industrial Revolution. Much of what we've learned about wouldn't have been possible if it weren't for the work of early scientists. This only adds to the feeling of synergy that seems to encapsulate the Industrial Revolution. Looking back over the era, one might imagine a jigsaw with many pieces fitted together to form an overall picture. As a whole, these pieces created enormous change over a relatively short period of time. Especially when we compare it to the years before, in which so much had remained the same over millennia. Since the Neolithic Revolution, which ended around 2000 BCE, much of human society had moved away from a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. They opted instead to settle and form communities, farming the land and making goods by hand. Now, consider the life of a British person living around the late 1600s. That's over 3.5 millennia after the end of the Stone Age and a couple of centuries before the Industrial Revolution. In many key ways, little had changed. The majority of people worked in agriculture and looked to the sun to tell the time. They still cooked over an open fire and made goods by hand by the light of those flames. Some were fortunate enough to own their own horse or have animals to pull a wagon and take produce to market. But the majority couldn't travel any further than they could walk and would likely never leave the place they'd grown up in. Compare this to the life of a person in Britain 200 years later in the late 1800s. Their work and home lives were now dramatically different, and the country itself had been radically changed. Most people were employed in industry, not agriculture. They worked in coal mines, metalworks, shops and factories. Some worked in transport, which had bloomed exponentially. There were trains, steamboats, canal boats, and more. Many had swapped a life in the countryside for the hustle and bustle of city living. They no longer worked at home, but performed shifts at their workplace, measuring the time in the hours and minutes. As to people's home life, you've already heard about the problems caused by rapid urbanization. Despite this, many argue that this was the first time in history when the standard of living rose across the Western world. People heated their homes with coal fires. They warmed drinks on coal stoves and used porcelain teapots. Some went on holiday to the British seaside, wearing fancy outfits purchased from a tailor. The British diet expanded to include a broader range of nutrients, as calorie-dense vegetables were introduced from abroad. Foreign imports like tea, coffee, and hot chocolate became steady mainstays of the average person's diet. Society and culture shifted as a whole, with clearer divisions between classes. People came to identify with a certain class of people, based on where they lived, their job, and income. This informed their attitudes, their choices, and behavior across mostly every facet of culture and lifestyle. From the clothes people dressed in to how they behaved at home, how they spent their leisure time, and which social groups they joined. Some joined singing groups alongside their colleagues. Others formed football clubs like the Royal Engineers AFC. Many frequented the working men's clubs that were opened in industrial areas from 1857. These were essentially a working-class alternative to the gentlemen's clubs of the elite. They were places to socialize and engage in discussions around politics, similar to the coffee shops and tea rooms that peppered the cities. Such groups would be key to lasting social change, allowing working-class people to share viewpoints and be heard. This opened the doors for movements like Chartism, in which mostly working-class men advocated for the vote. The rights and protections enjoyed by many of us today have their roots in industrialization, or, more precisely, the reaction to it. Equal pay for women and safe working conditions for all, a minimum living wage, and a limit to working hours. And this is true not only in Great Britain, but in many of the places that industrialization spread to. In the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, that was Western Europe and America. But by the 20th century, it included much of the world. Nations industrialized at very different rates, being that for change to happen, many conditions had to be met. Some were held back by a lack of coal or iron. Others didn't have the funding or political stability. Some were landlocked, with no access to waterways, and therefore couldn't trade goods via steamship. Countries who were earliest adopters had the same things in place that Britain had at the beginning. America, in particular, was in a good position, having seen an influx of migrants in the later 19th and early 20th centuries. Migration helped the spread of technology and ideas, with some British manufacturers moving to the States. While unskilled migrants from Europe and beyond became a source of cheap labor for businesses around the country. Ideas were also spread via less savory means, namely through industrial espionage. Governments across the world sent spies to Britain to uncover trade secrets of its industrial success. By the late 1800s, the world seemed split into countries that had industrialized and those that hadn't. Competition increased between governments across continents as global power appeared to be shifting. Nations across Asia and the Middle East began to see their profits decline. They had a smaller share of the global market. Whilst they continued to manufacture quality goods, they couldn't compete with industrialized nations who could mass produce goods and sell them far more cheaply. Not wanting to be left behind, leaders of different states began to take action. But the rate of progress and the consequences of industrialization could be dramatically different from one country to another. In Russia, it began with steam trains and railways, resulting in the Trans-Siberian Railway, completed in 1904. What's still, to this day, the world's longest railway, greatly improved trade with the Far East and the far reaches of the country itself. On the other hand, industrialization was also a key factor in the Russian Revolution just a year later. Economic hardship and poor working conditions led to widespread rebellion and a change of government. Meanwhile, in Japan, change would happen under the banner of the Meiji Restoration. New railways and better roads improved transport and trade. Laws were introduced to support business and commerce. The Japanese borrowed heavily from Western ideas, inviting thousands of foreign experts to work across different industries. Western educators were employed to teach in Japanese schools, where the curriculum had been adapted to prepare students to work in factories, initially within the textile industry, which was the first to modernize. The idea had been to modernize as a form of self-protection from other nations. But the result was that the country transformed in mere decades. Between the late 19th and early 20th centuries, it went from being a feudal society to a modern powerhouse. This period is sometimes referred to as the Second Industrial Revolution, the first having wound down around the mid-1800s. Also known as the Technological Revolution, it was marked by rapid change and innovation. Inventions from this time included the telephone and radio, and Thomas Edison's light bulb by 1880. The first large-scale power grid came soon after, providing many homes with electricity. The internal combustion engine, which could run on gas, completely transformed the world of transport. Not only did it lead to better ships and trains, but allowed for the creation of the first automobile and aeroplane. Soon, people were driving their own cars and flying abroad on foreign holidays. The possibilities must have seemed endless. There was no stopping the momentum of modernization. By 1969, humankind had landed on the moon, in part thanks to the invention of nuclear power. This marked the beginning of industrialization's third chapter, sometimes called the Digital Revolution. This period saw the invention of integrated circuit chips and microprocessors, which could store and process data. The scope of computers was dramatically widened in a way that would alter both work and home life. By the 1970s, many homes had computers, as well as televisions, telephones, stereos, and more. And by the late 2000s, most people would have the internet, enabling them to communicate with others around the globe. This brings us to where we are now, in the 21st century, the modern age. Some consider this to be the fourth industrial revolution, due to the rapid growth of technological advancements. Our lives today have been modified and digitized in a way that our ancestors wouldn't have thought possible. From artificial intelligence and cutting-edge robotics to 3D printers in the home, alongside a range of smart devices. The Industrial Revolution is unlike any other, mostly in that it isn't technically a revolution. While it is a period of enormous transformation, it has a beginning, but doesn't have an end. The Industrial Revolution is still ongoing. We're just in one of its later chapters. Change is still happening all around us, opening up a world of possibilities in the near and distant future.
When you think of London, perhaps you picture Trafalgar Square, bustling with tourists and commuters, double-decker buses and black taxis. This square feels like the very centre of London. And indeed, nearby Charing Cross is the point from which distances from the capital are traditionally measured. As the location of the National Gallery, and with Nelson's column towering over the square, there's also a real sense of history in this part of London. You can imagine that this place has seen it all the changes that have taken place over the centuries. Relatively speaking, most of the architecture in Trafalgar Square isn't that old. The National Gallery was built in the 19th century, as were most of the fountains and monuments. But the area now known as Trafalgar Square has been a significant part of London since at least the 13th century. And it's also the site of another hidden history. In the 1950s, during building work in Trafalgar Square, some ancient remains were unearthed. Cave lions, wild ox, hippopotami, and rhinoceroses. These beasts lived in the area during the last interglacial period, approximately 120,000 years ago. It's surreal to imagine that here, where taxis wait at traffic lights, a rhinoceros once roamed. However, the true history of London has to begin with the area's human inhabitants. Humans first arrived in Britain much earlier, perhaps as early as 800,000 BCE. It seems likely that humans were also living in the London area hundreds of thousands of years ago. There's some evidence of activity, such as stone tools and human remains. But London wouldn't become an official settlement for quite some time. During the New Stone Age, around 4000 to 2200 BCE, communities in Britain began to live a more settled existence. The hunter-gatherer lifestyle was phased out as people turned to agriculture and began to domesticate animals. By the Bronze Age, the London area probably consisted of scattered farming settlements. There would have been lots of sheep, cattle, and a relatively new development, domesticated horses. By the Iron Age, which began in 700 BCE, horses were being used to pull carts. Trade and travel were now much more accessible, and the people living in the area were more connected with the outside world. London was on the cusp of existence, but it was only officially established in the 1st century, the period around 43 to 47 CE. The Romans had just conquered Britain, and they needed a strategically located base near the river. They chose an area on the bank of the River Thames, and they named it Londinium. In a sense, this is where our history of London really begins, with the Romans. Londinium was small. It occupied a space of about half a square mile. To put that into perspective, that's about the size of the present-day Hyde Park. You could have walked from one end of the city to the other in about half an hour. Londinium was located on the north bank of the River Thames. Roughly speaking, it corresponded to the district that we now know as the City of London. That's the area where St. Paul's Cathedral now stands. The Romans established Londinium for strategic reasons. Its location on a low point of the Thames made it easy to access both by land and sea. It was the ideal site for a port. Londinium soon became an important trade hub for the Romans, and over the years, the population quickly expanded. By the 2nd century, Londinium was home to as many as 60,000 people. It was growing in grandeur too. At the time, the city's basilica, a building that housed law courts and other civic institutions, was one of the largest structures north of the Alps. Another important construction was the London Wall. Building work began around 200 CE, and when completed, the wall stretched for more than 2 miles, encircling the city. Repairs and additions were made in medieval times, and some of the wall still survives today. An impressive section can be seen near Tower Hill tube station. In the second half of the 2nd century, a major fire seems to have destroyed much of Londinium. There may have also been a plague. Whatever the cause, the city's population shrank. This was a pattern that would often be repeated over the years to come. Expansion, followed by a disaster, then a period of rebuilding and growth. In Roman times, Londinium never quite regained its former glory. but it was still the capital of Roman Britain, and it retained a reasonably sized population. These days, London is known for being an incredibly diverse and cosmopolitan city. And, to some extent, this was also true from the beginning. Londinium was a melting pot. From DNA analysis, we know that many inhabitants came from continental Europe, while others had Middle Eastern or North African ancestry. Some people would have come to Londinium for work, soldiers, for example, or merchants. Though not everyone got a choice in the matter. Some of the city's inhabitants were slaves, forced to migrate with their masters. Again, this would be a recurring theme in London's history. As with so many other cities, it's often been a place of inequality. In the early 5th century, the Roman Empire was under strain. Overwhelmed by economic problems, political turmoil, and attacks from barbarian tribes, something had to give. So, in the year 410, when the British begged the Roman Emperor Honorius for military assistance, he declined. This effectively marked the end of the Roman era in Britain. The people of Britain and Londinium were on their own. The following years are a bit of a murky period, historically speaking. There's not much in the way of archaeological evidence or written records, so we don't know exactly what was going on in Londinium. But while the city wasn't abandoned overnight, it did fall into decline. Without Roman wealth and protection, deterioration was inevitable. We can imagine Londinium as a much smaller, humbler city. Buildings falling into ruin and the great walls overgrown. Eventually, the city may have been abandoned altogether. After the Romans left Britain, some new settlers arrived. They were Germanic tribes originating from the countries now known as Germany, Denmark, and the Netherlands. Some may even have arrived while the Romans were still in Britain. However, most migration and settlement took place during the 5th and 6th centuries. These settlers would come to be known as the Anglo-Saxons, and they would dominate Britain for 500 years. Just like the Romans before them, the Anglo-Saxons needed to establish some new settlements. Instead of taking over the old Roman city of Londinium, they decided to settle just outside the walls to the west. By the late 7th century, there was a new London, Londonwich. The name meant London Trading Town. Like Londinium, Londonwich was strategically placed on the northern bank of the River Thames. It occupied the area that we now know as Covent Garden. Today, many of London's theatres are located around Aldwych. The name Aldwych means Old Settlement or Trading Town, a reference to the area's Anglo-Saxon origins. Apart from its geographical location, we don't know much about Londonwich. But gradually, it must have grown in size and importance as a trading centre. A significant development took place in the late 9th century, during the rule of Alfred the Great. The focus of settlement seems to have shifted from Londonwich to its next-door neighbour, the old Roman city of Londinium. One likely reason for this is that Londinium still had its Roman walls. These were refortified to provide protection from Viking invaders. So, what was once Londinium became the new city centre. It was known as Londonburg. But from now on, to keep things simple, we'll just use the name London. Though the name was first recorded as early as the 1st century, it wouldn't become widespread or formalised until much later. The Anglo-Saxon era might be considered a new start for London, a city both young and old. It marked the official beginning of the City of London, a specific district that still exists today. To an extent, its boundaries are still marked by the old Roman walls. These days, the London Wall is just a monument. But in Anglo-Saxon times, it offered much-needed defence. Back then, London probably felt like a rather precarious place to live. From the 9th century onwards, there were frequent Viking invasions. London Bridge may have even been destroyed in the early 11th century during an attack led by Olaf II of Norway. Some believe that this event might have inspired the famous nursery rhyme, "London Bridge is falling down." The population of Anglo-Saxon London fluctuated over the years. But at its peak, it's estimated to have been no more than around 15,000, about a quarter of the size of Londinium in its glory days. Anglo-Saxon London seems to have been a modest hub of trade and commerce. But again, it couldn't compare to Londinium. And in terms of architecture, it had nothing to rival the grandeur of the old Roman monuments. Nonetheless, the city was gradually taking shape. In 1042, after a period of Danish rule, Edward the Confessor became King of England. Edward was an extremely pious Christian, and he ordered the construction of a grand new church west of London. Westminster would later become part of central London, but in Edward's day, although it was geographically very close, it was still separate. The church that Edward commissioned came to be known as Westminster Abbey. He also had a palace built nearby, allowing him to oversee the work. Edward lived just long enough to see the consecration of Westminster Abbey. His project had some important consequences. It established Westminster as a place of both religious and political significance. And again, while Westminster was not yet considered part of London, we can see the gradual westward spread of the city. Edward the Confessor died in 1066. His death sparked a succession crisis, culminating in the Battle of Hastings. The Duke of Normandy, better known as William the Conqueror, became the King of England. This was the beginning of a new era, both for the country and its soon-to-be capital. Within the next decade, William had begun a major construction project, a fortified tower to the east of the city. It was known as the White Tower, and it was the first building in the complex that would become the Tower of London. The site would expand over the years, with additions from subsequent rulers. The Tower of London was a castle, a citadel, a royal residence, a prison, and the home of the crown jewels. The tower would play a key role in English history over the centuries. If you wanted to control the country, you needed control of the tower. In early medieval times, Westminster was not yet the official seat of government. However, it was becoming more firmly established as the centre of political power. Grand government halls were built in Westminster during this period. And by the late 12th century, London had its first ever mayor, a sign of the city's growing importance and need for governance. The population was steadily growing. In the year 1200, London had about 30,000 inhabitants. And by 1300, the population had grown to 80,000. It was by far the most populous city in England, and among the largest in Europe. While London was smaller than Paris, it was now larger than Rome, which shrunk to as few as 30,000 inhabitants during the medieval era. One of the reasons for London's growing population was immigration. Many people moved to the city in search of commercial opportunities. This included merchants and traders from countries such as France, Denmark, and Germany, as well as a large Jewish community. However, there was ongoing tension and anti-Jewish violence in the city. And by the late 13th century, London's Jewish community had been forced to leave the country. Unfortunately, even the most diverse and cosmopolitan cities have a darker side to their history. London is no exception. There was also a downside to the city's growing population: the challenge of sanitation. Medieval London was filthy. Streets were filled with excrement and open sewers that sometimes flowed into the Thames. The presence of slaughterhouses, fishmongers, and tanneries would have added to the pungent atmosphere. There were some efforts to clean up the city. For example, legislation that prohibited rubbish from being thrown in the river. But, on the whole, London would remain a dirty and polluted city for centuries to come. Poor sanitation aside, medieval London seems to have been an impressive and even beautiful city, with its palaces, mansions, and churches. In this period, many churches were built or rebuilt, including the church that's now known as Old St. Paul's Cathedral. There had been a church on Ludgate Hill since as early as the 7th century. But in 1087, the building was destroyed by a fire. The construction of the new cathedral began soon after and continued for more than 200 years. By the early 14th century, St. Paul's was one of the grandest churches in Europe, a vast structure with a tall spire and beautiful stained glass windows. However, this is not the St. Paul's Cathedral that we see today. The old St. Paul's was destroyed in the Great Fire of London in the 17th century, but we'll get to that later. Another victim of the city's frequent fires was London Bridge. Over the decades, the wooden bridge was damaged by a succession of fires, and even a tornado in the year 1091. The tornado wreaked havoc on London, destroying hundreds of buildings. In the words of a contemporary historian, it was a great spectacle for those watching from afar, but a terrifying experience for those standing near. The wooden London Bridge sustained significant damage over the years. And at last, in 1176, construction work began on a new stone bridge. This grand structure was lined with shops and houses. At the time, it was the longest inhabited bridge in Europe. London Bridge would remain the only stone crossing over the Thames in central London until the 18th century, when Westminster Bridge was built. Poor sanitation, fires, and natural disasters were not the only challenges facing medieval London. There were also numerous outbreaks of famine and the plague, which both had a devastating impact. The bubonic plague, known as the Black Death, struck in 1348. In London, there were as many as 200 fatalities each day, and it would take more than 150 years for the city's population to recover. But recover it did. And while the late medieval period was a difficult one for London, the Tudor city would slowly bounce back. The Tudor period in England began in 1485 with the reign of King Henry VII and ended in 1603 with the death of Queen Elizabeth I. Generally speaking, this was a prosperous time for London. The city was quickly becoming one of the most important centres of trade and commerce in Europe. Companies formed to take advantage of new opportunities, not just in continental Europe, but also Russia, the Levant, and even the Americas. Filled with bustling marketplaces, London was transforming into an increasingly wealthy and dynamic city, one that could rival other European capitals. And despite further outbreaks of the plague and other diseases, including the mysterious sweating sickness, the population of London continued to increase. During the Tudor period, the city grew from 50,000 to 200,000 inhabitants. Once again, this was due in part to steady immigration. Foreigners flocked to London and the settlements on its borders. such as Southwark, Shoreditch, and Clerkenwell. These towns and villages would gradually become part of London itself. Many of the immigrants in this era were Protestants. They were fleeing persecution in Catholic countries such as France and Spain. But London wasn't always welcoming to these new arrivals. Xenophobia was common, and some immigrants would end up leaving England for the Netherlands, which was seen as a more tolerant place. London's growing population required more space. While legislation attempted to contain the City of London, inevitably it began to spread beyond its walls. In the 16th century, the urban sprawl moved both westwards to the area known as St. Giles and eastwards. This era saw the development of areas that would later form the East End, places like Spitalfields and Whitechapel. In a relatively short space of time, fields lined with hedgerows became streets lined with small houses, tanneries, and breweries. East London was home to many of the city's poorer residents. Others lived across the river in Southwark, or within the old walls of the City of London itself, often in cramped, overcrowded housing. Aristocrats, on the other hand, enjoyed more spacious, luxurious surroundings in areas such as the Strand. However, many mansions and palaces were built outside the city, in what was then the countryside, places like Lambeth and Fulham. One of the most extravagant Tudor buildings, Hampton Court Palace, was built 12 miles away from the centre of London. For a period, it was one of the residences of King Henry VIII. He needed space for his vast court. Not to mention tennis courts, bowling alleys, and a hunting park. But aside from the issue of space, even the more affluent parts of Tudor London would have been dirty and chaotic. Those who could afford to generally chose to live elsewhere. However, by the 16th century, London offered something irresistible: a world of culture and entertainment. Now, this wasn't exactly something new. Medieval London also had plenty of attractions. Jousts and tournaments, ice skating on the Thames, and the brothels of Southwark. Tudor London also offered some more lowbrow forms of entertainment, like cockfighting and bear-baiting. But now, there was even more to see and do, from live music in taverns to archery competitions, and the game of football. At the time, a rather violent sport. The city was also home to artists, poets, and playwrights. A lively cultural scene emerged in London, with travelling theatrical companies putting on performances. But in the late 16th century, plays were subject to censorship, and then banned completely within the City of London's jurisdiction. Theatrical performances were thought to be immoral, attracting vagrant persons. A more reasonable objection, perhaps, was that they posed a public health risk. large crowds might spread the plague. So, theatre companies had to head to the outskirts of London to look for venues. They even built new ones. One noteworthy example is the Globe Theatre, which was built across the river in Southwark in 1599. The plays performed there included works by a particularly talented writer who was living in London at the time, William Shakespeare. London continued to thrive in the first half of the 17th century, during the Stuart period. But by the mid-17th century, England and its capital were facing a cluster of challenges which were unprecedented in their scale and timing. The English Civil Wars, the Great Plague, and the Great Fire of London, all within just a couple of decades. For the average Londoner, these last two events had the most immediate impact. The Great Plague began in 1665 and lasted for about 18 months. About 100,000 people lost their lives, a quarter of London's population. The poor were most affected, as the rich were able to flee the city for their country estates. Then, in September 1666, just as life in the capital was slowly starting to return to normal, a bakery caught fire. The bakery was located in Pudding Lane, in the heart of the City of London. Now, at this time, the layout of central London was still more or less medieval. Imagine a city of narrow, winding alleys, where many of the buildings were made of wood, with thatched roofs. The bakery fire spread rapidly and lasted for several days. It destroyed much of the City of London, gutting buildings and leaving many people homeless. Samuel Pepys, the famous chronicler of London life, climbed a church steeple to look out over the smouldering ruins of the city. He described it as the saddest sight of desolation that I ever saw. In the aftermath of the fire, much of London had to be rebuilt. This included the city's great cathedral, St. Paul's. The new building was designed in Baroque style by the renowned architect Sir Christopher Wren, who also oversaw the rebuilding of many other churches in London. For more than 200 years, St. Paul's was the tallest building in the city, dominating the skyline. And to this day, with its elegant facade and majestic white dome, it remains one of London's most iconic landmarks. Another consequence of the Great Fire was that many Londoners were pushed outwards. The fire, combined with population growth, accelerated the city's spread, both east and west, as new homes were built. Over time, areas such as Soho, Bloomsbury, and Covent Garden became residential neighbourhoods. The unstoppable urban sprawl had begun. Over the following centuries, many surrounding settlements would gradually be swallowed up by the expanding city. This explains why some present-day London neighbourhoods, Islington, for example, or Hampstead, have such a distinctive feel. They were originally separate villages. This period of war, disease, and disaster in the 17th century inevitably took a toll on the city. But London was resilient as always. The 18th century saw a period of rapid population growth, geographical expansion, and a booming economy. In the early 18th century, the population of London was about 630,000. By the end of the century, around 1 million people lived in the city. There were a few factors behind this robust growth: declining infant mortality, rising fertility, and increased migration. Many French Protestants migrated to London during this period. There was also a significant increase in the Irish and Jewish populations, as well as a growing black community. Some black Londoners were in domestic service, while others were people who had formerly been enslaved. They'd arrived in London via the Caribbean or North America. This included veterans of the American Revolution who had fought for the British. In many ways, 18th century London was a thriving, prosperous city, enjoying a golden age of culture. Famous institutions like the British Museum and the Royal Opera House were founded during this period. And there were many important writers and artists working in London. But there was also a darker side to the city. Poverty remained widespread, and violent crime was common. In the summer of 1780, the city was rocked by a series of riots, which came to be known as the Gordon Riots. Initially motivated by anti-Catholicism, an incident of looting and burning escalated into days of rioting. Targets included Downing Street and the Bank of England. And while law and order were eventually restored, the riots were extraordinarily destructive. The property damage in London has been likened to the levels of destruction in Paris during the course of the entire French Revolution. As we reach the 19th century, we can see the continuation and acceleration of many trends. Population growth, for example. London overtook Beijing to become the world's largest city. By the 1860s, more than 3 million people lived in London, and by the end of the century, the city was home to more than 6.5 million. This staggering growth was mainly driven by natural population increase and migration within Britain. But immigration from other countries also played a part. Ireland in particular, especially following the Irish famine. Many other immigrants were political or economic refugees from France, Italy, Germany, and Spain. London's Jewish population continued to grow, and there were also smaller communities from India, China, and Africa. By the mid-19th century, nearly 40% of Londoners had been born outside of the capital. Interestingly, This has remained fairly consistent ever since. In present-day London, 40% of residents were born abroad. Another factor behind the booming population in Victorian London was declining mortality. This was partly a result of improved sanitation and better access to food. Still, Victorian London had many serious problems, including extreme poverty and slum-like housing conditions. The novels of Charles Dickens, such as Oliver Twist and David Copperfield, portray the grim reality of life in London. Pollution was another major problem. London was nicknamed the Big Smoke because of the smoky atmosphere. This was caused both by industrial pollution and the sheer quantity of domestic fires. In this period, everything in the city took on a soot color, from the buildings to the grass, and apparently even the sheep that grazed in Regent's Park. However, in the 19th century, there were real concerted efforts to tackle these problems. While high levels of poverty remained a problem well into the 20th century, for many Londoners, quality of life gradually began to improve. During the Industrial Revolution, there were major changes across the country. These included the development of the railway. In the ever-growing capital city, there was an increasing need to reduce street congestion. Underground train travel offered the perfect solution. Work on the London Underground began in 1860, starting with the Metropolitan line, which opened a few years later. Further lines were added over the following decades. And by the end of the century, the London Underground, which later became widely known as the Tube, had millions of passengers. In terms of size, the Tube was later overtaken by underground networks in other cities, including New York and Shanghai. But it's worth noting that London was the pioneer with the world's very first metro system. In the 19th century, Britain was at the height of its imperial power, and its capital was a city of global importance. London had become a hub of international trade and finance, a bustling metropolis that attracted immigrants, businessmen, and wealthy tourists. And in terms of culture, London was practically unmatched. The 19th century saw the foundation of more cultural institutions, including the National Gallery and the Tate Britain, as well as the construction of some of the city's great landmarks. These included Tower Bridge, Trafalgar Square, Big Ben, and the Houses of Parliament. Of course, by this point, government business had been taking place in Westminster for centuries. But the Gothic-style building we see today, the Palace at Westminster, is a mid-19th century reconstruction. As you can probably guess, the previous building had been destroyed by a fire. In Britain, the first half of the 20th century was defined by two major events, the First and Second World Wars. Between 1915 and 1918, London was bombed by German airships. Hundreds of civilians died during these attacks, and many more Londoners lost their lives during combat. But the Second World War, which began in 1939, had an even greater impact on London. The German bombing campaign, known as the Blitz, was particularly devastating. And while London wasn't the only target, the city suffered terrible losses. It's been estimated that during the course of the Second World War, as many as 30,000 Londoners were killed, and 1.5 million were made homeless. In 1939, London's population was huge, close to 8.6 million. But London was no longer the world's largest city. It had already been overtaken by New York City. And in the decades following the Second World War, London's population continued to decline, particularly in inner London. There were many reasons for this change, but in part, it was due to housing shortages in London. In the aftermath of the war, many Londoners moved to the surrounding suburbs and towns. These places offered not just housing, but more space and cleaner air. And from the 1960s, for a complex variety of reasons, the government encouraged people to leave London. Towns in southern England were expanded, or even created from scratch. Milton Keynes, for example. The geographical expansion of London also slowed down in the mid-20th century. This was mainly due to government policies that aimed to limit urban sprawl. Increasingly, Londoners were pushed either out of the city or towards the edges. The population wouldn't rise again until the early 1990s. As London became a global financial hub, offering work opportunities and a higher quality of life, it became desirable once again. Today, almost 9 million people live in London, more than ever before. And the population has become even more diverse. For example, more than 300 languages are spoken in London, making it one of the most linguistically diverse cities in the world. Historic buildings like St. Paul's Cathedral have been joined by towering new additions to the skyline, such as the Shard, a 95-story skyscraper. London is no longer the world's biggest city, but it remains one of the most important and influential capitals in terms of finance, culture, and tourism. And it seems likely that London will remain a global city for the foreseeable future. But beyond that, it's hard to say. Perhaps London will continue to grow, not outwards, but upwards, with more high-rise buildings. Or perhaps the city will shrink in size and importance as technology and remote working cause the population to disperse. One assessment we might make, looking back, is that London peaked in the 19th century. But then again, it depends on how you look at it. Present-day London is not without its problems. Yet, by many measures, the quality of life for the average Londoner is better than it's ever been. And just imagine the inhabitants of Londinium if they could see the capital today. The lights of the West End, the gleaming skyscrapers, and the streams of traffic over all those bridges with the Thames flowing beneath. It's something beyond their imaginations. London has undergone countless transformations over the centuries, rising from the ashes again and again. Whatever comes next, it's bound to be extraordinary. The history of human civilization is a long and winding one. It's a tale that has been told and retold as scholars have uncovered new clues and reinterpreted old ones. It is also a complex tale. Civilizations merged and split apart, interacted and isolated across centuries of trade, warfare, migration, and intermixing. Cultures influenced each other and borrowed freely from one another, building languages and knowledge that grew greater through their interactions than any could have done on their own. Civilization as we know it is the product of a long process of invention, copying, and innovation. Developments were imitated and improved upon time and again. It can be difficult to untangle which groups of people migrated where, when, and why. As such, it is sometimes hard to know with certainty which cultures influenced which. To know what new innovations each civilization created or recreated, copied or continued. The history of human civilization is also not a linear one. Countless civilizations rose over the millennia. After their heyday, some of them fell, while probably more melted into other cultures and morphed into new civilizations. Some left copious written histories and monumental ruins. Others created impressive legacies that disappeared beneath creeping jungle, collapsing earth, or flooding seas. Today, scholars are working around the globe to uncover the remnants of these seemingly lost civilizations. Modern human society is heavily influenced by past civilizations, from ancient Rome to ancient China and countless others. Some of this cultural inheritance is well known. Some of it is hazy or obscure. Scholars have struggled to perceive the many strands of human history that wove together to make the tapestry of modern civilization. With every generation of research and study, we've come to understand more about the evolution of our world. In the years to come, further study will surely uncover more
twists and turns of that story. One thing is sure. The story of human civilization can be as mysterious and perplexing as it is fascinating and awe-inspiring. In this one episode, we could never do justice to the many peoples, tribes, city-states, kingdoms, empires, and republics that have shaped the human story and left written records to tell it. Not to mention the many complex and influential human societies whose knowledge was held in oral storytelling or in written records that have been lost or remain undeciphered. What we can do, though, is trace some of the outlines of that story and bring out a few of the great shapes in that wonderful tapestry of history. And so, let us begin, insofar as we can, at the beginning, even though the beginning can be the very hardest part of a history to ascertain. The most accepted evidence today places the birth of civilization in the Middle East some 6,000 years ago, although tales of even older civilizations pervade ancient mythology. Mind you, modern humans had been around and making tools since long before that. Earlier people had even built impressive structures, according to recent discoveries. For example, scholars in recent years have excavated a site in modern-day Turkey that includes huge stone pillars. It appears to have been built by hunter-gatherers an incredible 11,500 years ago. And in the Danube Valley of Eastern Europe, a society some 7,000 years ago was making groundbreaking technological advancements and leaving mysterious cave art that could have communicated information. But civilization, with its writing and record-keeping, cities and complex urban societies, seems to have come later. At least, that's where the current evidence and widely accepted interpretation point. Now, you might ask what exactly we mean by civilization. Well, the word comes from the Latin word for citizen, which was civis. Most generally, civilization is a complex, organized, urban society. The kind of society that would have citizens. Writing, record-keeping, scholarly knowledge, and technological development are also often seen as key elements of civilization. And indeed, around 6,000 years ago, the archaeological and written records indicate that people began to build cities in the Middle East and live together within organized, settled societies. These were farming societies rather than hunter-gatherers, and the domestication of plants and animals was a key element and driver of innovations, including writing, there and around the world. Now, keep in mind that because of our dating system, the time 6,000 years ago is known as 4000 BCE. We date our modern era with numbers that grow larger over time, of course. We're now more than 2,000 years into that period. But remember that before that period, we date years going backwards, away into the mists of ancient and prehistoric times. This means that the larger a BCE date, the earlier it was. In this way, 4000 BCE came before 3000 BCE, unlike our modern dates, in which the year 2000 came after the year 1000. At any rate, somewhere around 4000 BCE, early civilizations began to flourish in an ancient region we call Mesopotamia. This was an area located in what is now Iraq and surrounding nations like Syria, Turkey, and Iran. It was a fertile region situated between two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates. In fact, the name Mesopotamia means between two rivers in Greek. Yes, we call the ancient region by its name in the Greek language, which didn't exist yet at that time. Before the Greek name, the area would become known as Babylonia, after one of its great cities, Babylon. But Babylon was not the first civilization there. The earliest known civilization was Sumer. The Sumerians seem to have been the first people ever to put pen to paper, or more accurately, stick to clay. Using pointed sticks or sharpened reeds to make marks on clay tablets, early Sumerians created the first known writing system. Called cuneiform, it began as a set of pictures of different items. Scholars trace this first writing back to an earlier form of record keeping, which they believe prehistoric people in the region used to track agricultural products like grain and cows. As long ago as 8000 BCE, people in those parts were making small shapes from clay. That's 10,000 years ago, closer to the time of that great monument, apparently built by hunter-gatherers. These clay shapes represented animals, jars, and other items. The theory is that these shapes showed agricultural goods that the people wanted to keep track of. Those early people put the shapes into clay envelopes or containers. Then they marked the envelopes with images of the items that were inside. Over time, these markings on the outside of the envelopes seem to have transformed into the earliest writing. The people may have realized they didn't really need to put anything inside the clay envelopes. They could just mark the items on a slab of clay and be done with it. Once they had invented writing, the Sumerians were able to leave written records. And this was the start of human history, because that is the traditional definition of history. It is the written story of an era, as opposed to prehistory, which is the time before written history is in any given part of the world. Still, those written records were limited, and few survived to the present. After all, Sumer existed so very long ago, and many civilizations have come and gone on the same soil in the years since. Actual Sumerian artifacts are precious and rare. Much of what we know of Sumer comes through the writings of later cultures that inherited and evolved the Sumerian language and practices. Through these tantalizing hints, ancient writings, and artifacts unearthed by archaeologists and others, we know something of the ancient Sumerians. They developed many other hallmarks of civilization in addition to writing. They built a body of knowledge and scholarship that encompassed mathematics, astronomy, farming, architecture, and more. In fact, we use certain systems to this day that were in use in ancient Sumer. Let's look at an example. Have you ever wondered why we divide an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds? Even though we divide other units into 100 parts, like a dollar into 100 cents. Well, the Sumerians used a numbering system that had the number 60 as its base. So, the division would have made perfect sense to them. It's awe-inspiring to realize that all these thousands of years later, we still use remnants of the system created by those ancient people. Another product of these early civilizations was the concept of the rule of law. This is the idea that a set of rules should govern human society rather than a kind of law of the jungle or might makes right. Sumerian leaders, dating back to around 2100 BCE, set up written codes of law. The earliest that's been found was established by a ruler of the city Ur and is called Ur-Nammu. A later, more complete Sumerian legal code called Lipit Ishtar has also been found carved into ancient relics. These set out expectations for people's interactions and fines to be paid if someone broke the law. Eventually, other powerful city-states rose in Mesopotamia, refining the civilization and language first born in ancient Sumer. Over time, the Sumerian picture writing had evolved into something less literal and more symbolic. It was further refined by subsequent cultures like a group called the Akkadians. They took the writing system farther from its pictographic roots and began using the symbols more to represent sounds, the way English letters do. The Akkadian language then split into two dialects, spoken by two different groups, the Assyrians and the Babylonians. During the 1700s BCE, a king of Babylon united a large swath of the Mesopotamian region under Babylonian rule. His name was Hammurabi, and today he is remembered for the legal code he published. Hammurabi's code contained 282 decrees that established rules for commerce, along with specific fines and punishments for different infractions. Many were quite harsh by today's standards, but they encoded principles of justice still respected to this day. These included the idea that an accused person is innocent until proven guilty. Hammurabi's legal code was based on the concept of retribution, the idea of an eye for an eye. But it also contained a central promise of fairness. Written on his monument was the explanation that the code was, quote, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak and to see that justice is done to widows and orphans. Hammurabi's portrait is engraved on the US Supreme Court building, along with various other historical figures who worked to establish principles of law. With the expansion of Babylon, the Babylonian dialect became the dominant language in the region for many years. Even when other spoken languages eventually supplanted it, Babylonian continued to be used for scholarly writings about maths, astronomy, and other topics. Meanwhile, civilization had been spreading and developing in other parts of the world. Possibly the earliest was the famed empire of ancient Egypt. It came into existence when two smaller kingdoms united around 3100 BCE in another fertile river valley, this one around the Nile River. If the Sumerians had put pen to paper only metaphorically, the ancient Egyptians did it literally. Egyptian scribes went from scratching marks on clay tablets to making ink and using it on paper made from papyrus plants. Early Egyptian writing used pictures called hieroglyphs. Over time, the writing evolved into a more symbolic form, which could communicate more in less time. The language began to use the hieroglyphs to represent sounds. This was done by using the picture of an item to represent the starting sound of that item's name. For example, the name for water in the ancient Egyptian language began with N. So the hieroglyphic symbol for water came to stand for the sound N. That hieroglyphic for water was a jagged line meant to represent a series of waves. Our English letter N looks a bit like that hieroglyph, cut off after the first wave. Egypt is most famous, of course, for its monumental construction, which left behind the Great Pyramids that still loom over the desert eons later. The ancient Egyptians also made major developments in areas like mathematics and medicine. And the division of the day into 24 hours dates to ancient Egypt too, as does the 365-day calendar. Egypt interacted closely with another ancient civilization in Africa. This was the kingdom of Kush, located at the southern end of the Nile River, around the present-day country of Sudan. This kingdom flourished from around 1000 BCE until 350 CE in the modern era. When the Egyptian kingdom declined, Kushite kings took over and set themselves up as the new pharaohs. Kush used a writing system called the Meroitic language that was very similar to Egyptian hieroglyphics, but is not well understood today. The capital cities of Kush were Napata and Meroe. Excavations of the latter have revealed a major city, uncovering streets and buildings, palaces, a great temple, and a riverbank quay. Farther east, in parts of what is now India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan, another very early civilization was the Indus Valley culture, centered around the Indus River. This was a sprawling and complex civilization that appears to have drawn heavily on the early culture of Mesopotamia. However, it had its own form of writing that was unique from the Sumerian script. Scholars have not been able to read the writing, and therefore much of the important Indus Valley story remains a mystery. We know, however, that the Indus Valley people used a complex set of measurements and weights, mostly on a decimal system. That's a base 10 system, in contrast to the Sumerian base 61. Also, archaeological remains show that this early civilization built sophisticated cities on a grid design with complex water and sewage systems. There were two major cities of maybe a square mile each, which housed some 23,000 to 41,000 residents apiece. There were also more than 100 smaller towns and villages, making it the most geographically extensive of the earliest civilizations. The Indus River region followed a model of irrigation for farming that had been developed in Mesopotamia, with apparently good success. But unlike the early Mesopotamian civilizations, which were frequently at war, scholars believe the Indus Valley was largely peaceful. It was in the Indus River Valley that Hinduism originated, which remains a major religion and cultural influence in the world today. Then, sometime around 1700 BCE, about the time Hammurabi was ruling over Babylon, the Indus Valley civilization, as it had existed, collapsed. Scholars believe its people may have migrated due to climate or geological changes that caused the area to dry out and become less fertile. Raiders also overran one of the major cities after it was already declining, finishing it off in a violent sweep. After that, the advanced urban civilization more or less disappeared. However, its culture probably carried on and influenced subsequent cultural development in the Indian subcontinent, where major civilizations and important philosophies would thrive up through the present day. In the meantime, civilizations had also been on the rise in other areas, including ancient China, ancient Persia, and what was called Asia Minor in modern-day Turkey. By sometime around 2000 BCE, people in China had developed a writing system that would be among the most widely used on the planet for millennia. Indeed, until just a few hundred years ago, before the 18th century of the modern era, over half of the books in the world were written in Chinese. Today, the Chinese script is the second most widely used in the world, after the Latin script we use to write English. Early Chinese writing was based on pictures, like other early systems. By about 200 BCE, it developed into the form of modern Chinese writing. People in ancient China also used a base 10 decimal system and employed such technological advances as the printing press. The ancient Chinese Empire undertook impressive building projects as well. For example, the Chinese Empire built the Grand Canal to connect two major rivers around the 5th century BCE. And in what is now Iran, a series of civilizations emerged that drew on the cultural inheritance of Mesopotamia. There, an early kingdom called Elam adopted cuneiform writing. Eventually, a series of other groups took over in the region of Elam. These included first the Sumerians, then the Assyrians, and the Median Empire, which existed in the 600s and 500s BCE. Then, in 550 BCE, Cyrus the Great established the Persian Achaemenid Empire. Cyrus's forces conquered an area that reached, in today's terms, from Syria through Turkey to the edge of India. Cyrus is remembered as a humanitarian ruler who supported advances in engineering and infrastructure. He oversaw the construction of systems to provide water in arid regions and encouraged the creation of large ice coolers that were perhaps the world's first refrigerators. In 539 BCE, Cyrus conquered Babylon. At that time, he issued a document inscribed in cuneiform on a clay cylinder. This proclaimed his accomplishments and sought to present him as a benevolent and righteous leader. Eventually, the Persian Achaemenid Empire was conquered by Alexander the Great. It was then replaced by the Seleucid Empire in 312 BCE, Parthia in 247 BCE, and then the Sasanian Empire in 224 of our era. The region was later subsumed in the Islamic conquests of the 7th century CE, which ushered in another wave of developments in the history of human civilizations. The Islamic Golden Age saw key innovations in many areas of knowledge, including mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. But now, let's travel back to around 1600 BCE once more. Around that time, another early civilization emerged in what is now Turkey and rose to power as an important regional force. This was the Hittite Empire, which, like so many other cultures, inherited a form of Sumerian cuneiform writing. It originated in Anatolia, the Asian portion of modern-day Turkey, and it came to dominate for a time a great swath of territory around what was known in the ancient world as Asia Minor. At its peak, the Hittite Empire stretched into Mesopotamia, Egypt, and southern Greece. Over a similar time period, all around the planet, other civilizations had also been emerging. In the years between about 2000 and 1100 BCE, the Minoan and then the Mycenaean civilizations flourished around the Aegean. That is the sea located between modern-day Greece and Turkey. The Minoan people developed a complex society on the island of Crete. They left unique writing on clay tablets that no one has yet been able to read. Then, their civilization collapsed suddenly in 1450 BCE, possibly due to a volcanic eruption and subsequent tsunamis. The Mycenaean civilization rose nearby directly after the fall of the Minoans. Later, it would give way to classical ancient Greek civilization. But before we turn to that part of the story, let us travel, as it were, to the other side of the globe. Because around 1200 BCE, early civilizations were also emerging in the Americas. Ancient Peru gave rise to civilizations that include the famed Inca Empire and the mysterious Nazca people, who left enormous drawings on the earth, so large they can only be appreciated from the air. Culminating in the Inca Empire, these civilizations amassed medical and agricultural knowledge. They also built cities planned on a grid and connected the cities with paved roads. The Inca did not develop writing, but they created ways of keeping records that involved pictures and symbols. These included an accounting system in which knots were tied in cords to keep track of complex numerical information. Farther north, in what is now Mexico and Central America, the early Olmec civilization developed. This would later give rise to such cultures as the Maya and eventually the Aztecs. These people constructed pyramids and left behind pottery and other clues about their culture. Scholars believe that it was an early people called the Zapotec who developed the first writing system and calendar in the Central American region. The Mayan people had knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, and they made advances in writing, building, and more. Eventually, the Aztec Empire rose, founding the city that is now known as Mexico City in 1325 of our modern era. Much knowledge about the civilizations of the Americas disappeared after the Spanish conquest of the region. Still, we know the Aztecs ran a powerful empire that seems to have practiced human sacrifice and used a 365-day calendar like ours, at least for certain purposes. In North America, in the area that's now New Mexico, Arizona, Utah, and Colorado, another complex ancient society had developed sometime around 1200 BCE. It left networks of homes carved into rocky cliff sides and evidence of sprawling towns or pueblos, along with intriguing rock drawings, but no written records. It existed for over 1,000 years before disappearing, leaving modern scholars to seek clues in the dry landscape and the stories of the native people of the region. Meanwhile, back on the other side of the world, another great civilization was coming to prominence. It was one that would ultimately give us the alphabet and that would influence the famous culture of ancient Greece. This was the Phoenician civilization, which consisted of independent city-states along the Mediterranean coast, situated roughly around the area of modern-day Lebanon. The Phoenician language was a Semitic language, a category that includes ancient Hebrew, Aramaic, and Arabic. The Phoenician peoples used cuneiform writing, but they also developed a phonetic alphabet of 22 letters that would become the precursor of the alphabet we use to write English. It was the Phoenicians who founded a city in North Africa, in what is now Tunisia, that would become a great power in the Mediterranean region. We now know that city by the name Carthage, a version of its Roman name. Carthage began around the 800s BCE. Over time, it grew to a population of a whopping 300,000 to 400,000 people. In its heyday, Carthage operated as a republic, governed by 2 elected leaders and a senate. Carthage eventually fell when it lost to ancient Rome in a series of wars from 264 to 146 BCE. Phoenician and Carthaginian culture were important influences on the development of ancient Greek civilization in many ways, in addition to lending the Greeks the Semitic alphabet. Like Phoenicia, ancient Greece was at first made up of city-states that practiced democracy, albeit for a small segment of the population who were citizens. Later, a kingdom called Macedon in the north of Greece conquered and unified ancient Greece into a Macedonian empire that Alexander the Great would expand briefly as far as India. Ancient Greek thinkers and writers adopted the Mesopotamian region's rich cultural inheritance and made it very much their own. Greeks are credited with major innovations in many areas of mathematics, medicine, and science, such as the concept of atoms as the basis of all matter. The idea of the scientific method came to us from ancient Greece as well. Early Greece is also remembered for its literature, theatre, and mythology, which still live on in popular culture even now. Today's Olympic Games are also modelled on those held in classical Greece, although they were resurrected in modern times based on ancient writings. They weren't continually held. The Greeks took the Phoenicians' Semitic script and adapted it into their own alphabet of consonants and vowels. This Greek alphabet was in turn adapted by other cultures, most famously the Romans. The Romans used it as the basis for a Latin alphabet that is essentially what we use to write English now. The extensive Greek civilization also informed the civilization of Rome in many other ways. This was significant, as Rome dominated life in Europe for centuries and disseminated its practices far and wide via conquests and empire. Another early civilization that greatly influenced Rome was that of the Etruscans. These were a people from what is now Italy, who developed a complex culture that almost disappeared with the rise of Rome. After the Roman civilization sprang up and came to dominate the area, the Etruscan culture was absorbed. Their language, literature, and history disappeared. We might never have known about the sophistication of the Etruscan civilization at all, except for the discovery in modern times of Etruscan tombs. These held artifacts and wall paintings that gave a glimpse of that lost world. The Roman civilization also absorbed influences from cultures across its reach, such as ancient Celtic peoples around Europe. The Roman Empire was noted for another aspect of civilization too, the governmental administration of cities and large territories. Rome was famous for its efficient civic organization and impressive infrastructure. The Romans built huge networks of roads and aqueducts that brought clean water to cities, and they successfully administered an enormous empire. The Roman civilization heavily influenced the subsequent cultures of Europe, which then spread to the Americas and continue to have a large impact around the world. The inheritance of the most ancient civilizations, from writing to maths to law and so much more, has come down to us via a variety of different cultures that interacted over the centuries. And Rome looms large among them. Latin, the language of Rome, gave birth to modern languages like Spanish, French, and Italian. It also heavily influenced the development of modern English. At the same time, other people around the world developed complex societies whose tales modern scholars are only starting to understand. In Africa, the kingdom of Axum rose in the east of the continent about the same time as the Roman Empire. It reached its peak in the early centuries of the modern era, around 200 to 500 CE. Other powerful kingdoms emerged later in Central and Western Africa, including in Mali, Songhai, and Ghana, while in Europe, the Vikings ventured out from Scandinavia to explore vast areas, creating an elaborate cultural legacy of their own. And a powerful trading empire arose from the 11th to the 15th centuries of our era in modern-day Zimbabwe. Meanwhile, as early as 1500 BCE, an ancient seafaring culture had developed very sophisticated ocean navigation systems. These allowed it to eventually colonize the remote islands of Polynesia, thousands of miles apart. Ancient Polynesian ancestors developed a rich cultural heritage, although most did not have writing systems, and so it is difficult to know the details of their story. Some also left enigmatic relics, like the monumental statues of Easter Island, called Rapa Nui in the local language. But the earlier inhabitants of Rapa Nui also left what may be an even greater, if lesser-known mystery than the statues. This is an undeciphered written language that could be one of the few independently invented writing systems in human history. The writing of Rapa Nui consisted of a set of picture signs. Fewer than 30 examples of the writing survive, inscribed on wood. The pictorial script doesn't seem to be related to other known writing systems around the world, and no one has been able to figure out how to read it. With the lack of understandable written records, it is hard to reconstruct the story of Rapa Nui and other Polynesian cultures with certainty. The case of the Rapa Nui script illustrates the difficulty of untangling the history of civilization around the world. Records written on wood, paper, cloth, and other relatively fragile substances can disappear without a trace. Logically, that means it's possible that there were other cultures that developed writing in the past that we simply don't know about. In other cases, we have found written records that we can't decipher, like those of the Indus Valley, Rapa Nui, and Crete. This leaves us in the dark about those cultures' knowledge and ways of life. And then there have been so many societies across the world, from the Inuit in the Arctic to Aboriginal peoples in Australia, that amassed treasures of knowledge and cultures that they preserved and passed on through oral storytelling. In many cases, though not all, oral traditions have faded. As populations declined, people were wiped out or were assimilated into global society. But they are a rich source of information about humanity's past and accumulated wisdom for those who carry them on or seek them out. In recent centuries, the civilizations of the past continued to spark new developments that have led to our modern reality, with its medicine and technology, engineering and art. In Europe, the scholars and thinkers of the 17th and 18th centuries resurrected ancient knowledge and advanced it with scientific discoveries that led towards the incredible technological developments of the present. Over the centuries since, people from cultures around the world have built on each other's innovations at dizzying speed. Increasingly, global collaboration has sped up the evolution of civilization. In next to no time, historically speaking, humankind has gone from inventing telegrams and aeroplanes to communicating instantaneously around the planet and sending spaceships far beyond it. As we have seen, the history of civilization is truly a tangled web. It has woven in and out, around the world and across millennia, in many ways and times and places. From the steppe of Russia to the plains of Africa, from the Alaska tundra to the Polynesian islands and beyond, cultures created bodies of knowledge, philosophy, art, and scholarship. Some have been lost to time, while others linger on in the words we speak and the stories we tell. Great civilizations have risen, fallen, and evolved, shifted and changed, leaving impressive legacies and mysterious relics. Throughout human history, countless cultures have influenced our modern civilizations in ways that we may never fully know. But that doesn't stop the endless quest to understand more and better where we came from. It's a quest fueled by the innate curiosity that may, after all, be the driving force behind the development of civilization itself. That may, in fact, be at the very center of what it means to be human in the first place.
It's 1592 in London, England, and a satirical pamphlet has just been published. In Green's Groat's Worth of Wit, the Elizabethan playwright Robert Greene criticizes his peers. The pamphlet includes a scathing review of An Upstart Crow, beautified with our feathers. It's targeting
a lowly actor full of his own self-importance who thinks he can write plays. Ironically, Green's pamphlet is now most famous for this reference to William Shakespeare. The upstart crow is widely considered to be Shakespeare, arguably the greatest writer in the English language. His plays and poems have been translated into more than 100 languages and are admired around the world. They've been read, studied, performed, and adapted, inspiring countless books, films, and other works of art. William Shakespeare was born in Stratford-upon-Avon on the 23rd of April, 1564. Stratford lies in the county of Warwickshire, just over 90 miles northwest of London. He was the third of 8 children and the eldest surviving son of Mary Arden and John Shakespeare. His mother's family were wealthy landowners, and his father was a man of many trades and talents. John Shakespeare came from a family of successful farmers and sold timber and barley from the land he inherited. While his main profession was glove making, he also bought several local properties, which he leased out for extra income. A popular figure in the community, he took on various roles within local government. Positions ranged from town constable to Stratford's own official ale taster. And in 1568, when William was just 4 years old, John was elected as High Bailiff, the equivalent of mayor. However, things took a turn a few years later. John was prosecuted and fined for selling wool illegally without a license. His reputation took a hit, alongside his finances. William is thought to have left school around the age of 13 or 14, perhaps due to his father's financial difficulties. On the other hand, back then it was common for boys to leave school at this age. We can't know for sure, and the history of Shakespeare's early life is patchy at best. But we can assume that he attended the local grammar school, studying a curriculum that included Latin and classical literature. There's no record of what William Shakespeare did between the ages of around 13 and 18. But, considering his situation and the context of the time, it's likely that he worked in his father's glove-making business. The next time Shakespeare's name appears in the historical records, it's to document his marriage to Anne Hathaway. The daughter of a prosperous farmer, Anne was 26 years old, older than average for a first marriage. In Elizabethan England, marriages were commonly arranged by parents, sometimes for girls as young as 12, though most couples were in their 20s. Shakespeare's marriage may have caused gossip, as Anne was already pregnant when the couple wed in 1582. Historians have long speculated about the nature of their relationship. In all the plays and poetry Shakespeare would write, there don't appear to be any references to his wife. Some think that their marriage was distant and unaffectionate. Another possibility is that they had a close but private relationship. Like much in Shakespeare's life, the truth remains elusive. The couple went on to share 3 children together.
Susanna was born in 1583, and then 2 years later, Anne gave birth to twins, Hamnet and Judith. They likely lived with Shakespeare's family in Stratford, as young couples often did at the time. At this point, Shakespeare disappears from the records once again. Some have speculated that he may have been employed as a schoolmaster by a Catholic landowner named Alexander Houghton. However, there's little evidence for this, other than a mention in Houghton's will of an employee named William Shakeshaft. What we do know is that by 1592, Shakespeare was living and working in London, and we know that he was writing, because several of his plays were already being staged. It's that same year when his fellow playwright, Robert Greene, attacked him in print as an upstart crow. Greene didn't mention Shakespeare by name, but it was clear to all that the lines in the pamphlet were about him. Especially as Greene parodied a line from one of Shakespeare's plays, Henry VI, Part 2. Shakespeare had described one particular character as having a tiger's heart wrapped in a woman's hide. In his pamphlet, Greene referred to the playwright as having a tiger's heart wrapped in a player's hide. It tells us something, that Shakespeare was chosen as a target. His plays were already a hit with the general public, so playwrights like Greene may have felt threatened by his success. At this point in time, Elizabethan England was in the midst of the English Renaissance. There had been a cultural shift in arts and education. The Renaissance led to all sorts of advances, including a flourishing of literature and drama. It also led to the evolution of English Renaissance theatre, which might be the era's crowning jewel. The country became more prosperous under Elizabeth I, which meant that more people had extra income. This could be spent on leisure and entertainment, like trips to the theatre to see the latest play. With the theatre business in bloom, there was competition between different playwrights and acting troupes, something hinted at in Greene's pamphlet. Shakespeare was employed with the Lord Chamberlain's Men, a theatre group who were named after their wealthy patron. They originally performed at a venue simply called The Theatre in the region of Shoreditch, just outside of London. Historical records from 1592 list Shakespeare's profession as a player or actor. Indeed, he would have acted out his own plays and others alongside a cast of male-only actors. Typically, acting was considered a lowly profession. Actors were often thought of as vagabonds who lived outside civilization. But Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's Men, had noble patronage. These kinds of troupes were increasingly respected and enjoyed legal protection. Although Shakespeare was living and working in London, he continued to provide for his family, who remained in Stratford-upon-Avon. Over the years, Shakespeare received financial support from wealthy patrons such as the Earl of Southampton. And of course, he also had his wages from the Lord Chamberlain's Men for his work as both actor and playwright. Since the invention of the printing press,
in the century before, it had become easier for writers to share their work. Shakespeare's play scripts were circulated among his peers and staged soon after, having been well received. The chronology of Shakespeare's writing requires educated guesswork, but one of his earliest plays is believed to be the comedy The Taming of the Shrew. The play follows the courtship of a couple and the transformation or taming of a headstrong woman. The Taming of the Shrew is thought to have been written sometime between 1590 and 1592. Around this time, he also wrote Henry VI, the first of many history plays. It took the form of 3 separate plays, parts 1, 2, and 3. It's believed that part 2 was the first to be performed. It was likely staged at the Rose Theatre in 1592. The other parts were probably performed soon after, either at the Rose or in a performance by his own troupe at the theatre. Other historical works soon followed, including Richard III, Richard II, King John, and Henry V. And at the turn of the century, Shakespeare took a break from British history to write Julius Caesar. History plays were popular during the English Renaissance. For a long time, they were thought to be historically accurate. But today, we allow for Shakespeare's artistic license. For instance, we now know that Shakespeare's descriptions of Richard III, in terms of both his physical appearance and his character, were somewhat exaggerated. Tragedies were also very popular, including those that blended elements of history. Shakespeare's earliest tragedy was Titus Andronicus, first performed in 1594. Although it's set in ancient Rome, the story is fictional. It's based on classical and medieval legends. Titus follows a general in the Roman army, returning from war with prisoners in tow. The play explores darker themes like revenge and murder, and most of the major characters meet their demise. Shakespeare's plays quickly became some of the most popular in London. The Lord Chamberlain's men began performing his plays almost exclusively. For years, the company had primarily been based at the theatre in Shoreditch. But in 1597, the landlord, Giles Allen, refused to renew the lease. This posed a predicament for the company. Luckily, the men had a solution in mind, one that would save their careers and their theatre. When negotiations failed, the company took advantage of some ambiguity in the terms of the lease. Working in secret, they dismantled the theatre and carried the timbers across the river. They then constructed a new venue in Southwark, the Globe Theatre. The former landlord was furious and sued for damages. But the courts ruled in favour of the Lord Chamberlain's men. This bold stunt likely raised the theatre's profile and helped to secure the company's future. They now had their very own purpose-built playhouse. By the time his work was being performed at the Globe, Shakespeare had written many plays that are still beloved today.
This included the tragedy Romeo and Juliet, a tale of star-crossed lovers from rival families. It showcased Shakespeare's countless talents, such as his ability to convey emotion to an audience. He achieved this predominantly through the dialogue, which took center stage on a fairly simple set. A rear balcony at the Globe formed Juliet's bedroom window, where she listened to Romeo's proclamations of love. Towards the end, when tragedy befalls the couple, a trap door in the stage became a makeshift tomb. Music also helped to convey emotion, but the main focus was always on the acting. The cast were all male, as in Renaissance England, women weren't allowed to perform on stage. Female roles like Juliet would have been played by men in costume. It made little difference to the play's success, and perhaps that's testament to the skill of the actors. Those who worked with Shakespeare at the Globe Theatre went on to become celebrities in Elizabethan London. Richard Burbage was the company's biggest star, and perhaps the most famous actor in England at the time. Burbage was famed for his dramatic prowess, which lent itself well to title roles like Richard III and Hamlet years later. Will Kemp, by contrast, was a popular comedic actor. He brought out the humour as a servant in Romeo and Juliet, and perhaps as the self-important Dogberry in Much Ado About Nothing. He very well might have acted in other roles too, considering the number of comedies that Shakespeare wrote. They were often a little farcical, like A Comedy of Errors, in which two sets of identical twins are searching for their lost brother. In A Midsummer Night's Dream, two couples get lost in the woodland, where a mischievous fairy uses a love potion on them. Hilarity ensues as he matches the wrong couple, causing chaos between the human lovers. Whether inspired by history or entirely fictional, comedic or tragic, Shakespeare's plays always ended to applause. One of the first Shakespeare plays staged at the Globe was Julius Caesar, a historical tragedy set in ancient Rome. It charted the events that led to the Roman dictator's assassination, exploring themes like ambition and abuse of power, the fickleness of the public, and the consequences of decisions. It's thought to have mirrored 16th century anxieties about the danger of power held by absolute monarchs and the potential for civil war if the Queen died without an heir. This was one of Shakespeare's many talents, that he could take a story from a distant time and place and make it feel relevant to the audience. He could explore topics that paralleled contemporary themes and problems and covertly make a comment about Elizabethan issues. Plays like Richard III are, in part, propaganda, exaggerating the virtues of the Tudor rulers alongside the shortcomings of their political rivals. But at the same time, there seems to be an effort to educate the public and shine a spotlight on the consequences of poor leadership. Shakespeare was able to humanize monarchs at a time when they were thought to be appointed by God. It must have been refreshing to see kings and queens as real people, rather than heroes or villains, people who were susceptible to the same faults and misfortunes as everyone else.
Sometime between 1599 and 1601, Shakespeare wrote one of his best-known works, Hamlet. It was written after the death of his 11-year-old son, Hamlet. Some critics have speculated that Shakespeare may have channeled his grief into the play. Either way, there's no doubt that Hamlet is profoundly emotional. It's the tale of the Prince of Denmark who wants to avenge his father's murder. He descends into madness and violence, with devastating results for all involved. Hamlet was one of many great plays that Shakespeare would write over the next decade and a half. There were more witty comedies and gory tragedies, and more historical plays, mixing different elements. All's Well That Ends Well is a comedy that tells the story of unrequited love. After being rejected, a woman chases a nobleman around Europe and eventually wins his heart through cleverness and determination. Another popular comedy, Twelfth Night, includes a shipwreck, a love triangle, and a case of mistaken identity. Though, as with all of Shakespeare's comedies, there are layers beneath the laughter, poignant themes that stay with the audience. Take Measure for Measure, with its comedic plotline about the comeuppance of a corrupt tyrant. We don't have to dig too deep beneath the surface to find themes of morality, law, and justice. By criticizing the hypocrisy of one corrupt leader, Shakespeare condemns all who would act in this way. He emphasizes the qualities that a good leader should have, like the willingness to forgive and show mercy. Shakespeare was masterful in teaching moral lessons. His plots showed the consequences of certain actions, and characters were often punished for having low moral fiber, for being selfish, cruel, cowardly, or boastful. One example is the ruthless ambition of the Scottish general Macbeth in the tragedy of the same name. Goaded on by his power-hungry wife, he's driven to murder in his quest to be king. There are more deaths as Macbeth spirals into paranoia, and it's implied that the guilt causes Lady Macbeth to take her own life. The country is plunged into a civil war. Macbeth is killed, and a new king is crowned. In Othello, Shakespeare explores the theme of jealousy, as the envious Iago manipulates Othello into thinking his wife is having an affair. This results in the deaths of nearly all the major characters. It's as if the playwright is sharing a message about the impact of jealousy. These are the consequences of coveting what others have and being quick to trust in those with ulterior motives. During this period, Shakespeare also wrote several history plays, fictionalized versions of real-life events. Some take place far from England, like Antony and Cleopatra, set in Italy and Egypt. It tells the tragic love story of the Roman general Mark Antony and the Egyptian queen Cleopatra. Others are set closer to home, like Henry VIII, which Shakespeare co-wrote with John Fletcher in 1613. It's the story of the king's divorce from Catherine of Aragon and his marriage to his second wife, Anne Boleyn. The play ends with the christening of their daughter, Elizabeth, who is prophesied to become a great leader. It was during a performance of Henry VIII in 1613 that the Globe Theatre burnt down. Cannons were fired as part of the theatrics. A stray spark ignited the thatched roof and reduced the building to ashes in less than an hour. The Globe would be rebuilt by the following year, and the Lord Chamberlain's men, by now called the King's Men, would once again delight audiences with Shakespeare's plays. However, the playwright himself wouldn't join them. By 1613, Shakespeare had mostly retired from writing. He moved to Stratford, to the house that he'd bought for his family years earlier. It was known as New Place, and it was one of the largest and most luxurious houses in Stratford. Here, Shakespeare would live out his short retirement. He passed away just 3 years later, at the age of 52. The cause of Shakespeare's death remains unknown. He may have had a fever, such as typhus. Another theory is that he might have contracted syphilis while living as a bachelor in London. There has long been speculation about Shakespeare's sexuality. The famous sonnet, "Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?" is widely believed to address a young man. Some believe that man was Henry Wriothesley, 3rd Earl of Southampton, Shakespeare's patron and perhaps lover. Other sonnets describe the Dark Lady, a woman with dark hair and skin. Some have speculated that she was a real person and tried to identify her. But many scholars agree that the Dark Lady is most likely fictional, a product of Shakespeare's imagination. We'll likely never know of Shakespeare's real-life romances, but judging from those in his plays and poems, it seems fair to assume that he experienced love. And, contrary to popular belief, Shakespeare's marriage was not necessarily a loveless one. Recent research suggests that rather than living separate lives, Shakespeare and Anne may have spent time together in London. Another interesting detail is that in his will, Shakespeare left Anne his second-best bed. Although this has sometimes been interpreted as a snub, it may have actually been a sentimental gesture. The best bed in the house was usually for guests, so the second-best bed was likely the one they had shared as a couple. To his wife, Shakespeare left the bed and furniture. To his eldest daughter, the majority of his estate. And to the world, he left an unparalleled legacy, one that changed the course of English literature. However, we can't give Shakespeare the entirety of the credit. After all, it was common practice for playwrights of the time to collaborate with others. Shakespeare worked with Thomas Middleton on Timon of Athens and collaborated with others on his last 3 plays. Equally, he took inspiration from contemporary dramatists, as well as medieval plays and works by Seneca, the ancient Roman playwright and philosopher. Not that this takes away from Shakespeare's own legacy as the Bard of Avon and England's national poet. It's impossible to overstate the reach of his impact, or the depth of his genius and individual flair. His works would be published after his death, thanks to the efforts of his former colleagues. The first folio was published in 1623. It was a collection of Shakespeare's work, including 36 plays. The preface was written by fellow playwright Ben Jonson. A former rival of Shakespeare, his appraisal was glowing. Shakespeare was not of an age, said Jonson, but for all time. The second folio was published in 1632. It was essentially a reprint, with hundreds of minor changes and corrections. Looking through the works, we can track the development of Shakespeare's unique style. Characters become more intriguing with each play, and narratives are brought to life through a range of devices. Generally, Shakespeare wrote in iambic pentameter, using unrhymed lines of 10 syllables. An unstressed syllable is followed by a stressed one, a da-dum rhythm. This gives the writing a natural flow, which lends itself perfectly to spoken dialogue. Actors were given monologues and soliloquies, speaking their inner thoughts to a rapt audience. This revealed the depth of characters, their fears, desires, internal conflict, and motivation. No person was straightforwardly good or bad. Even the heroic could be flawed and human. Shakespeare is often credited with first recording or even inventing as many as 2,000 words, including gossip, jaded, lonely, and traditional. He also used a range of similes and metaphors in order to create an image in the audience's mind. Many common expressions today were first coined by Shakespeare, from "I have not slept one wink" and "foregone conclusion" to "the world is my oyster" and "what's done is done." Puns, wordplay, and double entendres were expertly inserted to add humour and depth. What's more, we likely miss some of the jokes because the spelling and pronunciation of certain words has changed since Shakespeare's day. Today, experts are still looking for hidden layers in the body of work that Shakespeare left behind. That's at least 38 plays, 154 sonnets, 3 long narrative poems, and a few other verses. There might well be more, too, that we don't yet know about. Shakespearean scripts that have been lost over time. Plays are remarkable on so many levels, but perhaps it's the stories themselves and the characters that have assured Shakespeare's enduring legacy. Themes like jealousy, ambition, deceit, and power are just as relevant today as when the plays were first written. The same is true of the individual characters, the inner conflict they experience, their virtues and shortcomings, and the problems they face, which have no easy solution. These characters are real in a way that an audience can connect with, whether in the 17th century or the 21st. Shakespeare's plays raise questions, and perhaps there are some lessons to be learned. Some teach us to laugh through difficulty, while others counsel us to trust our instincts. Some guide us to take measured risks and to deal with the consequences, whatever they might be. These days, scholars are cautious about biographical readings of Shakespeare's work. Nonetheless, it's tempting to think that in the plays we can also learn something about the playwright himself, his own life philosophy. Maybe he was drawing on his own experiences and observations of people. He may have witnessed the real-life consequences of jealousy, deceit, corruption, and greed, and understood the folly of revenge. The latter is a theme in one of his last plays, The Tempest. It emphasizes the importance of forgiveness, empathy over judgment, love over hate. Shakespeare reminds us of what unites us as people, the highs and lows that we all endure. As such, he made the world a brighter place, a little kinder, wiser, and more thoughtful. We'll leave you now with these words from The Tempest. Our revels now are ended. These, our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve. And, like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
It's 73 BCE, and members of the Senate in ancient Rome are discussing the city's business amidst palatial surroundings. Toga-clad politicians stand on floors of white marble, going over the details of wars and rebellion. The Republic is embroiled in multiple conflicts. There's the Sertorian War on the Iberian Peninsula, or Hispania, as the Romans know it. A civil war challenging a former Roman statesman, the conflict is now in its 7th year. Meanwhile, in Asia Minor, or modern-day Turkey, Mithridates VI poses a new threat to Rome. The ruler of the Pontic Kingdom has an army of 300,000 and allies stretching across 2 continents. This year, his forces have swept across the Spanish provinces, forcing the Senate to dispatch the consuls at the head of large legions. And now, today, there's word from Capua, southern Italy. A group of around 70 enslaved people have escaped from a gladiator school, or ludus, gaining numbers and weapons on their way to Mount Vesuvius. Considering the severity of the other threats Rome faces, we might forgive the Senate for being a little blasé, for quickly and dismissively deciding to send in a praetor with an army or militia or citizen soldiers. But it is a decision that they'll come to regret, along with many others that follow later. That's because the group they underestimate are led by Spartacus, along with two enslaved Gallic men named Crixus and Eunomaus. Spartacus, for one, will come to be remembered by history as the slave who took on Rome. Much of what we know about Spartacus today comes from two classical historians, Plutarch and Appian. Both penned their accounts in the 1st century CE, a century and a half after the period they wrote about. As is often the way with history long past, we must take what we can from the most credible sources. Alongside this, we form educated assumptions within the context of what we know about ancient Rome. Let's try this now, beginning in 103 BCE, where Spartacus was born near the Struma River in modern-day Bulgaria, which was then known as Thrace. The Romans thought the Thracians barbaric and unsophisticated, though they clearly respected their skill on the battlefield, often employing them as mercenaries for Rome. In the past, they'd rebelled alongside the Macedonians and proven fairly troublesome to the legions of the Republic. But one battle at a time, they'd been gradually defeated, and many Thracians had been captured and enslaved. Plutarch describes Spartacus as a warrior of nomadic stock, which some take to imply he was from the Thracian Maidi tribe. His wife was reportedly captured alongside him and was a prophetess of the Maidi in southwestern Bulgaria. He's described as more Greek than Thracian by Plutarch, one who possesses culture superior to his fortune. He calls him a man of great courage and strength, and a shrewd thinker who shows excellent judgment. Appian agrees that Spartacus was a Thracian, telling us that he fought for the Roman army. However, it's unclear how the mercenary came to become a prisoner of the Romans, whether he was caught deserting or upset someone important by carrying out raids or defying his commanders. Whatever happened, he became enslaved, like many others who'd fought against the Romans. In a hierarchical society, enslaved people were right at the bottom. They were treated like the possessions of those who bought them. However, it should be noted that people enslaved in Rome did have their own set of rights and laws protecting them, which differentiates the system from more modern forms of slavery. The Romans used enslaved people in nearly every profession. They were accountants, librarians, chefs, and entertainers. The unskilled were tasked with manual work, maybe ploughing the fields or working in the mines. Those who looked strong might be bought by a lanista, the owner of a ludus or gladiator school. It seems that this is what happened to Spartacus. The Thracian was purchased by a man named Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus Hypatia, whom Plutarch calls Lentulus Hypatiatus. He was the owner of the gladiator school in Capua, Campania. This region in southern Italy is believed by many to be the birthplace of gladiatorial combat. Images on tombs dating from the 4th century BCE suggest that the practice had been ongoing for centuries.
Though it was still relatively new in terms of Rome's lengthy history, it had already changed shape as a form of entertainment. In their earliest form, matches were limited to funerals and took place on the stage of the local cattle market. Performances were a way of enacting funeral rites for the deceased, commemorating them while entertaining the crowd. They were also a way to showcase wealth and status, which is why they quickly grew in size and scale. 3 matches became 30, held over a month rather than a day, as Romans sought to outdo the funerary games of their predecessors. By the 1st century BCE, when Spartacus was a gladiator, the games had grown exponentially. No longer restricted to funerals, they took place at the main plaza and were a key part of the state-sponsored ludi. The public games were a grand affair and ran in conjunction with religious festivals. They were held in honor of Roman gods and goddesses and had music, food, and all kinds of entertainment. It's difficult to overstate the popularity of the ludi, which were free to enter and a public holiday. To the Senate, they were a means of keeping the masses happy and maintaining peace in the fragile republic. Ambitious politicians and those already elected would use the ludi to win votes and favor. The grander the games, the more memorable and entertaining, the better the host's reputation might be with the public. Because of this, a lanista like Hypatia would have wielded a sizable amount of power. His gladiators would have brought him much support from the people, which in turn brought wealth and political sway. Now, we know very little about how Spartacus performed in his matches, but we might assume he had some skill because he survived. In the early days of this ancient entertainment, gladiatorial matches often resulted in death. Equally, he might have been saved from execution, having lost a match, but entertained the crowds. The official in attendance, called the editor, would gauge the crowd's reaction before signaling a gesture that decided one's fate. More often than not, if the gladiator had the crowd's approval, they would be allowed to live to fight another day. Fighters were distinguished by their weapons and armor, and we know that Spartacus fought as a murmillo. This title was usually taken up by gladiators from Gaul, but perhaps the Thracians' fighting style was better suited to it. The title means fishman, translated from Latin, and their bronze helmets were topped with a fish fin. They carried a large oval or rectangular shield known as a scutum, and the gladius sword from which gladiators take their name. Murmillo were one of the more heavyweight combatants. Their swords alone weighed up to 1.6 kilograms. The rest of their armor was relatively light, however. Likely, Spartacus wore a loincloth and sandals with a belt around his waist. He probably wore leg and arm guards made of cloth and leather, and possibly shoulder guards on his sword-wielding arm. His garb would be in keeping with typical Murmillo armor, which included the balteus, a leather belt with metal decorations, manichae, or scaled arm guard, cassis crista, a large helmet with a plume crest or horsehair, ochria, or shin guard made of bronze, iron, or other metal, and fasciae, thick, soft padding on the legs. It's possible that Spartacus fought in the arena on which the amphitheatre of Capua was later built. This is considered by some to be the world's oldest amphitheatre and may well have been the model for Rome's famous Colosseum. Some believe that Spartacus would have trained in this arena. This can create a rather glamorized impression. The reality of life for enslaved gladiators like Spartacus was far grittier and unforgiving than Hollywood might portray. From arriving at the ludus, men were made to swear an oath to be burned, beaten, bound, or killed by the sword. They promised to obey their master's wishes for the rest of their days, however long that might be. Their owners grew wealthy through their hard work and bloodshed, while the gladiators themselves saw none of these profits. Their living conditions were poor, as were their diets. They were worked relentlessly, often without decency or compassion. However, it is known that some masters paid gladiators for good fights, and often the crowd would throw money for them into the arena after a good show. It's in this context, in 73 BCE, that Spartacus led the gladiatorial revolt. According to Plutarch, a group of 78 enslaved men armed themselves with utensils from the kitchen or cookhouse. Along the way, they ran into a transport cart of weapons, and so the kitchen knives were dropped and swapped for swords and other objects. From there, they escaped to Mount Vesuvius on the Gulf of Naples. They'd gained followers along the way: peasants, deserters, enslaved people, and shepherds. Perhaps some liked the idea of sharing plunder equally, or maybe Spartacus made a speech that inspired them to join. It's a reasonable assumption, as he was the group's leader. However, some sources note the Gauls, Crixus and Oenomaus, as leaders with power equivalent to Spartacus. Appian, however, names them as subordinate officers, more like lieutenants to Spartacus's general. Nevertheless, it's at this point in the story that we return to the Senate where we first began. You might recall that the politicians weren't overly concerned and thought a small rebellion of enslaved people could easily be dealt with. They chose Gaius Claudius Glaber to lead the offensive. He was an unknown praetor without any proven experience. To put down the rebellion, he'd lead 3,000 militia members rather than Roman legionaries. These were citizen soldiers called upon when needed. Glaber and his army went to Mount Vesuvius and cut off their path, hoping to starve the rebels out. Glaber believed it to be the only route down the mountain, the other parts of the slope being so steep they were impassable. He didn't expect the rebels to make mountain vines into ropes and use them to rappel down the slopes. Doing just that, Spartacus and his followers surprised the Romans, surrounding their camp and defeating them with ease. The rebels gained a booty of better armor and weapons. Their spirits and numbers were boosted by the win. But the Senate wasn't fazed. They decided they'd just send another unknown praetor, this time by the name of Publius Verinius. Yet again, It was the rebels who would be victorious, defeating one of the praetor's lieutenants and 2,000 of his armed militia. It was another boost to the group's morale and another treasure trove of armor and weapons. Next, they surprised a second praetor, whom the Senate had sent to support Verinius. They surprised Cosinius with an attack at his camp, catching the Roman while he was bathing. It's said that the rebels eluded the Romans by positioning corpses as decoy guards. Then they attacked once they had Verinius surrounded, overwhelming his forces and taking the praetor's horse as a symbol of their victory. From here, the gladiators roamed the land, raiding and plundering as they went. They took over villages, making new weapons as they did, and gaining new followers each place they went. Their numbers soon swelled to a formidable 70,000, though it seems that Oenomaus was no longer one of them. His name disappears from the history books around this time. Most assume he died in battle. Spartacus and Crixus led a diverse army, which included other gladiators who'd been trained in combat and some veterans of the Roman army. There were Gauls, Thracians, Celts, and Samnites, many former prisoners with a grudge against Rome. Spartacus's army was far from hopeless. Even the enslaved people, while not trained soldiers, were accustomed to manual labor. They were often physically fit, strong, and hardy. No doubt, this helped when it came to their training. They were often taught by gladiators, mercenaries, or former legionnaires. Some may have been trained by Spartacus himself, the leader having proven himself as both a warrior and tactician. It's said that the winter of 73 to 72 was dedicated to training and equipping new recruits, and at the same time they expanded their territory, raiding towns across Italy and pillaging what they could. The rebels seem to have split into two groups to do this, one led by Spartacus and another by Crixus. Writers and scholars, past and present, remain divided as to why this may have been the case. According to Plutarch, it was the result of a disagreement. One group aligned with Spartacus, who wanted to cross the Alps, to escape Roman territory and disband once they were free. Another went with Crixus to keep raiding and looting, emboldened by their victories and greedy for more plunder. Appian, on the other hand, mentions no disagreement and says that Spartacus's goal was always to march on Rome. In this case, splitting the group might have been strategic. After all, two groups could cover more ground than one and force the Romans to fight a war on two fronts. Either way, the rebels split. And by the spring of 72 BCE, they had the Senate's attention. Up until now, Rome's response to the rebellion was closer to policing than a military matter. This was in part the result of arrogance, but also practicality. The Senate couldn't afford to send troops where they weren't needed, not when they were at war with the Pontic kingdom. It's also possible that some members of the Senate were concerned about the optics of sending in the army.
This in itself was a humiliation, an admission that mighty Rome had been made to tremble by a ragtag group of enslaved people and foreigners. By the spring of 72, things had changed. The Senate didn't have the luxury of remaining complacent. After 3 failed attempts to suppress the revolt, countless Romans had been killed, including praetors. The rebels had only grown in size and spirit, and were now running wild across the country. Embarrassed or not, the Senate had to admit that the gladiator army posed a serious threat. So, they turned to the Republic's appointed rulers and tasked the 2 consuls with ending the rebellion. Both Gellius and Clodianus commanded their own legions, though the size of their armies remain unclear. Estimates fall somewhere between 3,000 and 6,000 soldiers, the vast majority being infantry, with a few hundred cavalry on horseback. Gellius's force was massively outnumbered when they met Crixus near Mount Garganus in southeast Italy. The gladiator led a force of 30,000, a group of battle-hardy rebels bolstered by past success. They'd proven impressive when it came to guerrilla warfare, ambushes, raids, and minor skirmishes. But open battle was quite different. Ultimately, they were a group of deserters facing off against a consular army. The Roman army was amongst the best in the world. Still today, they're famed for their discipline, their organization, and battlefield tactics. Despite outnumbering the Romans by more than 20,000, the rebel peasants and shepherds were no match for legionnaires. And so, it was Gellius and his legion who would hand the insurgents their first defeat. The rebel army lost 2/3 of its fighters, including Crixus, who'd been at the forefront from the beginning. It's said that Spartacus, upon hearing of the defeat, held funeral games in honor of Crixus and the fallen. 300 Roman soldiers were sacrificed at these games, made to reenact the battle, but playing the part of the losing rebels. In one sense, this is a demonstration of culture and tradition, but it also highlights the sense of community between the rebels. Gladiators in a ludus were known for their camaraderie. Many would form their own familia, a close-knit group who looked after one another. One can only imagine that this camaraderie would be amplified by the unique course of action that the rebels chose together. It was a brotherhood of oppressed and enslaved people, united by their desire to fight back and be free. Spartacus was likely grieving the loss of his brother-in-arms, Crixus, though it doesn't appear to have clouded his judgment. If anything, it seems to have spurred him on and fueled the fire of more resistance. By this point, Clodianus and the other consular army were north of the rebels, blocking their way. According to Appian, Gellius planned to follow them north, seeking to trap them between the Roman armies. It was an effective strategy and might well have been successful had the army made it in time.
But whether Gellius misjudged the distance or his troops were slow after battle, it gave Spartacus the time he needed to react. Aware that Gellius was in pursuit and looking to avoid a war on two fronts, the Spartan army moved north, where Clodianus posed the most urgent threat. The consul likely underestimated both Spartacus and the number of fighters at his command. He likely assumed a similar force to that of Crixus, but in fact Spartacus had at least 10,000 more. Either for this reason, or because he wanted all the credit, Clodianus chose not to wait for Gellius. And, like the many others who'd misjudged the rebel army, he and his soldiers fought and lost. The Spartan army then turned around, having dealt with one threat and ready to face another. They moved south, defeating Gellius's legion and forcing the consuls to retreat to Rome. Appian tells us that the consuls regrouped, gathering all remaining troops into a single legion. This legion fought the rebels at the Battle of Picenum and were decisively defeated for a third and final time. Plutarch's account is a little different. He makes no mention of the battle at Picenum or the second battle between the insurgents and Gellius. He notes that Spartacus triumphed over Clodianus, but claims that after this he continued northwards. There he defeated a force of 10,000 men, led by the governor of Cisalpine Gaul. There's no way of knowing which account is the right one, and it is possible that both are accurate. The rebels may have defeated the consular armies as well as the men of Cisalpine Gaul. Regardless, both writers have the rebels as the victors. The path was clear to move north to freedom. However, this would only come to pass if Spartacus planned to escape across the Alps. But it seems that the Thracian had another idea in mind. Perhaps Appian was right all along, that the plan had always been to march on Rome. Or maybe the death of Crixus had led to a change of heart, and Spartacus looked to avenge his fallen brother. Regardless of the reasons, Spartacus was on the warpath. It's said that he ordered the killing of all prisoners, wanting rid of anything that might slow them down. Any materials that weren't deemed essential were set alight so that others couldn't use them. The rebels continued to raid and pillage while they made their way across the region. This was as much an attempt to embarrass the Republic as it was an opportunity to gather food and resources. The Spartan army had been formidable before, but now their numbers were at 120,000. Yet, Spartacus questioned whether they really had the skill set to conquer the defenses of a city like Rome. So, instead of marching west into Rome, the rebels went southwards and took the city of Thurii. This was a base from which raids were conducted. Men would go out to find bronze and iron, which would be made into weapons and armor in the city. Meanwhile, in Rome, panic was bubbling. What began as a minor uprising in southern Italy was now a civil war in its third year. People were alarmed by rumors of Spartacus and his rebels, who, at any moment, might march on the capital. As a testament to this, when it came time for elections, there were very few candidates looking to stand for praetor. Many rightly feared that should they be elected, their first order of business would be to face the rebel army. However, there was one man who didn't share this view: Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in Rome. It's difficult to gauge his wealth by modern comparisons, but experts believe it's the equivalent of $20 billion today. Plutarch describes Crassus as an ancient profiteer, noting public calamities were his greatest source of revenue. He was the kind of man who owned a fire department in which the firefighters were trained to watch a building burn until its owner had offered the right price to save it. He would then buy the property at a dramatically reduced rate, adding it to an already staggering portfolio. Primarily known for his enormous wealth, Crassus was a man with political ambitions. He knew that the man who put down the rebellion would be guaranteed a place in the Senate. So he put himself forward and was voted into service, and Rome looked to Crassus to rid them of the rebels. The praetor was given command of 6 new legions, as well as what remained of those consular armies. Having so much money was certainly advantageous. He was able to use his own personal funds to train and equip his sizable army. At first, it must have seemed like none of this would matter, and that Spartacus would defeat Crassus like those before him. That's because the first expedition proved a failure once again, and the legate, Mummius, disobeyed orders. The plan was for the legate to lead 2 legions ahead of Crassus and the main army. The other 4 legions would wait with Crassus at the borders of Picenum. Crassus would then approach once the legate was in position, by which time they'd have the enemy surrounded. Unfortunately for the Romans, Mummius got cocky. Crassus had given him strict instructions not to engage the rebels in any small way. But, seeing their army, he thought he had the advantage, so he attacked the rebels and was subsequently defeated. Crassus was enraged at the legion's disobedience and punished the army to bring them back in line. He reintroduced a punishment known as decimation, something thought barbaric even then. Soldiers were split into groups of 10 or decades and drew lots to decide which soldier would be killed. The man who drew the short straw would be executed by his comrades, maybe stoned, clubbed, or stabbed to death. It wasn't clear how many soldiers Crassus punished, whether it was the legate's 2 legions or the entire army. But whether 50 or 1,000 were killed by decimation, it seems that his soldiers didn't disobey him again. Crassus's army went on to defeat Spartacus. The Thracian was forced to retreat to southern Italy. Plutarch tells us he'd planned a crossing to Sicily, where he and the rebels could regroup on the island. Only the pirates he paid to take them across the water sailed off and stole his money. The Spartan army had to fall back further to the city of Rhegium on the southern peninsula. Unable to get to Sicily, they were trapped and vulnerable. Crassus must have felt like victory was imminent. Those who'd gone before him might well have attacked, but Crassus, being patient, decided on a siege. He had fortifications built across the region, blocking both the escape route and access to resources. Spartacus responded by splitting the army in two, sending one group ahead to break through the siege. They did break through, but were quickly defeated. Though, curiously, the victory left Crassus disheartened. It's said that the praetor had the bodies checked for wounds, and that out of 12,000 rebels killed in the battle, all but 2 had died facing their opponents. It was clear to Crassus that the rebels could not be broken. They would fight on until the bitter end. In the meantime, Spartacus had initially stayed back, but been pursued into the mountains by the officer Quintus. At some point, the rebels turned around and fought, defeating Quintus and yet another Roman army. This wasn't a disaster as far as Crassus was concerned. He'd weakened the rebel army and had good numbers behind him. He was much more concerned that Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, often known as Pompey the Great, was on his way to help him, having put an end to the Sertorian War on the Iberian Peninsula. Crassus was greedy for the acclaim and power that would result from single-handedly putting down the revolt. Not wanting to share the credit, he hurried to meet Spartacus to defeat the Thracians' army before Pompey could arrive. Likely seeing that the end was near, Spartacus actually attempted a truce with Crassus. It was swiftly rejected, and the armies met at Seleucia on the banks of the Sele River. Here, Spartacus and his rebels fought bravely. But this was to be their final stand. More than 36,000 were killed on the battlefield, and 6,000 more taken as prisoners. Crassus had them crucified along the Appian Way, the main road that ran all the way to Rome. However, Spartacus wasn't amongst them, though this is sometimes depicted in films and other media. All sources agree that he died in battle. Plutarch tells of him catching sight of Crassus and cutting through the ranks to reach the praetor, but that the bodies of 2 Romans fell on him and he was subsequently surrounded and killed by many men. Around 5,000 rebels managed to flee the onslaught, but ran into Pompey and were killed by his men. He'd be much celebrated for this and his victory in Hispania when he returned to Rome and was made consul. Crassus threw a festival in honor of Hercules including a banquet that stretched across 10,000 tables. He gifted each family a 3-month supply of grain, winning over the public's support and being elected as censor. In hindsight, it's interesting that despite all that wealth and power of the Roman elite like Crassus, it is Spartacus, a formerly enslaved man, who is arguably the more famous. The Thracian's name has endured over millennia. It's synonymous with courage and the fight for freedom. Although Spartacus was ultimately defeated, his actions sent shockwaves rippling across Rome. Likely from that point on, many masters had in their minds a fear of what might happen should the people they enslaved decide to revolt. In a growing number of ludi, owners felt obliged to make improvements or risk another Spartacan-style uprising. And what it meant to be a gladiator underwent many changes, becoming a profession by the imperial period, for which many volunteered. The men that fought in the centuries after Spartacus lived in relatively comfortable lodgings and were far better fed. Their training was complemented with sports massage and medical care. Some even formed unions with spokesmen to voice demands. Whether this was his intention, or whether he'd only ever planned to escape and gain his own freedom, Spartacus's actions paved the way for change. Still today, his legacy leaves an inspiring message about what even the most oppressed people can achieve when they band together with a common goal. It's early afternoon on the 30th of January, 1649. Despite the cold weather, a huge crowd has gathered outside the Palace of Whitehall in London. They're here to watch something that's unprecedented in English history: the execution of Charles I. The King of England, Scotland, and Ireland has been found guilty of committing treason against his own people. Even for those who think Charles a tyrant, it's shocking to see the monarch led out to the scaffold. He's dressed all in black, but for a royal blue sash across his chest. He wears a wide-brimmed hat and 2 shirts so that the crowd doesn't see him shiver. It's a struggle for the people to hear the king's final words as he's surrounded by a barrier of parliamentary guards. Some choose to look away as Charles kneels before the block and orders the executioner to strike. Just a year ago, the thought that England would execute their own king for treason would have been unimaginable to most. Even after a civil war and countless royal missteps, Charles was still a king and thought to be appointed by God. How many, we might wonder, were asking themselves a question: how did it come to this? Sometimes called the Great Rebellion, the English Civil War took place in 3 phases between 1642 and 1651. They're known as the First, Second, and Third Civil Wars.
Although it took place before the formation of Britain, the British Civil War might be more accurate as a title. For one, because Charles was King of England and Scotland, titles he'd inherited from his Scottish father, James. Charles was also King of Ireland, which had been conquered and colonised. Clashes in England took place within a broader conflict, known as the Wars of the Three Kingdoms. England, Scotland and Ireland each faced their own kinds of civil wars, fought over separate causes, yet all interconnected. The English Civil War, which is our focus tonight, revolved around the matter of how the country should be governed. Parliamentarians supported the king's right to rule, but believed that the sovereign should work alongside the government. King Charles I, however, thought himself God's appointed ruler and expected total obedience and unlimited power. Charles's way of thinking wasn't out of the ordinary when he ascended the throne in 1625. There was an absolute monarchy in Russia, and France would soon become one under King Louis XIV. Much like the ruler of an absolute monarchy, Charles thought himself far elevated above his subjects. He was answerable to God and God alone, above the law and Parliament. And herein lies the crux of the problem. England was not an absolute monarchy. In fact, the country had a long-held tradition of pushing back against autocratic rule. The most famous example came in 1215, when a number of barons rebelled against King John, protesting high taxes and tyrannical rule. The king had been forced to sign Magna Carta, the first document in English history to limit the king's powers. It was written into law that land-owning nobles had to be consulted before taxes were raised, and that no one could be imprisoned without reason. Everyone was entitled to a fair trial. The monarch still enjoyed a massive amount of power, but some constraints had been established. A lasting precedent had been set of the monarch needing consent to govern. Magna Carta laid the foundations of what would become the government in the 14th century. Two distinct bodies, the House of Lords and House of Commons, were well established by the time of Charles's reign. The House of Lords consisted of peers, bishops, dukes, earls and barons. They tended to be royalists. Some inherited their titles, while others were personally appointed by the king. The House of Commons, on the other hand, was made up of elected representatives from counties and towns across England. They were a mix of lawyers, businessmen, and country landowners, as only the wealthy were allowed to stand. Members of Parliament, or MPs, were far more likely to challenge the king. They were educated and forthright. Many were skilled orators. They believed themselves to be the voice of the people, defenders of their countrymen's ancient rights, as laid out in the Magna Carta. There was a religious element to this as well, the country having undergone a Protestant Reformation just over a century before. Unable to obtain the divorce he wanted, King Henry VIII had broken away from Rome. 1,000 years of Catholic dominance was unceremoniously brought to an end. Matters of faith had divided the country ever since. There had been uprisings and protests, plots to assassinate different monarchs, and people charged with heresy and put to death for their beliefs. It was Charles's father, King James I, who'd been the intended victim of the gunpowder plotters. A group of Catholic conspirators had very nearly succeeded in blowing up Parliament with the monarch inside. One of the most notorious plots in British history, it did immeasurable damage to the plotters' cause. Catholics would be regarded with paranoia and mistrust for centuries. Charles became king just 20 years after the plot, and anti-Catholic sentiment was at a fever pitch in Parliament. Many thought themselves defenders of the Protestant religion, seeing this as inextricably linked with their rights and parliamentary privileges. Religious reforms were met with suspicion, particularly from the Puritans, who had an increasing presence in the Commons. These radical Protestants lived by a strict moral and religious code and wanted to rid the country of any trace of Catholicism. Charles's father, King James I of the Stuart dynasty, was the son of a devout Catholic, Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary had been executed as a traitor by Queen Elizabeth I, and James himself had been raised as a Protestant. Coming to power after Elizabeth's death, James's attitude towards religion seemed a lot like hers. It was an attempt at a compromise between Catholics and Protestants in the interests of maintaining peace. Regardless of the results, it didn't win him any fans. Catholics resented their lack of power and status and the fines they had to pay for non-attendance at church. Protestants thought the king was too lenient on Catholics. Many disliked him as a foreigner on the throne. James's popularity only worsened over the course of his 22-year reign. He overspent wildly, despite a nearly bankrupt treasury, and showered wealth and titles on undeserving favorites. What's more, the Stuart king was also increasingly high-handed. It was normal procedure to dissolve Parliament once matters had been discussed and business concluded. James, however, often dissolved Parliament because he didn't like what the MPs were saying. He went on to do this several times, after disputes over taxation and royal privilege, or when MPs dared to criticize his favourites. James set an example for his son of an untouchable ruler, for whom Parliament was optional, an unnecessary hindrance. It might seem that Charles I was set up to fail, on a collision course with Parliament from the beginning of his reign. But then, we'd be discounting the king's part in what happened, the ways in which he made a bad situation worse. Barely a month into his reign, in 1625, Charles married a French Catholic, Queen Henrietta Maria. He postponed the opening of Parliament until after he'd consummated the marriage, so that the question of annulment wasn't an option. As we've mentioned, anti-Catholic feeling was rife. It was just 2 decades since the gunpowder plotters had tried to blow up the king and countless others. The last Catholic queen in recent memory was Mary I, or Bloody Mary, best remembered for the number of Protestants she'd had killed. So, in Parliament, the reaction to Charles's marriage was one of anger and fear. The Puritans, in particular, had deep suspicions that this was the beginning of a Catholic restoration. These fears were amplified by Charles's support of Richard Montague, a controversial clergyman who was at odds with the Puritans. His appointment as royal chaplain seemed like further evidence that the king might initiate a covert reformation. It wasn't the best start, to say the least, and neither was the king's coronation at Westminster Abbey. As a devout Catholic, Queen Henrietta Maria wouldn't attend a Protestant ceremony. Her absence was symbolic of the religious divide, a deep rift felt throughout the country. Most Protestants were concerned that as a result of his marriage, the king would begin loosening restrictions on Catholics. Charles assured Parliament he'd do no such thing, despite having promised the exact opposite in a secret marriage treaty. In exchange for Henrietta's hand in marriage, Charles had sworn to her brother, King Louis XIII of France, that he would ensure greater leniency towards English Catholics. He'd also agreed to loan naval ships to France to suppress French Protestants, known as the Huguenots. Charles backtracked in 1627 by sending a naval fleet to the Huguenots' aid, an open show of Protestant support. And this might well have helped to soothe tensions around his marriage, had the relief campaign not been such a disaster. Charles had insisted on placing the Duke of Buckingham in command, despite his failure in Spain 2 years prior. As the king's favourite, Buckingham had been gifted wealth and titles, but was widely despised throughout the English court. Buckingham's failure in France only confirmed public opinion that he was greedy, undeserving, arrogant, and inept. The campaign was poorly organised, lacking resources and direction. Around 5,000 Englishmen lost their lives as a result. Parliament had attempted to open impeachment proceedings against the Duke the year before he'd sailed to France. Members of the Commons wanted him held accountable for what they saw as flagrant corruption. Charles's response had been to dissolve Parliament, saving his favourite, if only for a short while. Buckingham was assassinated in 1628. By then, he was disliked so widely that poems were circulated celebrating his killer as a hero. Charles's decision to dissolve Parliament was an early sign of his autocratic tendencies. He'd also previously ordered the arrests of 2 MPs who spoke out against Buckingham. The king was following his father's example, something that would eventually prove his undoing. The imprisonment of the MPs was met with outrage in the Commons, and the men were released after a week in custody. There had been mistrust between Parliament and the King right from the beginning of Charles's reign. Alongside the fallout from his marriage to a Catholic, the King had requested funds for a war against Spain, a significant amount of money. The request was refused. Parliament had also limited the Crown's revenue from customs duties, known as tonnage and poundage, to 1 year only, until the rates had been reviewed. Charles's predecessors had been granted these funds for life. So, he took this as an insult and dissolved Parliament. He tried again the following year, but once again dissolved Parliament after their attempts to impeach Buckingham. This left Charles with no legal means of raising taxes, for which he needed the government's consent. Charles's solution was to implement a forced loan, whereby wealthy subjects were obliged to lend the king money. It was essentially a tax without Parliament's consent, leading many to call it illegal. Some refused to pay. The king had 76 men imprisoned for this refusal, and the case went to court in 1627. The accused argued for their release on the grounds of Magna Carta. It was illegal to detain a subject without just cause. To Parliament's horror, the judges bowed to royal pressure and declared that the king could do just that. The issue was front and foremost in 1628, when Charles summoned Parliament once again. He was obliged to sign a statement known as the Petition of Right. This reiterated the constraints of Magna Carta and added a few more stipulations. The king couldn't imprison anyone without due process. He couldn't raise taxes or loans without Parliament's consent. Nor could he impose martial law in peacetime or force civilians to lodge soldiers in their homes. But not long after, Charles collected customs duties without parliamentary consent, and he would continue to do so year after year. When the issue was brought up in the House of Commons, Charles ordered that proceedings be adjourned. MPs then physically held down the Speaker of the House until they'd had time to read out their complaints. Subsequently, the King dissolved Parliament and had 9 MPs arrested over the matter. Those imprisoned included Sir John Eliot, a popular orator and impassioned parliamentarian. Eliot died in prison, becoming a political martyr and souring feelings towards the sovereign even further. The session that Charles had tried to adjourn took place in early March 1629. It would be the last Parliament summoned for over a decade. Seemingly, the king had had enough of interference
what followed is a period known as the personal rule. It's also known as the 11 Years' Tyranny. With the crown in deficit, Charles needed money, and he was determined to get it however he could. He introduced an array of unpopular fines and taxes, fostering resentment across the nation. One of these was an archaic law known as the Distraint of the Knighthood. According to this law, any man who earned £40 or more from the land must present themselves to the king and receive their knighthood. Charles not only had the law reinstated, but backdated it to the beginning of his reign. He sent out officials to collect fines from thousands of landowners for not having presented themselves for knighthood. Similarly, the boundaries of the royal forests were extended back to their ancient borders. This allowed the king to fine landowners for intruding on land they might have owned for generations. Such methods were lucrative, but deeply unpopular, as were his demands for so-called ship money. This was a tax paid by coastal towns in wartime, the money going to support the navy. Charles changed the rules so that it was paid in peacetime, and not only by coastal towns, but by the whole country. It brought in hundreds of thousands to the treasury each year, but placed a hefty burden on English landowners. And, indirectly, it affected the communities which revolved around them. Some refused to pay, like the wealthy landowner John Hampden, who was taken to court in 1637. He lost his case, but only by a margin, inspiring resistance nationwide. By 1639, royal officers collecting ship money were only bringing in a fraction of what they had previously taken. Charles also alienated traders and manufacturers by exploiting loopholes in the Statute of Monopolies. Certain individuals or companies were awarded exclusive trading rights in exchange for payment to the crown. With monopolies in place, the costs of items soared. Both merchants and the general public had to pay more for everyday items, from soap and salt to tobacco and alcohol. By the end of the 1630s, Charles had made enemies throughout the land. He acted as though he were the ruler of an absolute monarchy. His methods of raising money made him seem greedy and corrupt. In addition to this, he'd instigated several religious reforms alongside William Laud, the Archbishop of Canterbury. These were framed as a bid to make worship more uniform, but fueled the fears of a Catholic Reformation. The return of stained glass windows looked to many like Catholic pomp, as did the return of ritualistic elements to services and the veneration of priests and bishops. The impact of these reforms was felt most keenly in Scotland, where Protestantism had become part of the nation's identity. Catholicism was viewed as a threat to independence,
and to the wealth and lands of the Scottish nobles. King James had already reclaimed former church lands, which the nobility had been living off since the Reformation, a century prior. Now, with Laud's reforms and the reintroduction of bishops, it seemed like it was just a matter of time before Catholicism was restored. Soon enough, Charles faced a crisis in Scotland. The introduction of an English-style prayer book resulted in riots and protests nationwide. The country mobilized against their absentee king, signing the National Covenant and vowing to defend the true religion. Twice, the king would send armies into Scotland in what became known as the Bishops' Wars. Both campaigns, in 1639 and 1640, would fail to put down the Scottish forces. Before the Second Bishops' War, and in dire need of money, Charles had been forced to summon Parliament for the first time in 11 years. He dissolved it just after 3 weeks, after they refused to give him money for his war against Scotland until their grievances had been addressed. So, Charles had gone on anyway, without the funding, and suffered a humiliating defeat in the Second Bishops' War. Afterwards, he'd been forced to recall Parliament yet again, completely out of money by November of 1640. By this point, hostilities had only grown stronger. Aggrieved MPs detailed their list of complaints, and a number of reforms were then passed in the Commons. It was written into law that Parliament would meet every 3 years, and without the monarch's summons if it wasn't forthcoming. The king was now forbidden from dissolving Parliament without their consent. Specific laws were also introduced regarding Charles's unpopular economic policies. For example, the forced loans, which he'd imposed on the nobility, were now only legal if Parliament consented to them first. Equally, there were curbs on trade monopolies, which allowed individual businesses to dominate the market in return for a payment to the crown. The royal courts were also abolished, those used by Archbishop Laud to punish religious opponents. Charles's key minister, the Earl of Strafford, was impeached and tried for treason. Having raised an Irish army, which Parliament feared could be turned against England, Strafford was sentenced to death. Under pressure, Charles himself signed the warrant. These events fed a narrative that blamed the king's wicked advisors rather than condemning the king himself. It's important to remember that at this stage, even the most ardent parliamentarians had no mind to abolish the monarchy. In fact, the protestation of 1641 required all English men over the age of 18 to sign an oath. They swore to protect the true Reformed religion alongside His Majesty's royal person and Parliament too. It might have been an attempt to dampen hostilities between the king's supporters and his opponents in Parliament. Unfortunately, it was soon followed by a rebellion in Ireland, which quickly re-inflamed tensions across the sea. The uprising had been started by Irish Catholics preempting a Protestant assault. This led to panic among the English Protestants. Rumours abounded that Charles supported the Irish Catholics and planned to lead a similar uprising in England. What we might call the spark of the English Civil War came not long after, in January 1642. The king marched into the House of Commons with an army of 400 and attempted to arrest 5 MPs for treason. Having received a tip-off, the politicians escaped, but this incident destroyed the king's credibility. Fearing for his safety, Charles fled London. Soon after, Parliament took control of the army, fearing that the king might use it against them. Next, they sent Charles a list of demands known as the 19 Propositions. It actually caused a rift within the Commons, with many MPs feeling that they'd gone too far. Lines were being drawn in the sand, and it was becoming easier to see where people stood. On a simplistic level, there were those who were against the king and those who remained somewhat sympathetic. By August of 1642, attempts at diplomacy had failed. In Nottingham, as a rallying call to his supporters, Charles raised the standard, the royal flag. The king and Parliament were now officially at war. Different counties proclaimed themselves loyal to different sides, driving a wedge between friends, families, and neighbours. However, most ordinary people supported whoever their local lord had backed, and some counties abstained completely, even forming armies to keep both sides out. It's a common misconception that the nobility were all royalists and the less privileged were all parliamentarians. For some, choosing sides was a matter of great conviction. Others might have picked whichever side looked likely to win. Flamboyantly dressed, with long flowing hair, the royalists became known as the Cavaliers. Their opponents likened them to privileged foreign knights who rode horses and did their king's bidding. Though it began as an insult, royalists embraced the name. Similarly, the parliamentarians became known as the Roundheads. Many being Puritans, they dressed far more plainly and had short, bowl-like haircuts, hence the name Roundhead. The actual conflict took place in 3 phases. There was the First, Second, and Third Civil War. The first between 1642 and 1646. During this time, there were a number of conflicts, beginning in the Midlands with the Battle of Edge Hill. Both sides lost around 500 men. The battle lasted for only a day and ended without a clear winner. It's said that the king was deeply grieved by what he saw on the battlefield. Still, the war had only just begun. And while peace delegations continued in the background, more bloodshed was still to come. Further conflicts ended with no clear winner until the tide began to turn in 1644. The parliamentarians, having aligned with the Scots, won a decisive victory at the Battle of Marston Moor. They did even better the following year at Naseby, having been reorganized in the new model army. Commander-in-chief was Sir Thomas Fairfax, while second in command was Oliver Cromwell, the future leader of the English Commonwealth. The Royalist cause collapsed after Naseby, and in 1646, Charles surrendered to the Scottish army. They spent months negotiating a price with Parliament before handing him over to be placed under house arrest. Charles managed to escape the following November, but soon found himself back under house arrest on the Isle of Wight. Resourceful as ever, he made a secret pact with the Scottish, agreeing to a series of religious reforms in England if they'd help restore him to the throne. The Scottish invasion of England in 1648 marked the second phase of the Civil War. It was accompanied by a scattering of royalist uprisings in Wales and in the south and north of England. But none proved a match for the new model army under the leadership of Fairfax and his deputy Cromwell. Whereas the Royalists were disorganized, lacking leadership and focus, the parliamentarians were united in ideology. An organized force of professional soldiers, they put down the Royalist rebellions one by one. They then beat the Scots in a clear victory, ending the Royalists' hopes at the Battle of Preston. The king's only option was to try and negotiate. But to the likes of Oliver Cromwell and many radicals in the army, the time for talking was long past. They'd come to the opinion that peace for England was only possible if the treasonous Charles was put to death for his crimes. The majority of Parliament was very much against this, including key figures like Thomas Fairfax. The mere notion of a king committing treason was unthinkable, and killing a king chosen by God risked overturning the entire order on which society rested. What came next was essentially a parliamentary coup. It's known as Pride's Purge, and it was led by Colonel Thomas Pride. 186 MPs, including the more moderate ones, were barred from entering the House of Commons, while 45 were arrested. The new model army had effectively seized power and would now decide the fate of their sovereign. And so, Charles I, King of England, Scotland and Ireland, was placed on trial and inevitably found guilty. He was sentenced to execution for the crime of high treason as a tyrant, traitor, murderer, and public enemy. He met his end 3 days later outside the Palace of Whitehall on the 30th of January, 1649. In his final speech, Charles forgave his enemies, but at the same time, he remained defiant, declaring, "A subject and sovereign are clean, different things." The king's composure on the scaffold led some to see him as a martyr, unjustly killed. While Cromwell had mixed feelings about the event, ultimately he seems to have been convinced. It was God's will that Charles be put to death. The problem was that while Charles's reign had ended, the Civil War was still ongoing. Royalists rallied around the 19-year-old heir apparent, proclaiming him King Charles II. The Third Civil War, between 1649 and 1651, would be the final and bloodiest chapter in the conflict. A major clash took place in Ireland, where the Irish Catholics had joined English royalists. Together, they planned to invade England, defeat the parliamentary forces, and put Charles II on the throne. But Cromwell viciously put down the rival forces. After the siege of Drogheda, he's said to have ordered the massacre of at least 2,000 people, including many civilians. This was only the beginning of a brutal campaign, which saw further civilian deaths due to conflict and countless more due to famine and disease. By 1653, Ireland was under occupation. According to some estimates, it had lost around 25% of its pre-war population. Cromwell's campaign left deep wounds in Ireland and soured Anglo-Irish relations for centuries to come. Charles I had been perceived as a tyrant and murderer. But from an Irish perspective, Cromwell was no different. Cromwell was only present for the beginning of the campaign, events in Scotland having demanded his attention by the summer of 1650. While the Scots had been resentful of Charles's authoritarian rule, most wanted no part of Cromwell's republic. So they united around Charles II, agreeing to put him on the throne in return for a series of Protestant reforms. In the early stages, when Cromwell marched into Scotland, it looked like the Scots might have the upper hand. But things turned around at the Battle of Dunbar, where Cromwell launched a counterattack and won a crucial victory over a larger force. He went on to occupy much of southern Scotland. Meanwhile, Charles II, by now crowned King of Scotland, marched southwards into England, hoping to rally support. Cromwell then followed with a much larger force, eventually trapping the Royalists in the Midlands and winning a crushing victory at the Battle of Worcester. Charles II managed to escape to France, but with 3,000 killed and 10,000 captured, Royalist support was all but destroyed. The Civil War was finally over. Cromwell and Parliament had triumphed over their opponents. A new kind of England would emerge in the aftermath. A kingless republic led by Lord Protector Oliver Cromwell. A commonwealth governed by Parliament for the people in the interests of the common good instead of one ruler. At least, that was the idea in theory. The reality was somewhat more complicated. And ultimately, it would prove to be a short-lived experiment, descending into chaos after Cromwell's death.
In May 1660, Parliament proclaimed Charles II king. He was soon after welcomed back to London to large-scale celebrations across the capital. The country breathed a sigh of relief at this return to monarchy, to peace and normality. Or rather, that was the hope. In truth, England was never the same again. The Civil War was a testing ground for ideas, as people showed a willingness to challenge the status quo. There had been a shift in beliefs about royal authority. Gradually, the government would come to have greater power. The path to progress is rarely linear. Still, we might say that the English Civil War helped to lay foundations. The seeds were sown for a constitutional monarchy and eventually a British democracy.
The city of Venice, or Venezia in Italian, is located in northeastern Italy. It consists of about 118 small islands scattered across the lagoon. Some are connected by bridges, while other islands sit alone. Colourful Burano, for instance, and Murano, which is famous for glassmaking. In a sense, the oldest island in the lagoon is Torcello. According to traditional accounts of Venice's history, this tiny island at the northern end of the lagoon was the first to be inhabited, beginning around the year 452 CE. So, it's here, on a patch of land less than a half square kilometre in size, that our history of Venice begins. The first settlers in Torcello were likely people fleeing from the mainland to escape from Germanic and Hun invaders. The islands of the Venetian lagoon must have seemed like a peaceful refuge. However, it's worth noting that these settlers weren't the very first people to live in the lagoon area. In the 1980s, scuba divers in the lagoon discovered something intriguing. Underwater were the ruins of a Roman road and dock. And recently, archaeologists also uncovered a nearby oyster farm, dating to the 1st century CE. These findings suggest that people were living and working in the Venice area centuries before the Torcello settlers. The islands were probably home to salt workers and fishermen. Then, according to some accounts, from 452 CE, more people arrived, settling on Torcello and perhaps some of the surrounding islands. But traditionally, the city of Venice is said to have been founded a few decades earlier, in the year 421 CE. As is often the way, history and myth seem to have blended together. At the time of Venice's traditional foundation in the 5th century, the lagoon was still part of the Western Roman Empire. But elsewhere in Italy, power had shifted to the Eastern Roman Empire, also known as the Byzantine Empire.
And from the 6th century onwards, Venice too came under Byzantine rule. But of course, these were turbulent times, with different factions fighting for power. And in the early 8th century, as a result of the anti-Byzantine movement, Venice got its first doge, or duke. A man named Orso Hypatia was elected to rule by the Venetian people. As power struggles continued over the years, Byzantine control gradually weakened. Culturally, the Byzantine Empire would leave a lasting impact on Venice, something that can be seen today in the city's art and architecture. Just think of the spectacular domes and mosaics of St. Mark's Basilica. In practical terms, however, Venice had become an independent maritime power by the early 9th century. From the 7th to the 18th century, the Republic of Venice was ruled by the Doge. Once elected through a highly complicated voting process, the Doge held the role for life. But while the first Doges had political power, from the 13th century onwards, the role became more symbolic and ceremonial. The real source of political authority lay elsewhere, with establishments such as the Great Council. The Doge's power was so limited, he wasn't allowed to correspond with foreign rulers, or even leave the city without special permission. Nonetheless, he remained an important, recognizable figure, with his distinctive cap and golden robes. By the 9th century, the Doge's residence was located in the area of Venice that we now know as the Rialto. It would later be seriously damaged when angry citizens set it on fire. When the Doge's palace was rebuilt, it was moved to a new location overlooking St. Mark's Square. The Venice that we know today was starting to take shape. The main islands that form the historic centre. At this point, you may be wondering what happened to the city's birthplace, Torcello. There were a few reasons for the island's gradual decline in importance, but let's look at one of the most significant factors. For a while, Torcello had been a bustling trade hub, thanks to its strategic position in the lagoon and the salt provided by the nearby marshes. Salt was valuable at the time, and Torcello soon became wealthy. But from around the 9th century, the canals of Torcello began to fill up with silt from the lagoon. As it became difficult for boats to pass through, trade shifted to the Rialto Islands, today's Venice. The area was well suited for the city's growing maritime trade. The islands were close to the open sea, but still benefited from the protection of the lagoon. Additionally, the waters were deeper and easier to navigate. Traders from the Near East and across the Mediterranean could reach Venice with relative ease. There was business to be done and money to be made. In the Middle Ages, the slave trade was particularly lucrative. Venice supplied pagan and Muslim slaves from the Balkans, and, on occasion, Christian slaves too, even though this was technically banned. Goods were also exchanged in abundance. Imports from the east included silk, spices, and luxury goods. While Venice sometimes sold its own products, such as salt, it was mainly important as a middleman, facilitating trade links between the east and west. There were a number of factors that led to Venice's growing wealth. Geography, the enterprising nature of Venetian merchants, and, to some extent, good luck. From around the 10th century onwards, many foreign powers were actively seeking opportunities to increase their own wealth through trade. Doing business with Venice was mutually beneficial. So, the city became widely known as a major center of commerce, and it would later become a gateway for goods from the Silk Road, the trade network that connected Asia and Europe for centuries. The connection opened up a world of opportunities for adventurous merchants and explorers. Most notably, a Venetian named Marco Polo, whose travels in Asia made history. Both practically and symbolically, Venice was the meeting place between East and West, a city where cultures were exchanged, as well as goods. With wealth flowing into Venice, the city began to grow. The Rialto Islands, now firmly established as the city centre, filled up with buildings and bridges. This leads us to an interesting question. How exactly was Venice built? The geography of the city must have presented some challenges, given that it's essentially a cluster of swampy islands. Indeed, the construction of Venice's buildings was a remarkable feat of engineering. First, wooden piles were hammered into the mud, several meters deep. Oak or larchwood was often used, as these trees are particularly water resistant. The wooden piles were positioned closely together. Then, a layer of wooden planks was usually placed on top, followed by a layer of limestone. This prevented the wooden piles from exposure to air, which would have caused the wood to rot. The limestone also created a solid base for the building. Next, the actual building was constructed out of brick. A church, for example, or a grand palazzo. The lower parts of the building were often protected by a layer of Istrian stone, a resilient kind of limestone to protect the building from the salty water of the lagoon. Some of the more opulent buildings in Venice featured marble decoration, which usually went on the upper levels. This way, it was less exposed to the damaging effects of the water. But while it's easy to admire the beauty of Venice's palazzi, it's worth taking a moment to think of the city beneath the surface. Below ground, Venice is an upside-down forest, a floating city supported by millions of wooden piles. It's said that St. Mark's Basilica is held up by around 10,000 oak trees. All these wooden piles were hammered into place by the battipali, or pile hitters. While they worked, the men would often sing a rhythmic, plaintive song. The lyrics sometimes celebrated the glory of Venice and made disparaging references to the Ottoman Turks, Venice's frequent enemy. Versions of the Canto dei Battipali, or Song of the Pile Hitters, have survived to this day. Listening to these haunting melodies now, one gains a tantalizing glimpse of Venice's past and the workers who helped to build the city. Between the 11th and 15th centuries, many of Venice's most important buildings were constructed, the churches and palazzi that would come to define the city. Of the churches, the most significant is, of course, St. Mark's Basilica, or San Marco, as it's known in Italian. The church we see today was the third built on the site. It was consecrated in 1094 and grew in size and grandeur over the years. In many ways, it's the building that best represents Venice. It's dedicated to St. Mark the Evangelist, the patron saint of the city, whose relics are held in the basilica. And for many years, St. Mark's was the ducal chapel, the private chapel of the Doge, before becoming the city cathedral. The architecture of St. Mark's Basilica is a spectacular mix of Byzantine, Romanesque, and Gothic styles. There are 5 magnificent domes and more than 8,000 square meters of mosaic. Many of the tiles are a dazzling gold. The basilica is also known for the horses of St. Mark, 4 bronze horses that were once displayed on the building's facade. These striking sculptures were looted from Constantinople during the Fourth Crusade in the early 13th century. The sculptures now on display are replicas, while the originals are kept indoors for conservation. St. Mark's Bell Tower, or Campanile, is the most recent of several reconstructions over the centuries. It was completed in 1912. The original tower was constructed in the 9th century on Roman foundations. In the past, the Campanile also served as a watchtower and a lighthouse for approaching ships. Next to St. Mark's Basilica is the piazza of the same name and the adjoining Piazzetta, or Little Piazza, near the waterfront. This space is home to 2 impressive granite columns, which are thought to have been erected in the 12th century. On the top of one column is a statue of Saint Theodore, Venice's original patron saint, before St. Mark. Saint Theodore stands on top of a crocodile, which is meant to represent a dragon. On the other column is a winged lion made of bronze, the symbol of Venice and St. Mark. Interestingly, recent scientific analysis of the lion has revealed that at least part of it was made in China. In a way, this makes it an even more perfect symbol of Venice, a city on the crossroads between east and west. Overlooking the Piazzetta is the Doge's Palace, which we mentioned earlier. Built in Gothic style in the 14th century, the palace served multiple functions. In addition to the Doge's apartments, it also housed government offices, courtrooms, and a jail. Today, Venice has approximately 435 bridges in its historic centre. But remarkably, for the first 500 years or so of the city's existence, there were no fixed crossings on the Grand Canal. The first permanent crossing was built in the 12th century, a wooden pontoon bridge or floating bridge to connect the banks of the Grand Canal. It was located right in the centre of the city and close to the Rialto Market, Venice's main marketplace. The pontoon bridge was later replaced by a succession of wooden bridges. Once, the bridge was burned during a failed attempt to overthrow the government. On another occasion, it collapsed under the weight of a crowd who had gathered to watch a wedding parade. The Rialto Bridge wouldn't be rebuilt in stone until the late 16th century, the structure that stands today. Interestingly, it took a while for arched stone bridges to become commonplace. The first bridges in Venice were mainly flat and made of wood. But over time, Venetians realized that it made more sense to build stone bridges. Stone not only looked better, but it was more resilient and reduced the risk of fire. And if the bridge was arched rather than flat, boats could pass underneath. In a city like Venice, spread out over many islands and connected by a labyrinth of canals, boats were the most convenient mode of transport by far. And with its shallow waters, narrow canals, and tight corners, Venice required a particular kind of boat. Those with shallow hulls and pointed prows, such as the gondola, could navigate the canals more easily. The word gondola first appears in the records in 1094. Although the etymology is uncertain, the name may derive from a word in medieval Greek meaning small boat. To begin with, the gondola was a practical vessel, a means of transporting goods and passengers from one island to another. Some boats had a small cabin to protect passengers from the weather or offer privacy. Like the gondola itself, the cabin would evolve over the years, becoming increasingly elegant and ornate. By the Renaissance, the boat had become a status symbol for wealthy Venetians. While the gondola is the boat we now associate with Venice, it's worth keeping in mind that for centuries it was just one of many. Other common vessels included the sandolo and the batella, flat-bottomed rowing boats that could be easily maneuvered. Shipmaking was one of Venice's main industries, and the city also produced much larger boats. At the complex known as the Arsenale, workers constructed ships at a near industrial level. Some were merchant ships, while others would become part of a powerful navy. While larger ships set sail across the Adriatic Sea, gondolas and other small boats remained within the lagoon. Venice's most famous waterway, the Grand Canal, began as a river or tidal channel. Looking at a map, you might be struck by the Grand Canal's distinctive shape, a tightly winding S that cuts through the center of Venice. This shape is natural. However, many of Venice's natural canals were altered to become wider and deeper over the years, as this made it easier for boats to navigate. The city evolved into a mixture of modified natural waterways and man-made canals, adding up to around 150 in total. Over the years, the canals were periodically cleaned and maintained. Nonetheless, throughout most of Venice's history, they would have often been extremely dirty, filled not just with silt from the lagoon, but also rubbish and the contents of Venetians' chamber pots. The slightly pungent canal scent one sometimes notices today is surely nothing in comparison. Now, let's return to our chronology of the city and consider the bigger picture. The period between the 11th century and the early 15th century might be considered the true rise of Venice, a time when the city was growing in size, wealth, and influence. As we've seen, many of the city's most famous and important buildings were first constructed during this period. Venice became, and remained, a significant trading hub. It must have been an exciting place to live and visit. A city of bustling docks and marketplaces where boats laden with exotic goods traversed the canals. As a crossroads city, it would have also been remarkably cosmopolitan, with traders from across the Mediterranean and pilgrims passing through on their way to the Holy Land. By the 14th century, the population of Venice was around 100,000. While that may not sound like a lot, it was one of the most populated cities in Europe at the time, larger than Rome and comparable in size with Florence, Milan, and London. Far larger, however, was Constantinople, the city that would later be renamed Istanbul. At its peak, Constantinople was the biggest and wealthiest city in Europe, home to as many as 500,000 people. It was the capital of the Byzantine Empire, before being taken over by the Ottomans in the 15th century, an event that would have significant consequences for Venice, as we'll see later. One of the first major clashes between Venice and the Ottomans took place in the year 1396. Venetian ships supported the Christian coalition in the Crusade of Nicopolis, but it was the Ottomans who won the battle. This marked the beginning of a long and complex relationship between two major powers. On the one hand, the Republic of Venice and the Ottoman Empire were mutually dependent on each other. They were trading partners, with the Ottomans selling grain, a vital resource, as well as spices, silk, and cotton, while the Venetians sold paper, soap, glass, and textiles. Their economies were closely entwined. But between the 14th and 18th century, there would be multiple violent clashes. As is so often the case, the conflict mainly arose over territory. In the early 15th century, for example, ongoing naval conflict led to the Battle of Gallipoli. The Ottomans had been attacking Venetian ships in the Aegean Sea. The Venetians fought back and won the battle. With the Ottomans keen to expand their empire, and Venice determined to maintain its status as a maritime power in the Mediterranean, it's no wonder the relationship was often strained, to say the least. For the average person living in Venice at the time, the Ottoman conflicts probably didn't have a significant impact on their daily lives. The effects of war were mostly indirect. The impact on the economy, for example. After all, these battles weren't taking place in Venice itself, but rather in various locations across the Mediterranean. Because of Venice's unique geography and strong naval defenses, the city was well protected from invasions. Still, the Ottoman conflicts undoubtedly left a mark on the Venetian psyche. During wartime, people in Venice would have certainly been aware of what was going on, especially those involved in trade or connected with the navy. This explains the anti-Ottoman sentiment that often prevailed in Venice. Yet, interestingly, at the same time, the Ottomans influenced Venetian tastes in decorative arts, such as ceramics and textiles. To people living in Venice, the Ottoman Empire must have seemed exotic, and those who could afford to sometimes chose to emulate Ottoman fashions. In simple terms, we might call the bond between the two powers a love-hate relationship. In 1453, Constantinople, previously the capital of the Byzantine Empire, was captured by the Ottomans. The fall of Constantinople had global significance, and, according to some, it also marked the beginning of Venice's gradual decline. Although Venice remained rich and powerful for centuries to come, the year 1453 is seen by some historians as a turning point. As we mentioned earlier, the expansion of the Ottoman Empire led to a succession of military conflicts with Venice. These battles took a toll and resulted in the loss of important colonies. While Venice was still important, its status began to shift. Another key event in the 15th century, which would have consequences for Venice, was the Portuguese discovery of the sea route to India. In 1497, Portuguese explorers left Lisbon and sailed down the coast of Africa, reaching India in 1498. In doing so, Portugal had established a direct maritime link between Europe and Asia for the first time in history. This meant that traders no longer needed to go through Venice. They could bypass the Mediterranean altogether. For a city that had built its wealth on trade and relied on its unique location, this was quite a blow. And although the shift in trading patterns was gradual, it was certainly felt. Despite these changes,
Venice remained a vibrant city throughout the 15th and 16th centuries. Foreign merchants continued to pass through. However, foreigners, and those seen as outsiders, weren't exactly encouraged to integrate. Some foreign traders had to stay in specific buildings. German merchants, for example, were legally required to lodge at the Fondaco dei Tedeschi. And from the early 17th century, there was the Fondaco dei Turchi. In this building, Turkish traders had to abide by various rules, including a curfew. The presence of women, children, guns, and gunpowder were strictly forbidden. Another community subjected to restrictions was Venice's Jewish population. The year 1516 saw the institution of the Venetian ghetto, a segregated area of the city where the Jewish community was compelled to live. The word ghetto, the origins of which are still debated, would of course later make its way into the English language. Life in the ghetto must have felt claustrophobic at times, as many residents lived in cramped, overcrowded conditions. There was also a strict curfew. The bridges that connected the ghetto with the rest of Venice were guarded at night, so residents couldn't leave. And while some Venetian Jews became wealthy, work opportunities were restricted. Many families lived in poverty. Elsewhere in Venice, however, many people were enjoying their freedom. Wealthy Venetians would parade up and down the Grand Canal in their gondolas. By this point, the boat was often used as a luxury vessel, a private taxi for the rich. Gondolas were becoming so ostentatious that in 1562, a sumptuary law required all boats to be painted black. This attempt to tone down the decoration and prevent the rich from flaunting their wealth seems to have worked. To this day, all gondolas are black. Still, those who wanted to show off had plenty of opportunities, particularly during Carnevale, or Carnival. This annual celebration began in the Middle Ages, but became increasingly important from around the 15th century onwards. It was a time of feasting and festivities, when people could dress up in elaborate costumes. A key element, of course, was the mask. Some masks covered just the eyes, others the whole face. While it's not known exactly how or why the tradition started, mask wearing was likely a way for people to break free from class restrictions. Renaissance Venice had rigid social hierarchies, but during Carnival, people could dress and, to a certain extent, behave as they liked. For instance, although homosexuality was illegal, Carnival was a time of relative freedom. One disguise, the cat mask, known as the Niaga, came to be associated with cross-dressers, gay men, and male prostitutes. Men could walk the streets in anonymity, making provocative comments to passers-by, or even meowing. Venice gained a reputation as a relatively permissive city, somewhere that people could enjoy themselves. However, it wasn't all about hedonism. During the Renaissance, many artists and architects were hard at work in the city. Starting with Giovanni and Gentile Bellini in the 15th century,
Venice became famous for its painters. Other major artists included Giorgione, Titian, and Tintoretto, all of whom would be hugely influential, particularly outside of Italy. The popularity of Venetian art abroad helped to spark interest in the city, and increasingly, Venice came to be valued for its cultural importance. Another big development was the city's role in the book publishing industry. For a period of time during the Renaissance, Venice became the main publishing hub in Europe, mass-producing all kinds of books, from architectural works to musical scores. With its trade links, skilled labor, and freedom of press, Venice quickly became a publishing powerhouse. One of the city's most important publishers was a man named Aldus Manutius. Among his many achievements was the creation of smaller, more portable books, the predecessor of the paperback. So, even as Venice slowly declined in terms of political power and importance, it transformed into something else. A European centre of culture. Through its publishing industry and its continuing trade links, it retained its status as a gateway to the East and a place where both goods and ideas could be readily exchanged. It's thought that the first coffee house in Venice, and possibly Europe, opened around the mid-17th century. Another first was the opening of the San Cassiano Theatre in 1637, the world's first public opera house. Culturally speaking, the 17th century was an exciting time for Venice. But the city faced significant challenges, including a devastating plague from 1629 to 1631. Around 46,000 Venetians lost their lives, about a third of the population. And a few decades later, in 1669, the Republic of Venice suffered a humiliating defeat. After a long and costly war with the Ottoman Empire, Venice lost one of its most valuable overseas territories, the island of Crete. As well as being a major loss in practical terms, it was also a psychological blow. The Republic of Venice had once dominated the Mediterranean. Now, however, its power was clearly waning. Around the 18th century, Venice became a tourist destination. During carnival season in particular, foreign visitors flocked to the city to enjoy its many pleasures, some cultural, others less so. Venice had gained a reputation for sexual liberty and indulgence. The exploits of a local Lothario named Giacomo Casanova likely helped to cement this reputation. Many of Venice's visitors in the 18th century were young men traveling across Europe on the so-called Grand Tour. We can imagine them sightseeing by day, enjoying carnival festivities by night, and perhaps reviving their energy the following morning with a cup of coffee at Café Florian. This elegant coffee house in St. Mark's Square opened in 1720 and is still popular with visitors today. For the most part, Venice was doing fairly well throughout the 18th century. Even as its political and economic importance continued to decline, the city retained a unique identity in Europe. population had also recovered to pre-plague levels. Around 140,000 people called Venice home. But a dramatic change was on the horizon. In May 1797, Napoleon Bonaparte forced the dissolution of the Republic of Venice. Now, as we've seen before, Venice's location came with many advantages. But at the same time, it made the city vulnerable to the shifting tides of European geopolitics. The exact reasons for the French takeover are complex, but to put things simply, at the time, France was at war with Austria, and Napoleon was involved in various military operations in Italy. Venice was caught in the middle. By taking control of the city, Napoleon was able to consolidate power and acquire a useful bargaining chip. In military terms, Venice was no match for France and didn't put up much resistance. The Great Council quickly agreed to dissolve, and the Doge abdicated. After ruling for more than 1,100 years, the Republic of Venice had fallen. In many ways, this seems like a sad turn of events, and it was certainly not the outcome the Venetian elite were hoping for. But, overall, the reaction in Venice seems to have been mixed. Some Venetians were ambivalent, while others were likely optimistic about the change. Perhaps French rule would lead to modernization. One community, at least, must have seen Napoleon as a liberator. The gates of the Jewish ghetto were pulled down, temporarily ending segregation. In October 1797, the Treaty of Campo Formio was signed. Among other things, this document officially marked the end of the Republic of Venice and meant that Venice now belonged to Austria. Over the following years, Venice was passed back and forth between France and Austria. From 1815 to 1866, it belonged to the Austrian Empire as part of the Kingdom of Lombardy-Venetia. In 1866, following the Third Italian War of Independence, Venice and the rest of the Veneto region became part of the Kingdom of Italy. The Kingdom of Italy, which had only been in existence for a few years, represented the gradual unification of the country. States that had formerly been independent became part of a single, unified nation. The effects of unification were transformative, influencing everything from the economy to people's sense of national identity. It helped to create Italy as we know it today. The following decades were a fairly peaceful time for Venice. Even during the Second World War, the city remained mostly unscathed. Venice, like Rome and Florence, was acknowledged to be a city of great cultural significance. Neither the Germans nor the Allied troops wanted to bomb it. But then, in September 1943, Venice fell under German occupation. And while the city's buildings remained, for the most part, unharmed, tragically, the same could not be said for its Jewish population. Many residents were arrested and deported to concentration camps. This dark period in Venice's history continued until April 1945. By this point, German troops were already under pressure to withdraw, and the final push came from Italian partisans. After some battles and skirmishes, the German occupation of Venice was officially over. The arrival of Allied troops at the end of April marked an ending and a new beginning. Jubilant crowds filled St. Mark's Square, the heart of Venice. This was the start of a new, quieter era for Venice. Its days of power and glory were over, to some extent. Yet, it retained its allure, its hold on the collective imagination. The 20th century saw the boom of mass tourism throughout the world. And Venice, of course, was and is the city that everyone wants to visit. It offers a unique combination of history, culture, and unparalleled beauty. Just picture the Grand Canal teeming with boats, the elegant expanse of St. Mark's Square, and even the city's back streets, an atmospheric maze where visitors are happy to get lost. Today, as many as 30 million people visit Venice each year. But the population of the city centre has dwindled to 50,000, a fraction of its historic population. This imbalance in numbers represents the huge shift that has taken place over the last century. In the eyes of the world, Venice is now primarily a tourist destination, somewhere to be visited for a day or two and shared on social media. These days, Venice has to manage an uneasy balance between welcoming the visitors its economy depends on and maintaining its authenticity and identity. After all, for Venetians, this city is home, not an Italian Disneyland, as some are keen to point out. And over-tourism isn't the only challenge Venice faces. Climate change is also a cause for concern, as, with rising sea levels, the risk of flooding increases. Fortunately, protective measures have been put into place. The MOSA project, operational since 2020, is a barrier system designed to protect Venice and the lagoon. Hopefully, combined with other initiatives, it will help to protect Venice for years to come. The very existence of Venice might be seen as a testament to human ingenuity. Against the odds, people built a city across a collection of islands and turned it into one of the most extraordinary places in the world. It's a city that continues to enthrall, a timeless place that seems somehow destined to survive. As we come to the end of our journey, we'll finish with the words of Joseph Brodsky, a writer and long-time admirer of the city. Venice is eternity itself.